The story opens with a tense showdown between a player and a terrifying boss. This zone is for levels 10 to 35, an ancient forest grown by endless rain. Giant timber and massive fruit once sustained nearby villages, but deeper exploration revealed mysterious giant shadows. In the giant forest east of the outskirts, an enraged giant roared, calling his opponent a coward and demanding a fair fight. The swordsman only smiled and told him to come at him. He knew his stamina was nearly gone, and he had enough strength for only one final attack. The battle was between the player, Passing King, and the elite boss, One-Armed Amon. One-Armed Amon poured all his power into his sword and brought it down to finish his enemy. Passing King immediately tensed up after realizing the boss had unleashed its strongest skill. The mountain split slash ripped through the ground and left behind a massive crack. Thanks to lightning-fast reflexes, Passing King activated Shadow Step, boosting his movement speed for 5 seconds, and barely dodged the fatal strike. Right after that, he leaped into the air and unleashed Cross-Draw Slash straight at One-Armed Amon's neck. Secretly pleased, he praised his perfect plan. Dodged the ultimate move, used the fog to widen the gap, then combined Shadow Step with Cross-Draw Slash. Everything worked even better than expected. The system announced that the player had successfully defeated the elite boss, One-Armed Amon. The reward was Amon's greatsword. It required level 15, was exclusive to swordsmen, had 1,100 durability, 84 attack, 12 critical rate, 10 speed, and increased equipment quality by 5 grades. Leaning on his sword, he smiled in satisfaction. He never expected to get gear far above his current level. On the very first day, this kind of weapon was unbelievable luck. Climbing the rankings was now only a matter of time. At that moment, the little manager Spirit appeared with congratulations on obtaining an incredibly powerful weapon. Slightly surprised, he asked if there was any new update. The Spirit immediately announced that a limited-time event had begun. A special boss called the Blood Moon Walker had appeared inside Giant Forest. Whoever defeated it would receive rare gear and a massive amount of experience. Only 30 minutes remained. Hearing that, Passing King grinned with excitement, rested the greatsword on his shoulder, and headed straight for the target. He also wanted to see if the limited boss could bring out the full power of his new weapon. Across the map, more and more players rushed toward the boss location. The Spirit kept urging its master to move faster, because countless players had already found the target. Passing King could only complain since every direction looked the same among the endless trees. Just then, a burst of purple light suddenly erupted in the sky and sent a flock of crows scattering. Passing King froze because purple light meant an extremely high-quality item had appeared. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and sprinted toward it, thinking that even if he could not use the purple item, selling it would make him rich. He reached out while repeatedly muttering that everything would belong to him. But the moment he arrived, he suddenly froze in place. Before him were countless pieces of equipment covering the ground, so many that he could only stare in disbelief. He laughed like a madman, believing an entire treasure hoard was about to become his. He had no idea someone else was silently watching from behind. At that moment, all he could think about was getting rich. The scene looked exactly like something reserved for the main character. Lost in excitement, Passing King never noticed a crimson blur flash past. The next instant, his neck was cleanly severed. Clutching his neck in despair, his body slowly faded away. He could not believe he had just been killed. What he regretted most was losing all his equipment. After killing the player, the boss calmly gathered every piece of equipment on the ground. The one who had attacked was the limited boss Blood Moon Walker, serial number 418. Not long afterward, another group of players arrived. Everyone was shocked by the mountain of equipment and began fighting over the boss. The event still had 4 hours remaining. At that moment, the Blood Moon Walker stood tall before every player. Its eyes slowly glowed with an icy killing intent. The impatient players who charged first were all cut down with a single sword strike before they could even react. A muscular man raised his steel fist high and loudly declared that the boss would be his. Before he could finish speaking, he was cut down by the boss and became the next victim. A young woman wiped away her sweat and concluded that the boss was much stronger than expected. The best option was to fight together. She immediately took command. Archers and mages attack from range. Shield bearers and fighters hold the line and rotate the damage. Once the boss falls, the loot will cover the ground, and whoever grabs it first keeps it. Without giving anyone time to react, the boss charged straight into the crowd with overwhelming force. A single sword swing wiped out every player standing in its path. The skill it used was called Wind of Annihilation. Everyone still alive stepped back in panic, They all said this was no ordinary boss anymore, while the players in the back mocked those who had been shouting about charging first. The loudmouth immediately turned and ran, insisting he had only been passing by to enjoy the scenery. Just then, a bald player shouted for everyone to retreat, because dying meant losing both gear and experience. In the blink of an eye, the number of players killed by the boss reached 444. But for the Blood Moon Walker, that was still nowhere near enough. The little spirit announced that the Blood Moon Walker limited event had entered its climax and encouraged its master, because the valuable rewards were still waiting ahead. Phantom Moon classified equipment into 6 rarity colors: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red, representing common, excellent, elite, epic, legendary, and mythic. 3 days earlier, a stern-looking man stared at Lu Li and said he was truly disappointed in him. He explained that with Lu Li's abilities, he could have become a shareholder of Tian Ming this year, but his obsession with investigating the disappearance had harmed the company's interests. The board had voted to dismiss him and asked if he had anything to say. Lu Li calmly slipped his hands into his pockets and replied that he had nothing to explain. He was 26 years old, stood 1.83 meters tall, had been Tian Ming's game development director, was a top data analyst, and held a master's degree in computer science. After saying that, Lu Li turned around and left, saying he would complete his resignation if there was nothing else. The man sighed in regret over losing such a talented employee. He immediately told Secretary Wang to find a replacement or raise the offer by 20 million to keep Lu Li. When she stayed silent, he repeatedly called her name. Secretary Wang could only sigh to herself. She had accepted the job mainly because it let her see Lu Li every day. Now that he was gone, she had no interest in staying and ignored her boss as he kept talking. Just like that, Lu Li packed up all his belongings and left the Tian Ming group. Looking at the photo in his hand, he told himself that he had finally found a clue about his older brother's disappearance. He silently vowed to uncover his brother's whereabouts and continued walking. After a while, Lu Li suddenly felt that something was wrong. He froze after realizing he could not remember the way home. He had returned only once in 2 years, had a terrible sense of direction, and was now completely lost. At the same time, inside an apartment, a mirror had just been smashed. An angry young woman pointed at Fei and declared they were breaking up. She accused him of calling her the only one, while secretly keeping 68 backup sweethearts in his contacts. Fei hurriedly raised his hands and begged for a chance to explain. She became even angrier and said she did not want to hear another excuse because she no longer believed a word he said. After breaking into tears, she ended the relationship and stormed out while Fei desperately called after her. At that exact moment, Lu Li opened the door and saw the crying woman running out. He walked inside and found his younger brother still shouting his girlfriend's name in despair. The moment Fei saw him, he froze for several seconds. Still crying, Fei muttered that every girl in his heart was a one-of-a-kind sweetheart. After snapping back to reality, Fei greeted his older brother. Lu Li could only ask if he had come home at the wrong time. Fei immediately put on a bright smile and said his brother was always welcome. When Lu Li mentioned his girlfriend, Fei awkwardly laughed and claimed everything would be fine again in a few days. Fei quickly invited him inside to rest and asked what he wanted to drink. But the moment Lu Li sat down, he noticed a bra on the chair and was left speechless. He picked it up and seriously reminded Fei to keep the house clean and show more self-control in his personal life. Before he could finish, Fei quickly apologized and begged his brother to stay for a few more days. Lu Li replied that he would probably be staying much longer this time. Fei was thrilled, suggesting barbecue one moment and a massage the next, while insisting it was a completely respectable place. Lu Li then seriously told his younger brother that he had found a clue about their eldest brother's disappearance. Hearing the news, Fei was overjoyed because there was finally real progress. Everything his brother had asked him to prepare was ready. Tonight was also the official launch of Phantom Moon. Lu Li clenched his fists and declared that his eldest brother's disappearance had to be connected to Phantom Moon. It was finally time to make their move. As the clock struck midnight, Phantom Moon officially went live. The two brothers put on their connection helmets after making every preparation. The system began verifying their identities and displayed the option to enter the game. Without hesitation, they both confirmed. After logging in, they were welcomed to the world of Phantom Moon. A little spirit introduced itself as the game assistant, said players could call it civil servant, and wished everyone an exciting adventure in the virtual world. The system loaded data, linked the neural network, activated the senses, calibrated vision, built the environment, and rendered every effect. Once everything was complete, the game entered the character creation phase. Lu Li arrived at Moslan, beginner village, and his body gradually appeared inside the game world. His status screen appeared. Lu Li, level 1 adventurer, no class, strength 15, agility 12, resistance 0, IQ 25, constitution 14, charisma 0. He quickly realized the sensory system felt almost identical to real life. Just then, a Fae waved him over and introduced a new friend named Ami, inviting him to form a party for the beginner quests. Lu Li simply told them to go ahead without him. A Fae asked in surprise why his brother was not coming, since everyone's starting quest was the same. Lu Li explained that he had to follow a different quest line and told a Fae to focus on leveling first. The answer only left a Fae even more confused. After his brother left, Lu Li immediately summoned the little spirit Shishi and asked to open the special reward redemption interface. A code entry window appeared. Lu Li calmly entered the secret password he had prepared in advance. The system confirmed the code was valid, completed the redemption, and informed him that 3 unread letters containing rewards were waiting. Tianming was the world's leading company in gaming, artificial intelligence, and advanced technology research. Phantom Moon featured 99% realism, and more than 1 billion players worldwide had already pre-ordered it. Jishi stared at the 3 newly appeared items in shock because even the system had never recorded their existence. Lu Li calmly admitted that he had personally created these secret tools. Shishi immediately panicked and warned that using hacks would permanently ban his account. Lu Li only smiled and explained that he had hidden all the data in the deepest layer of the source code. The system could never detect it, and even the developers would need at least half a year to find it. The first item was the Ring of Omniscience. It required level 10 and could be used by any class. It boosted strength, IQ, agility, constitution, resistance, and charisma. The ring also upgraded itself with the player's level, increased its rarity every 10 levels, and even had a chance to grant an exclusive class skill. Lu Li immediately asked Shishi to hide the ring's visual effects. Even though she thought it looked beautiful, he did not want to attract attention. The second item was the Random Achievement Codex. Every 10 levels, it would generate a unique achievement quest suited to the character. Completing it granted a random reward, while its hidden attributes remained unknown. Even Lu Li broke into a sweat when he saw it, because he had only written the command to create a powerful item. The rest of its mechanics had been randomly generated by the system. Shishi, on the other hand, was fascinated by the mysterious treasure. The final item was the Invitation of Asura Purgatory, an artifact of the highest rank. The moment he opened it, Lu Li knew this was exactly what he had been searching for during his 2 years at Tianming. His eldest brother had obtained the same item during the game's closed beta. Lu Li believed this was the key to solving his brother's disappearance. He also reminded himself that if anything happened to him, every clue would disappear as well. No matter what, he could not let a Fae get dragged into danger. The invitation described the Asura race as beings who lived only by their own will and bowed to no one. Anyone who blocked them was killed. Anyone who opposed them was killed. If the whole world became their enemy, they would destroy the whole world. The system asked whether Lu Li wanted to change his class to Asura, and warned that doing so would unlock a completely new storyline. After thinking for a few seconds, he immediately accepted. Lu Li's heart began pounding as the class change ceremony started. A wave of unbearable pain suddenly erupted through his body, forcing him to clutch his chest. One after another, members of the Asura race appeared and completely surrounded Lu Li. Without any warning, they all drew their weapons and repeatedly stabbed and slashed at him. Through the unbearable pain, Lu Li was completely stunned. He had never known this storyline existed, and the pain felt unbelievably real. The system repeatedly displayed that the character had died, but immediately detected an error because players were not supposed to be attacked in this area. It kept trying to reboot, but every attempt failed. Moments later, Lu Li's naked body fell into an endless void. Surrounded by complete darkness, Lu Li wondered where he was and tried to log out, thinking the game had glitched. Lu Li immediately issued the logout command, but the system reported an error because it could not find the character's original data. Even though logout should have been absolute, it completely failed. He repeatedly demanded the system fix the error and respond, but only silence answered him. Just then, a skeletal arm suddenly dropped from above. Soon after, the rest of the skeleton slowly assembled itself into a complete body. The system finally rebooted and displayed new information. Lu Li had become a level 1 broken skull warrior, with greatly increased stats. He froze after discovering he had turned into a skeleton, instead of the Asura class he was supposed to receive. Filled with questions, Lu Li wandered through a vast graveyard, wondering where he had ended up. Not far away, someone was excitedly chanting a summoning spell. The man burst into laughter because the ritual had succeeded. He was the boss Tri, a level 30 undead summoner with the Crimson Hell skill and the power to summon and control the undead. Lu Li assumed the other party was just an NPC, so he walked over to greet him and ask about the surrounding area. Tri frowned in surprise, because the newly summoned skeleton not only had self-awareness but could also speak. He immediately thought he had summoned a rare skeleton guardian. When the man refused to answer, Lu Li turned around to find someone else for directions. Tri, meanwhile, was confused because his servant had not knelt to obey. He quickly concluded that the skeleton had not been fully tamed and still retained a human mind. The moment he finished speaking, Tri cast Crimson Hell and bound Lu Li with magical chains. Caught off guard, Lu Li angrily demanded to know what he was doing. Tri grinned maliciously and declared he would teach him how to become an obedient dog that served its master. Meanwhile, Lu Li still thought this was only a beginner boss. As Tri prepared to crush his skull, Lu Li hurriedly shouted that he was only level 1 and did not even have a single skill yet. He could not understand why the story had started in such a bizarre way. Suddenly, a terrifying force crashed into the area and blasted both Lu Li and the magical chains away. He slammed hard into a nearby grave. Lu Li looked toward the source of the power in horror and could not believe what he saw. A gigantic mutant boss was slowly approaching him. Its sheer size alone was enough to leave Lu Li speechless. He began wondering if he had entered the wrong map, because this place looked nothing like a beginner zone. Just then, Jisi appeared and cheerfully commented that his new skeleton appearance looked really cool. When Lu Li asked where they were, Shishi explained that this was the land of absolute darkness, the birthplace of every high-level boss in Phantom Moon, and the most dangerous area in the entire game. Lu Li could only hold his head in frustration because he had no idea how to complete quests in a place filled with powerful monsters. Shishi immediately opened the map and searched for a suitable quest route. After checking, she announced that the nearest quest location was about 100 kilometers away, and happily told her master to follow her. The two began climbing a cliff. As he climbed, Lu Li complained that there had to be a more normal path. Shishi replied that this was already the shortest route. Going around would add another 400 kilometers, and flying was even more dangerous. After crossing the cliff, they had to swim across a river, while aquatic monsters chased them from behind. Lu Li clung to a floating log and desperately paddled, while complaining that Six's route was ridiculous. She simply cheered him on, and even asked if he wanted some motivational music, which he immediately refused. Halfway through the journey, Lu Li received a call from a fae. A fae proudly said he had finished the quest to kill 20 wild boars, reached level 5, and even found a green staff. When he asked about his brother's progress, Lu Li admitted he was still only level 1. A fae was surprised but encouraged him with the same words Lu Li had always taught him. After the call ended, Lu Li continued his journey. Before they could even rest, the two of them sprinted across the desert while being chased by a giant insect. Shishi kept telling her master to run faster, while Lu Li yelled that she did not need to keep reminding him. After running until he was completely exhausted, Shishi finally pointed ahead and said they had arrived. Lu Li leaned on his knees, gasping for air as his legs trembled from fatigue. He let out a sigh of relief, because he had finally reached the destination. Ahead was a bustling town packed with players. The place was incredibly lively, but even lining up at the main gate would take nearly 2 hours. Looking around, Lu Li noticed another entrance with no one using it. Shishi immediately warned that it was not part of the calculated route. Ignoring the warning, Lu Li chose the empty path instead. As long as he got into the city, that was enough. He felt Six's route was far too rigid, then told her to disappear for now. At the gate, 2 giant pig guards blocked his path and asked what he wanted. Lu Li immediately put on a friendly smile and politely asked them to let him through because he was in a hurry. To his surprise, one of the guards burst into laughter and agreed right away, saying that if he was in such a rush, he should go in first. As Lu Li walked through, he thought these guards were much friendlier than expected. Lu Li politely thanked them and entered the city, while the 2 pig guards smiled behind him and eagerly urged him to keep going. The moment he disappeared from sight, both guards burst into laughter because the skeleton had actually thanked them so seriously. They joked that once the match began, they would get to watch that country bumpkin get crushed on the Storm Arena. Not long afterward, the system announced that registration for the Storm Arena had officially ended. The arena rules were simple: win and earn huge rewards, lose and survive only if luck was on your side. The problem was that Lu Li was still only level 1. The land of absolute darkness was where all the bosses lived, the true headquarters of every boss in Phantom Moon. After walking a little farther, Lu Li spotted a light ahead, and thought he had finally reached the quest location. But the moment he stepped inside, a blinding light shone directly into his face, forcing him to shield his eyes. A rabbit announcer immediately shouted that the final contestant had finally arrived in the arena. He quickly read Lu Li's profile. Level 1 Broken Skull Warrior, no class, along with all of his basic stats. Even the announcer was shocked that this contestant was only level 1. The audience instantly erupted with laughter. Some thought he was just comic relief, while others bragged that one punch would be enough to shatter the skeleton. A few spectators hoped he would put on a better show than expected. Once the crowd settled down, the announcer officially declared the Storm Arena tournament open. Cheers and applause echoed throughout the entire arena. The fast-talking rabbit continued his usual commentary. Beside him, the turtle had not even finished introducing himself before Rabbit had already moved on to explaining the rules. The Storm Arena had 3 rules. First, matches were single elimination, and the last contestant standing would win. Second, for fairness, every participant's level would be adjusted to match the lowest contestant, but never below level 10. Skills would also be limited to that adjusted level, and all equipment would be provided by the arena. Finally, a match would end only when one side surrendered or was killed. The champion would receive 5,000 experience points, and a large amount of epic equipment appropriate for their level. Right after that, the system synchronized every contestant's level, creating the largest level reduction in Storm Arena history. The players reduced to level 10 complained because they could now use only 2 skills. Some even threatened to break every bone in Lu Li's body if they faced him, mocking the idea that equal levels meant equal strength. While everyone else was lowered, Lu Li alone was temporarily raised from level 1 to level 10. Lu Li could only hold his head in frustration. If he had known this would happen, he would have patiently waited at the main gate. He had clearly taken the wrong path. The system announced that, because he had temporarily reached level 10, he could now choose his first class. 3 options appeared: swordsman with balanced offense and defense, assassin specializing in damage and critical hits, and marksman focused on ranged attacks. Looking at the 3 choices, Lu Li remembered his eldest brother once, saying that assassin suited him perfectly. With that in mind, he chose the assassin class, without hesitation. After the class change was complete, Lu Li's status screen updated. He became a level 10 assassin, with greatly increased strength and agility, while his other stats also improved significantly. Rabbit excitedly asked whether the contestants had gotten used to their new levels, before announcing the distribution of temporary equipment. While Turtle was still trying to finish his introduction, the system handed Lu Li a sharp dagger. Holding the sword in his hand, Lu Li was quite satisfied with the experience so far. He even figured that if he ran into someone too strong, he could always surrender. Rabbit kept the crowd excited and introduced the special guests attending this Storm Arena tournament. He announced that outstanding contestants would have a chance to become disciples of the honored guests. Meanwhile, Turtle still had not finished introducing himself. The first guest was Zhuang Huaishui, one of the highest-ranking figures in Blood Moon City. He served as the Hall Master of North Moon Hall, overseeing military strategy and external warfare. Half of the city's battle plans came from him, and around 70 young elites were his disciples. Anyone favored by Zhuang Huaishui would see their future completely transformed. The audience immediately erupted in cheers. Some proudly called themselves his fans. Others boldly asked if he accepted concubines. Some shouted their own names to get noticed, and one even joked that he was Zhuang Huaishui's long-lost son. The announcer then introduced the second guest, Wu Yue, the woman known as the greatest beauty of Blood Moon City. She was the Hall Master of East Moon Hall, responsible for the Blood Pool secret realm and resource distribution. Besides her beauty and authority, her strength was unfathomable, and her standards for accepting disciples were extremely strict. Up to this point, Wu Yue had accepted only one direct disciple. That disciple was He Yixiao, the genius, who had won 10 consecutive Storm Arena championships. Some spectators admired Wu Yue, while others whispered that she was notoriously ruthless. If anyone displeased her, they might lose an eye, or even their life. The moment Lu Li heard the name He Yixiao, he was completely shaken. It was his eldest brother's name, and he had finally found another clue. Lu Li immediately fixed his gaze on Wu Yue. He believed this woman definitely knew something about his brother, so he had to find a way to get close to her. Feeling Lu Li's fearless stare, Wu Yue briefly released a murderous aura, and even considered crushing him on the spot. But with Zhuang Huaishui standing beside her, she held herself back. She even briefly thought that if he became too annoying, she would kill Zhuang Huaishui as well. Rabbit wrapped up the introductions and excitedly announced that it was finally time to see who would claim the greatest rewards and opportunities of this Storm Arena tournament. the battles officially began. Rabbit announced that he would provide live commentary for every match, starting with the top contender, Bloodclaw, of the Blood War Lion race. Bloodclaw possessed an epic bloodline and had been regarded as a genius since the day he was born. Among the younger generation of the War Lion race, he was the brightest star. His razor-sharp claws could tear through almost anything, making him one of the strongest favorites to win the championship. Just as everyone expected, Bloodclaw ended the match with a single strike and claimed an overwhelming victory. The next contestant was Bailey, a swordsman from the Great Sword Guild. The guild was a rising force under South Moon Hall, and Bailey served as its vice-guild master. He was well known for his fast, precise, and deadly swordsmanship. Bailey also defeated his opponent with little effort. The third victory belonged to the Demon Dual Blade Gun. He came from the Bronze Wasteland and had fought through countless battles to reach Blood Moon City, so no one underestimated his strength. When the fourth winner was announced, the entire audience was stunned because it turned out to be the contestant everyone had dismissed as cannon fodder. No one understood what had just happened or how Lu Li had made it through the first round. Rabbit grew even more excited and immediately announced the semi-finals, promising even fiercer battles ahead. The system quickly completed the matchmaking and prepared to begin the first battle of the next round. The draw paired Lu Li directly against the demon Dual Blade Gun. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, Dual Blade Gun raised his head and coldly told Lu Li to surrender immediately. He arrogantly declared that he had no interest in attacking the weakest contestant in the tournament because Lu Li was not worthy of being his opponent. Faced with the taunt, Lu Li simply stared at him in silence. Meanwhile, in another part of the game, a fireball exploded and knocked down the goblin ahead. The two girls traveling with a fae immediately praised him, saying he was amazing. He had wiped out an entire group of goblins without letting them get close, and they eagerly begged him to teach them. A fae proudly grinned and claimed it was nothing more than basic technique, hardly worth showing off. Surrounded by the two girls' admiration, a fae became even more pleased with himself. When they asked if he was a professional player, he laughed and said he still had plenty of secret moves to show them. Even so, a fae thought to himself that if those two girls ever met his older brother, they would finally understand what true skill looked like. At the same time, he began worrying whether Lu Li had run into trouble. Blood Moon City was divided into 4 districts: East Moon, West Moon, South Moon, and North Moon. Each was ruled by a hall master, the highest rank beneath the city lord. Back in the arena, the match between Lu Li and Dual Blade Gun was about to begin. Rabbit remarked that the contestant once dismissed as cannon fodder had chosen to fight instead of accepting his opponent's offer to surrender. Dual Blade Gun looked at Lu Li with contempt and sneered, saying Lu Li still had no idea who he was facing and had just thrown away his last chance to surrender. He declared that Lu Li would die a quick death before charging forward with a relentless barrage of slashes. Rabbit shouted excitedly as Dual Blade Gun's attacks became almost too fast to follow. But Lu Li simply tilted his body slightly and avoided the entire first assault. Dual Blade Gun stared in disbelief, and even Rabbit could not hide his surprise that the weakest contestant had dodged the attack. Even so, Dual Blade Gun dismissed it as pure luck. Refusing to give up, Dual Blade Gun launched another flurry of strikes, but Lu Li calmly dodged every single one. Rabbit repeatedly shouted that Lu Li had once again escaped Dual Blade Gun's attack range. Furious after failing again and again, Dual Blade Gun unleashed his full power with Sky Split Slash and declared that this time there would be no escape. The instant the blade came down, Lu Li leaped into the air and narrowly avoided the attack once more. Rabbit could hardly believe what he had just witnessed. Even the upward strike had completely missed, leaving him wondering how Lu Li kept doing it. Unlike everyone else's shock, Lu Li's eyes remained calm and completely focused. His mind quickly calculated the situation. His opponent's arm was about 80 centimeters long, the blade about 100 centimeters, and the hilt around 20 centimeters. After adding everything together, he concluded that Dual Blade Gun's effective attack range could not exceed 2 meters. As long as he stayed beyond that limit, his chances of being hit would be extremely low. The only things he needed to watch out for were ranged skills or surprise attacks like thrown weapons. Based on casting speed and projectile velocity, Lu Li was confident his reflexes could handle them. According to his analysis, the next move would most likely be Flash Slash. Flash Slash was a straight-line dash attack. During its activation, there was a brief moment when the user could no longer change direction. If Lu Li seized that instant, he would have the perfect chance to end the match. In the stands, the audience began mocking Dual Blade Gun, laughing that he could not even defeat a low-level skeleton. The taunts made Dual Blade Gun's face turn purple with rage. Gritting his teeth, he swore his next strike would split Lu Li in half. Just as Lu Li predicted, Dual Blade Gun immediately activated Flash Slash and charged straight at him. At the critical moment, Lu Li stepped about 80 centimeters to the left, lowered his body by another 60 centimeters, and unleashed a fatal strike during the brief opening in the skill. With a single slash, Lu Li sent Dual Blade Gun flying across the arena. Dual Blade Gun's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he had been defeated. Lying in a pool of blood, he muttered in despair that he could not die to someone like this, because his dream of becoming the Lord of the Undead Demons was still unfinished. Meanwhile, Lu Li silently walked away. Rabbit loudly announced that the match was over. The winner was the contestant once dismissed as cannon fodder. Even he could not believe the outcome, while Turtle was so shocked that he began stuttering. The audience started wondering whether Lu Li had only pretended to be weak to hide his true strength. Rabbit immediately called for a round of applause and urged everyone to look forward to Lu Li's next performance. In the VIP seats, Zhuang Huaishui smiled and remarked that the little skeleton was rather interesting before asking Wu Yue what she thought. She coldly replied that he was simply a bit smarter than the others and nothing more. Although Wu Yue appeared indifferent, she secretly admitted that Lu Li was at least not boring. As for Zhuang Huaishui, he believed that with such an inferior bloodline, Lu Li would ultimately amount to nothing. Rabbit quickly pushed the excitement to another peak and declared that the next match was the true showdown everyone had been waiting for, the real championship before the final. The two contestants entering the arena were Bloodclaw of the Blood War Lion race and the swordsman Bailey. As the signal rang out, the two faced each other, and the tension instantly filled the arena. Bloodclaw smiled confidently, pointed straight at Bailey, and declared that Bailey already knew he had absolutely no chance of winning. Bailey did not deny that his bloodline was inferior to Bloodclaw's, but he firmly declared that as long as his sword stayed in his hand, he would never back down. The moment he finished speaking, Bailey became a blur, combining flowing step with flash slash as he charged straight at his enemy. The commentator gasped as Bailey executed the combo flawlessly. The attack was far faster than the flash slash twin blade gun had used before, almost too fast to follow. Certain that victory was his, Bailey coldly declared that Bloodclaw would pay for underestimating him. As the sword tip came within inches of its target, Bailey was ready to prove that bloodline did not decide everything. But at that exact moment, Bloodclaw suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on the blade. With nothing but terrifying jaw strength, he crushed the sword, leaving Bailey frozen in disbelief. Before Bailey could react, Bloodclaw unleashed his power and activated the ultimate skill, Frenzy Claw. Two massive claws tore through Bailey's body, sending blood across the entire arena. Bailey collapsed without moving, leaving only his lifeless body behind, as Bloodclaw looked on with a proud grin. Bloodclaw let out a scornful snort. He thought Bailey had some talent, but in the end, he was just another weak opponent. Rabbit MC got so excited that he grabbed Turtle MC by the neck and kept shouting. Bailey, the fighter everyone expected to win, had been defeated in a single move, making it seem like the champion was already decided. The entire arena chanted Bloodclaw's name as thunderous cheers echoed everywhere. Zhang Huaishui nodded and praised Bloodclaw's pure bloodline, saying he was worth training. Wu Ye only replied that even if he came willingly, she had no interest in taking him. Lu Li quietly watched and started feeling that something was not right. He wondered how Bloodclaw had managed to bite through his opponent's weapon. If everyone used arena-issued equipment, the sword should not have broken so easily. After thinking it through, Lu Li concluded that even at level 10, Bloodclaw's original stats were still far beyond everyone else's. Right then, Lu Li stepped onto the arena. Bloodclaw turned toward him with complete disdain. He laughed proudly and said he had not even finished warming up. Standing with his arms crossed, Bloodclaw kept taunting him, telling Lu Li to come at him, as long as he did not surrender too quickly. While his opponent kept talking, Lu Li calmly analyzed the situation. From what he had seen, he knew his chances of winning were incredibly slim. His eyes shifted toward Wu Yu again. The only way to get close to her was to become the champion. Rabbit MC also urged Lu Li to stop, saying second place was already an impressive achievement, and not worth risking his life. Resting her chin on one hand, Wu Yue looked down at the arena and thought that if Lu Li quit now, it would be far too boring. Lu Li told himself that if he gave up over a little hardship, he would never be worthy of finding his older brother. To him, his brothers meant more than his own life. At that moment, every trace of hesitation disappeared. Lu Li stepped forward without fear to face his opponent. The final battle officially began between Bloodclaw of the Blood War Mad Lion clan and Lu Li, the fighter once considered the weakest contestant. Bloodclaw burst into laughter and mocked that low-level creatures were so easy to provoke that a few words were enough to send them to their deaths. He declared that Lu Li would be his appetizer before claiming the championship, and he planned to enjoy every bit of his opponent's despair and regret. Lu Li simply replied coldly that if he wanted to fight, then fight instead of talking non-stop. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Li dashed forward like the wind. Bloodclaw only smiled, saying that speed was even slower than Bailey's earlier attack. He casually blocked the first strike with one hand and knocked Lu Li flying backward. But the instant Bloodclaw turned around, Lu Li suddenly appeared behind him and drove a punch straight into his head. The blow slammed Bloodclaw into the ground, while Lu Li flipped through the air and landed perfectly. Bloodclaw immediately realized he had underestimated his opponent. Even though Lu Li was an assassin with decent speed, he still saw him as nothing more than weak. Without giving Lu Li a chance to recover, Bloodclaw launched an immediate counterattack. The devastating strike made Lu Li cough up blood on the spot. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Li knew he had no advantage in either strength or speed. Bloodclaw's base stats completely surpassed his own. In Bloodclaw's eyes, Lu Li was nothing more than a tiny insect. But then he suddenly felt blood running down his own face. Realizing he had been injured without even noticing, Bloodclaw flew into a rage. As the greatest genius of the Blood War Mad Lion clan, he could never accept being wounded by someone he considered beneath him in front of the entire crowd. His rage instantly triggered Blood War, boosting his strength, speed, and critical hit rate by 20 for 5 seconds. Bloodclaw roared and swore to make Lu Li die in disgrace. Rabbit MC nearly lost his voice in shock. Even after fighting Bloodclaw head-on, Lu Li still had not been completely overwhelmed. Up in the stands, Wu Ye also found it strange. Lu Li's bloodline and rank were both low, yet the more she watched, the more interesting he became. According to the commentator, Bloodclaw was truly furious now, and was about to fight with his full power. Bloodclaw turned into a storm of non-stop attacks, mocking Lu Li by saying that if he was proud of his speed, then he would crush him with even greater speed. Lu Li could only keep retreating to dodge. Just then, Lu Li suddenly felt his body become unusually heavy and was caught off guard. Even so, he struggled to stay on his feet. In an instant, Lu Li realized he had completely lost his balance. Bloodclaw seized the opening and unleashed Explosive Frenzy Claw, roaring that this time Lu Li could never dodge. Before delivering the finishing blow, he coldly told Lu Li to remember his place in his next life and never dream of rising above it. But Lu Li only smiled faintly. He had been waiting for this exact moment since the battle began. Lu Li already knew Explosive Frenzy Claw dealt massive damage, but left a brief opening afterward. He instantly activated Backstab and blinked behind Bloodclaw for a surprise attack. In the blink of an eye, Lu Li appeared right behind Bloodclaw. He calmly concluded that until Bloodclaw's skill ended, his opponent could not turn around to counterattack. Bloodclaw burst into laughter, saying all of Lu Li's calculations were meaningless against him. The moment he finished speaking, he activated Blood Origin and unleashed Blood Rage Lion's Roar. The deafening roar froze Lu Li in place. Lu Li gritted his teeth as he realized his body would not obey him, and immediately knew the situation had turned bad. Rabbit MC quickly explained that this was a Blood Origin skill unique to the Blood War Mad Lion clan. Blood Rage Lion's Roar forcibly immobilized every enemy within 5 meters for 1.5 seconds. It was an incredibly overpowered skill. Zhang Huaishui rested his chin on one hand with a smile, surprised that someone so young had awakened a Blood Origin skill. He even started thinking about taking Bloodclaw as his disciple. Wu Yue mocked him for being too greedy, but Zhang Huaishui only laughed and said he had always aimed high, while regretting that Wu Yue never accepted a successor. Bloodclaw turned toward Lu Li and proudly declared that this was the absolute suppression of a superior bloodline, telling him to drown in despair. Right after that, he unleashed a devastating strike that blew off Lu Li's arm. The impact sent Lu Li flying backward again and again. He tried to steady himself with his legs, but one of them was cut off as well. Rabbit MC sighed that the underdog had lost both an arm and a leg. His speed advantage was gone, and the match was all but over. The only choice left was surrender or die in the arena. Bloodclaw crossed his arms with a sneer, saying Lu Li looked much better like this. He even declared that he would kill Lu Li in front of the crowd even after the match ended, just to make everyone remember his name for a few more days. While Bloodclaw imagined different ways to torture his opponent, Lu Li quietly calculated everything. The stage was set, and the prey was about to fall into the trap. Just 3 more steps. Bloodclaw kept laughing, telling Lu Li to say something to make things more entertaining. The distance between them was now only 2 steps. He pretended to apologize for stepping on Lu Li's leg. Now only 1 step remained. Lu Li's eyes suddenly changed. He knew the moment had finally arrived. Without wasting the chance, Lu Li swung his sword and charged straight at Bloodclaw. At the same time, the severed arm lying on the ground suddenly moved. The detached arm launched its sword from behind, while Lu Li attacked from the front at the exact same moment. Bloodclaw kept laughing, saying that kind of resistance was what made the fight interesting. Lu Li immediately unleashed backstab to finish the battle. The attacks from the front and back struck together, leaving Bloodclaw with no time to react. He only managed to cry out in shock before the sword from behind cut him down. Bloodclaw crashed face first onto the ground, while Lu Li calmly walked forward on his single remaining leg. Both guest commentators were completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. No one expected Lu Li to actually defeat the Blood War Mad Lion genius. The entire arena fell silent, with the audience too stunned to make a single sound. Even Rabbit MC froze in place, stammering without being able to say a word. Only then did Turtle MC finally speak up in excitement, praising it as one of the greatest comeback victories he had ever seen before breaking down the entire battle. According to him, Lu Li had planned everything from the very beginning. He deliberately showed off his speed, using his only advantage to wound a stronger enemy and slowly fuel Bloodclaw's rage, until all he wanted was to kill Lu Li in the most humiliating way possible. Once Bloodclaw completely lost his composure and fought with everything he had, Lu Li guided him into using his strongest trump card. That trump card was the Blood Origin skill known as Blood Rage Lion's Roar. The most unbelievable part was that Lu Li had intentionally allowed his arm and leg to be cut off as part of his plan. When everyone believed he had reached a dead end, Lu Li used the special property of Frostbone Skull to maintain a mental link with his severed limbs and launch the decisive strike. That was how he pulled off an incredible comeback and defeated a far stronger opponent. Turtle MC asked if his analysis was correct, then pointed toward a level 10 player with the ID Jian Yue. At that moment, Lu Li leaped into the air and dove down to deliver the finishing blow. Bloodclaw panicked, screaming that he did not want to die. He begged for mercy and tried to surrender. But Lu Li had only one thought in mind: finish the job completely. Up above, Zhang Huaishui also began paying close attention. Just as Lu Li was about to finish Bloodclaw, Zhang Huaishui suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. He struck with overwhelming force, shattering Lu Li's body in a single blow. Lu Li's body was almost completely destroyed. All he could do was regret that he had been just 1 step away from succeeding. At the critical moment, Wu Ye appeared and quickly caught Lu Li's skull in her palm. She then unleashed Blue Sky Finger and attacked Zhang Huaishui directly. The strike injured Zhang Huaishui's arm. Furious, he shouted at Wu Yue, demanding an explanation for daring to attack him over someone on her side. Ignoring his anger, Wu Ye immediately used her power to heal Lu Li. Looking at Lu Li, Wu Yue declared that from now on he belonged to her. Right after that, Lu Li's shattered body began regenerating at an astonishing speed. She had just used Blue Sky Finger, her famous signature technique. It dealt 206 magic damage in a straight line, ignored the target's magic defense, and applied a healing block effect that prevented recovery for 60 seconds. After checking his condition, Wu Ye nodded with satisfaction, saying Lu Li had recovered to about 70 or 80%. Lu Li clenched his fist and realized not only had his destroyed frost bone been restored, but it had become even stronger than before. Wu Yue smiled faintly and loudly called for the 2 commentators hiding nearby, warning that if they delayed announcing the result, they would be the next to get hit. Hearing that, Rabbit MC and Turtle MC immediately broke into a cold sweat, rushed out, and hurriedly prepared to make the announcement. The commentary echoed through the arena once again, congratulating Jian Yue for defeating every opponent and becoming the champion of this year's Storm Arena. The system immediately awarded 5,000 experience points, raising Lu Li to level 15 and unlocking the passive skill Shadow Step, permanently increasing agility by 20 points. His status screen was updated with the identity Shattered Skull Warrior, the Assassin class, and the title Storm Arena Champion. The next reward was a level 15 epic dagger called Blood Cry Assassin Blade. The moment Lu Li picked it up, it felt perfectly balanced in his hand. Blood Cry Assassin Blade required level 15 and was exclusive to assassins. It greatly increased attack, critical rate, and speed, while converting 10 of the damage dealt into health for the user. Turtle MC immediately commented that it was an incredibly valuable weapon because of its life-steal effect. Rabbit MC agreed, saying it was especially powerful in long battles. As soon as Lu Li finished claiming his rewards, Wu Yue urged him to prepare for the next stage, called Storm Tribulation, leaving him completely confused. Rabbit MC quickly explained that Storm Arena had 2 rounds. After the champion was decided, they entered Storm Tribulation, where the champion became the limited-time boss for every player over the next 8 hours. The goal was to survive while defeating as many players as possible to earn experience, contribution points, and rewards that could be exchanged for equipment, skills, or rank upgrades. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaishui coldly declared that his conflict with Wu Yue was far from over. He accused her of openly attacking the North Moon Hall Master, calling it a direct declaration of war, and threatened to report everything to the city lord. Jiang Huaishui continued accusing Wu Yue of trying to seize control of military resources, to gradually take over power, even claiming she was plotting a rebellion. Hearing this, Wu Yue simply sighed and bluntly called him a hateful old man. Jiang Huaishui angrily demanded an answer, but Wu Ye fired back that he was the one who had broken the rules by interfering with the Storm Arena. She exposed his secret deal with Blood Claw's clan to rig the championship. The argument grew more intense, and Wu Ye even threatened to cut off all his military supplies, salary, and equipment if he kept causing trouble. Watching the two argue non-stop, Lu Li asked if they were really going to fight. Rabbit MC pulled him away and said that if those two actually clashed, half the city would probably be wiped out. Wu Ye only glanced over and urged Lu Li to join the event immediately. Before he left, she threw out one final warning. If he could not kill 1,000 players, he should not even think about coming back. Right then, the system displayed a notification for a newly unlocked random achievement. Since Lu Li had reached level 10, the system immediately generated a new mission. Storm Tribulation officially began with an 8th time limit, and his operation codename became Blood Moon Walker. The achievement required Lu Li to fulfill Wu Yuu's challenge by killing 1,000 players during Storm Tribulation. If time ran out before he succeeded, the mission would disappear forever. A server-wide announcement immediately appeared. The limited-time boss, Blood Moon Walker, had descended, calling on every player to join forces and defeat him. Player teams across the world quickly gathered to hunt the boss. At the same time, the 10,000-year bracelet reacted to its master's level up and completed its first enhancement, granting 5 points to every basic attribute. The system explained that the equipment was currently only common quality. Every 10 levels, its quality would increase by 1 rank. The first activation also granted 1 random exclusive class skill, and every future quality upgrade would provide another chance to obtain a new skill. Just as waves of players rushed in together, Lu Li effortlessly dodged every attack. At the same time, the system finished granting his random skill. He obtained Wind of the Hunt, which unleashed 4 consecutive slashes with damage increasing from 110 to 150. If the target died, the combo automatically jumped to another enemy within 10 meters. The passive effect also added 1 extra 150 damage slash for every kill. After testing it once, Lu Li instantly wiped out several players, and the combo chain kept growing. Lu Li quickly realized how to maximize the skill. He only needed to weaken as many enemies as possible before activating Wind of the Hunt. The combo accelerated non-stop, climbing from X2 to X5, then X10, and finally reaching X16 in only a few moments. Lu Li calculated that, in theory, the chain could continue forever as long as enemies kept dying. The system also updated his progress, showing 41,000 targets defeated while constantly awarding experience and contribution points. Lu Li summoned Shishi and asked whether every player could always see his location. Shishi confirmed that the system permanently revealed the boss coordinates to all players. Lu Li's Blood Moon Walker form began glowing, and he smiled because everything had just become much easier. Sure enough, players everywhere started shouting as they searched for the boss location. But before they could even find Lu Li, they were cut down one after another by his blade. His kill count quickly climbed to 56, then past 156. The number kept rising, reaching 266, then 298, and finally 314 kills. After sweeping through the area, Lu Li sat on a tree branch to rest. He noticed that fewer players were coming this way, so he decided to move elsewhere. Looking at the piles of equipment scattered across the ground, Lu Li could only sigh in regret. As a boss, he could not pick up player loot, so everything had to be left behind. Just then, someone ran over with an ecstatic grin, convinced he had struck the jackpot. The man burst into laughter, believing this was the kind of lucky break only the main character would get. But before he could finish talking, Lu Li appeared and sliced cleanly across his neck. The man died in panic, screaming that he was the real main character and that the system had to be bugged. He even cried over all his lost gear and money. Lu Li simply shook his head, annoyed by how much the man talked. Not long afterward, another group rushed over. Seeing equipment scattered everywhere, they all thought they were about to get rich and charged in to grab it. Instead, Lu Li eliminated the entire group in an instant, raising his total kill count to 444. Even so, Lu Li felt this pace was still far too slow for his goal. After thinking for a moment, he came up with another idea and contacted a Fei. Lu Li sent his coordinates and told a Fei to come alone immediately. On the other end, a Fei happily assumed his brother was calling him over to give him a staff, some gear, or another gift. Without wasting a second, a Fei rushed straight to the marked location. But the moment he saw the scene before him, he froze in place, too stunned to say a single word. The system also took the opportunity to explain that no guild was absolutely good or evil. The most important thing was finding the one that suited you, because playing with like-minded people made the experience far more enjoyable. Elsewhere, the system announced that Luna had soloed the level 15 epic boss, Giant Warrior, and claimed the reward. Luna, a level 18 Moon Knight with a hidden class, had balanced stats and the Shining Rising Star title for ranking in the regional top 100. After her victory, she obtained the level 15 epic item, Heart of Resistance. The bracelet granted 10 points to every attribute and had a 20 chance to increase resistance by 20 whenever its wearer was affected by a crowd control skill. Watching the entire battle from a tree, Lu Li was genuinely surprised. It was the first time he had seen a player defeat an epic boss alone. He immediately asked Shishi to investigate Luna. Shishi quickly reported that Moon Knight was a hidden swordmaster class, famous for its perfectly balanced stats. Its attacks combined both physical and magical damage, offering a high minimum power level and tremendous growth potential. Meanwhile, Luna suddenly felt someone secretly watching her and calmly scanned her surroundings. Just then, a group emerged from the forest with greedy smiles, asking if she had just obtained a purple-grade item. They pretended to be polite and asked to borrow the equipment so they could admire it. Luna calmly replied that they were obviously trying to rob her. The leader immediately grinned and denied it, claiming he only wanted to make friends, borrow the item for a few days, and would definitely return it. Watching from afar, Lu Li thought this was just another familiar fight over loot. Luna coldly looked at the group and gave a simple reply. If they wanted it, they could come and take it themselves. The group sneered and closed in on Luna, believing she still did not know fear and deciding to teach her a lesson. Without taking a single step back, Luna calmly drew her sword and prepared to fight. With one brilliant slash filled with radiant light, she cut down 2 enemies instantly. The bald leader immediately turned pale, sweating as he realized he had picked a fight with someone far too strong. He quickly invoked the Tyrant Guild, threatening Luna that attacking him would come with serious consequences. But before he could finish speaking, Luna kicked his head clean off, killing him instantly. She then spoke indifferently, telling the person hiding nearby to come out as well. Hearing that, Lu Li jumped down from above. The moment they saw each other, both recognized the other's strength. Lu Li was surprised she had detected him, while Luna decided that fighting here would only attract more trouble from the guild. Lu Li also judged that defeating her now was not worth the cost. Even so, the two decided to test each other and charged forward at the same time. Before they could clash, members of the Tyrant Guild arrived in a noisy crowd, pointing at Luna and shouting for revenge. Luna frowned slightly, not expecting their reinforcements to arrive so quickly. As if that was not enough, another boss hunting group appeared, shouting excitedly after discovering Blood Moon Walker. Seeing the situation become increasingly chaotic, both Lu Li and Luna chose to retreat. Lu Li leaped right over the Tyrant Guild members to escape. Someone noticed the boss flying past, but they were too focused on chasing Luna to go after him. As for Luna, she ran straight through the boss hunting party. They assumed she was just another player and enthusiastically invited her to join their team. Only after both of them had disappeared did the two groups realize they had lost their targets and immediately give chase. Shouts echoed everywhere as both sides rushed forward, each afraid the other would steal the target first. In the middle of the chaos, the two groups crashed into each other. Angry yelling erupted as everyone insisted they were either chasing someone or hunting the boss. The scene became even more chaotic as people were trampled, knocked over, and surrounded by non-stop shouting. While everyone was still arguing, they suddenly realized Lu Li and Luna had circled back. Lu Li immediately charged into the crowd, beginning another brutal massacre. Luna was no less terrifying. Every swing of her sword claimed multiple lives. One panicked player randomly cast Fireball, but his teammates could only scream in warning because it was already too late. Another archer fired Scatter Shot wildly, throwing the battlefield into even greater chaos. One arrow even lodged itself straight into a teammate's backside, making the confusion even worse. In just moments, skills like Whirlwind Slash, Lightning Bolt, and Giant Hammer collided across the battlefield. Cries for help echoed non-stop. Some players were on the verge of death, others were bleeding out, and many more fell to waves of area attacks. Right then, Lu Li activated Wind of the Hunt again, causing his combo chain to explode even further. The players could only curse in despair, convinced this boss was completely broken because the skill chain never seemed to end. Lu Li's kill count quickly climbed to 702, then 839, and finally reached 956. Before long, Lu Li's kill count reached 999 out of the required 1,000. After wiping out both groups, Lu Li and Luna finally had the chance to face each other head-on. Their swords collided with tremendous force, creating a thunderous blast across the area. Right then, the system announced that Lu Li had completed the mission of eliminating 1,000 players. The story then shifted to a seaside villa. The owner was Bai Xiaoyue, who was also Luna in the game. Her butler invited her downstairs for dinner at her parents' request, but she sadly replied that everyone should eat without her because she had no appetite. Sitting alone, she coughed softly a few times, before picking up a pen to record everything she had learned. In her notebook, Bai Xiaoyu analyzed Blood Moon Walker as an assassin-type boss, with around 75 to 80 attack, 100 to 105 agility, and suspected that the boss possessed extremely high intelligence. The system also explained the meaning of each attribute. Strength determined physical damage, intelligence affected magic damage and spellcasting, agility controlled movement speed, evasion, and critical hits, constitution determined health, mana, and defense, resistance reduced negative status effects, while charm increased NPC favorability, made hidden quests easier to trigger, and improved the drop rate for rare equipment and skills. After confirming the random mission was complete, the system rewarded Lu Li with an item called Phantom God Earring. This mythic item could change the user's race. After transforming, the player gained a new appearance, racial talents, the corresponding language, and could choose from races such as humans, elves, sea monsters, and many others. Holding the Phantom God Earring, Lu Li could not help but admire it. A reward for killing 1,000 players truly lived up to its difficulty because the item's strategic value and versatility were extraordinary. Storm Tribulation officially came to an end. The system calculated the final rewards and granted Lu Li another 1,000 contribution points. At the same time, he learned a new skill called Rending Dragon Fang, enhancing his basic attacks to deal 180 physical damage, ignore 20 points of the target's defense, and giving them a 20 chance to inflict bleeding. After the event ended, Lu Li returned to the grand arena. The audience immediately erupted into cheers. Rabbit MC excitedly announced that Zhang Yue had completed Storm Tribulation by defeating exactly 1,000 players. Turtle MC smiled brightly and declared that Lu Li fully deserved the title of Storm's Rising Star. Right after that, the system confirmed that he had earned the achievement, Storm Rising Star. Watching Wu Yue chat with Lu Li from a distance, Zhang Huaishui gritted his teeth in fury. Wu Yue merely glanced at Lu Li and said that his performance this time was acceptable. At least he had not embarrassed her. After saying that, she gestured for him to follow her. Their destination was the first secret realm of Blood Moon City, a place known as the Evolution Blood Pool. The moment he arrived, Lu Li was astonished. Ever since unlocking the hidden storyline, everything had unfolded completely differently from the game he once knew. Folding her arms, Wu Yue asked Lu Li if he knew why Bloodclaw had completely outclassed everyone else, despite being the same level. She then answered her own question. It was all because of bloodline. She explained that just as equipment had different quality tiers, racial bloodlines also varied in strength. Human bloodlines ranked at the very lowest tier. Lu Li immediately guessed that this place was related to upgrading bloodlines. Wu Ye confirmed that this was one of the 2 blood pools under her control. She told Lu Li to choose any area within the blood pool and step inside. How far he could evolve would depend entirely on his own destiny and potential. Meanwhile, at the North Moon Hall of Blood Moon City, a wine glass was smashed onto the floor. Zhang Huaishui roared in anger, swearing that his conflict with Wu Yue was far from over. He was furious that Bloodclaw had refused to follow his orders, causing him to lose all face. One of his subordinates quickly stepped forward and urged him to calm down. The subordinate explained that the situation was not entirely bad. The Mad Lion clan had already wanted Zhang Huaishui's support, and now that he had openly protected them, their loyalty would only grow stronger. Even so, Zhang Huaishui still could not swallow his anger. When the subordinate claimed to have a plan, he immediately demanded to hear it. The subordinate smiled and said that, although they could not openly target Wu Yue, they still had a way to make her furious. He leaned close and whispered his plan into Zhang Huaishui's ear. After hearing it, Zhang Huaishui immediately nodded in approval and ordered him to carry it out. Back at the blood pool, Wu Ye quietly observed Lu Li and realized he was absorbing its energy much faster than she had expected. She also concluded that the hidden potential within his body was truly extraordinary. Right then, a voice suddenly called out to Wu Yue. A squad from the City Lord's Guard arrived with an order, demanding she return to see the City Lord at once. Wu Yue frowned and said she was busy and would return after finishing her business. The captain immediately took out the blood summons token to force her compliance. He reminded her that anyone who received the blood summons token had to return immediately or face execution. Wu Yue could only sigh and agree. Before leaving, she deliberately told Lu Li that rocks sometimes fell in this area and warned him to be careful. After giving her warning, Wu Yue left with the guard squad. Once she was out of sight, the leader of the group revealed a sinister smile. At that moment, a dazzling pillar of light appeared above Lu Li. His body slowly shrank as the evolution process took effect. In the end, he turned into a glowing sphere floating in the air. At that very moment, a hidden group quietly approached. It was the Shadow Squad, the trusted subordinates of Zhuang Huaishui. Without hesitation, they all drew their swords and charged straight at Lu Li. On the way back, Wu Yue glanced at the distant pillar of light and smiled. She knew the evolution had begun, and the blood summons token had only forced her to leave for a short time. Instead of continuing on, Wu Yue calmly sat on a large rock to watch from afar. The captain of the City Lord's Guard asked in confusion why she had stopped. She simply crossed her legs and casually replied that the view from here was excellent. Meanwhile, Zhuang Huaishui's Shadow Squad fought over the chance to claim the greatest achievement. One of them immediately slashed his sword at the glowing sphere where Lu Li was evolving, but the sphere created a violent vortex of light around itself. Then Lu Li slowly stepped out from the center of the radiant light. One man stared in confusion and asked where his attack had gone. Another had no idea what happened, but still urged everyone to keep attacking. At the command, the entire Shadow Squad charged together. By now, Lu Li's appearance had completely changed. A pair of horns had grown from his head, and his aura was nothing like before. The two men in front noticed something was wrong and hurriedly tried to warn the others. But before they could finish saying, "Be careful," both of their heads hit the ground. The remaining assassins froze in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Realizing their opponent was far stronger than expected, the Shadow Squad immediately switched tactics. Their leader ordered everyone to launch the second battle plan. The story then moved on to the next stage of the battle. A Shadow Squad member instantly used Shadow Follow Blade to launch a surprise attack, but even a direct hit could not leave a single scratch on Lu Li. Lu Li merely stepped back with ease and avoided the attack effortlessly. He casually countered with one strike and sent the attacker flying away, covered in blood. Clutching his severed arm, the man gritted his teeth as he realized the intelligence had been completely wrong. Lu Li's strength had far exceeded every estimate. Only one thought remained in his mind. They had to eliminate this target at any cost. He recalled the teachings once given to the Shadow Squad. Zhuang Huaishui had told them they were the pride of Beiyue Hall, born only to complete missions, serving as both the sword and the shield of the organization, while carrying his will and the glory of Blood Moon City. Thinking of those words, the leader roared that the glory of Blood Moon rested in their hands. The others shouted in unison, swearing to put the mission above everything else. Without hesitation, they all stabbed their own stomachs with their swords to activate a sacrificial secret art. The energy of every squad member immediately gathered into the leader's body. His severed arm quickly regenerated, and he instantly charged forward with his sword. Lu Li's figure also began to fade as if dissolving into thin air. Then, a streak of light flashed straight through the leader. By the time everyone realized what had happened, Lu Li had already killed him with a single strike. Watching the entire battle, Wu Yue could not hide her satisfaction. She remarked that the recent storm tribulation had clearly brought Lu Li tremendous gains. As she spoke, Wu Yue fixed her eyes on Lu Li's newly evolved body. Lu Li hurriedly covered himself with his hands, but Wu Yue casually said it was useless and told him to put his hands down. Then she smiled and said his performance had pleased her, so she was willing to grant him one wish. Instead of asking for a reward, Lu Li only asked about the whereabouts of someone named Han Yixiao. Hearing that name, Wu Ye let out a soft sigh. She replied that Han Yixiao was no longer here and might even be dead. Hearing that, Lu Li lowered his head and asked what had really happened. Wu Ye reminded him that counted as his second question. Lu Li clenched his fists and struggled to keep his emotions under control. Seeing his reaction, Wu Yue decided to tell him anyway, but first she wanted to confirm something. She said that ever since he heard Han Yixiao's name at the storm platform, Lu Li had kept looking at her. He even deliberately stood out just to get close enough to ask about her disciple. Lu Li closed his eyes and calmly admitted that Han Yixiao was his older brother. Childhood memories instantly came flooding back to him, back when the 3 orphan children lived together in an orphanage. A group of older kids laughed as they snatched a Fai's stuffed bear and mocked him without mercy. They deliberately held it high above their heads to keep bullying him. Back then, young Lu Li was beaten until he was covered in bruises, while a Fei cried and begged them to return the only gift their mother had left behind. Instead of giving it back, they threw the brothers' books onto the ground and kept laughing at them. The leader arrogantly claimed the orphanage belonged to his mother, so everything there belonged to him, while the other children were nothing but abandoned trash. After saying that, he ripped both arms off the teddy bear right in front of a Fei. A Fei burst into tears and desperately begged them to give back his mother's gift. Furious, Lu Li grabbed a pen and rushed forward to fight back. Just then, Han Yixiao suddenly charged in from behind and smashed a frying pan straight over the bullies' heads. A fierce fight broke out, and Han Yixiao beat them so badly they could only beg for mercy. In the end, they ran away clutching their heads, still shouting threats as they fled. After everything was over, a Fei looked at Han Yixiao with admiration, while Lu Li curiously asked who he was and why he had helped them. Han Yixiao smiled and introduced himself. He said that as long as they could still smile, they could overcome any hardship. From now on, he would protect both of them and never let anyone bully them again. Lu Li choked back his tears as he told Wu Yue that Han Yixiao was his only remaining family. Hearing those words, Wu Yue also remembered the days she had spent with her disciple. Back then, Han Yixiao had smiled and asked if his master could give him more ordinary equipment instead. He said he had 2 younger brothers, and as the eldest, the best gear should always go to them. Wu Yue quietly mentioned a name that immediately shocked Lu Li, Endless Inferno. Then she began telling him what had happened that day. At the time, Han Yixiao had just defeated the ancient Knight King Dan and defended his Storm Platform Championship with a streak of 10 straight victories. As usual, he entered the Storm Tribulation after his win, but that time he never returned. 4 hours after the event ended, Agile Rabbit began to grow uneasy. Turtle still refused to accept the truth because, by the rules, everyone who completed the Storm Tribulation should have been teleported back. After a long search, we only confirmed that the last place Han Yixiao had appeared was Endless Inferno. Lu Li immediately asked if they already knew the location, why not go there directly? Wu Yue gently shook her head. She said she could not enter that place because a mysterious force blocked all teleportation. Lu Li fell into deep thought. A place that could not be reached by teleportation was clearly far more complicated than he had imagined. He immediately summoned Xixi and ordered her to search for every piece of information related to Endless Inferno. Xixi immediately began searching the database, but only a few seconds later, the search failed. Xixi reported that the data was corrupted. Lu Li ordered her to access the database directly and switch to manual input mode, but Xixi replied that he did not have the required authorization. Watching Lu Li mumble to himself, Wu Yue looked completely confused. Lu Li forced himself to think calmly. Endless Inferno was the last place his brother had appeared before disappearing, and also the final offline location in the game. If he wanted the truth, he had to go there. A password prompt suddenly appeared before him. The system displayed that account number 1208 was accessing the database. Lu Li's consciousness quickly entered the system. He immediately searched for the source code related to Endless Inferno, but what appeared before him was a completely unfamiliar block of code. The system instantly issued a warning after detecting unauthorized access and began preparing a forced logout. As Lu Li tried to open the source code, he was shocked to discover that someone was directly modifying the game's core data. Warning alerts echoed non-stop. A moment later, the system forcibly kicked him out. Lu Li stood frozen, unable to believe someone was actually capable of tampering with the game's source code. Wu Yue let out a quiet sigh and said that was everything she knew. If he wanted more answers, he would have to investigate on his own. Lu Li understood that his only remaining path was to reach Endless Inferno himself. He asked Wu Yue how to get there, and she reminded him that this was already his third question. Just then, Shishi suddenly spoke up and said she knew a way back to the player world. According to the game records, Phantom Moon had two separate worlds, the player world and the boss world. Only a few special methods allowed travel between them, such as using an Asura Hell invitation or entering the Storm Tribulation event to temporarily enter the player world as a boss. Shishi also explained that the source code was the foundation of the entire game. Anyone who could alter it without putting the system into maintenance was doing something that should have been impossible. Lu Li asked Wu Yue if there was any other way to reach the player world. She replied that she only knew about the Storm Tribulation, but that method came with a strict time limit. She then brought up Han Yixiao. Even after completing Blood Pool Evolution twice, he still could not return. So with Lu Li's current strength, his chances were even slimmer. After hearing that, he quietly began thinking. Shishi appeared again and insisted that she truly knew another route back to the player world. Lu Li immediately asked what it was. Shishi told him to simply follow her. Seeing Lu Li turn to leave, Wu Ye asked where he was going. He replied that he had found another way to reach the player world. The moment she heard the term player world, Wu Yue realized it was the other world Lu Li had mentioned before. She smiled with interest, wished him good luck, and said she would wait for good news. Meanwhile, a Fae was clearing monsters alone as waves of magic turned the battlefield into a sea of flames. Every monster was blasted away by his blazing fire spells. A Fae had now reached level 23 and become a blazing mage. He proudly believed no monster could challenge him anymore. A group of girls surrounded him with compliments. One called him handsome, another asked for mana potions, while another acted scared of bugs and begged him to carry her. Surrounded by so much attention, a Fae could not stop smiling. Then he remembered the girls, mentioning a merchant who bought equipment at very high prices. When he asked again, they confirmed the merchant would arrive soon. Excited, a Fae followed the group to the meeting spot, already planning to replace all his gear after selling everything. But after walking for a while, a Fae sensed something was wrong. By the time he realized it, a group of strangers had already surrounded him. A man wearing glasses, who seemed to be the leader, cracked his knuckles and smirked, saying they had finally caught a fat target. A Fae immediately stepped in front of the girls to protect them and loudly demanded to know who they were. Behind them, several people dressed in black stepped forward, preparing to introduce themselves. But before they could finish, they suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind a Fae. A deep slash ripped across a Fae's back, sending him flying forward in a spray of blood. Even through the pain, he still asked who they really were. The group sneered and revealed they were members of the North Face Guild. Only then did a Fae realize the girls had been bait all along. They celebrated luring such a valuable target, while a Fae lay trembling on the ground, weakly calling out, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, let me introduce them. This is beauty's deadly thorn, this is love's ultimate scam, and the last one is your pain, my profit." In the game, all three belonged to the North Face Guild, using the IDs Mei Shen, Mei Ming, and Mei Qian as members of Team 3 Beauties. After returning to reality, they even waved politely, as if nothing had happened. Hearing that, a Fae exploded with rage as flames seemed ready to consume everything. Losing money was one thing, but mocking his sincere feelings was something he could never forgive. The man with glasses laughed, saying it looked like this prey was not going to cooperate willingly. The moment he finished speaking, the entire group charged together. A Fae threw two devastating punches, smashing both of the first attackers right in the stomach. The two were sent flying backward, but others instantly rushed in to replace them. Not wanting to waste time, a Fae unleashed blazing fire and engulfed the attackers in flames. Just then, an arrow suddenly tore through the air. He caught the arrow with one hand, but its impact was so powerful that it shoved him several steps backward. As soon as the arrow flew past, a girl rushed in with a smile, shouting that she had come for a Fae. A Fae angrily yelled at her to get lost, and the two forces collided head-on in the middle of the battlefield. After the clash, a Fae was knocked back and silently cursed the previous battle for draining so much of his strength. The girls mocked him, saying he was completely out of mana. The Witch Hat girl even held a level 99 mana potion, demanding he hand over all the loot from the limited-time boss. They also declared the area was completely surrounded. If a Fae refused to cooperate, they would kill him over and over since players revived after dying in the wilderness, losing gear and experience with every death until nothing was left. After hearing that, a Fae could only let out a long sigh. Then he raised both hands as if preparing a spell, but instead started muttering nothing but a stream of curses, leaving everyone speechless. The man across from him instantly lost his temper, charged forward with his sword, and shouted for him to shut up. A Fei felt completely helpless, and silently apologized to his second brother for failing to protect the loot and letting it all be stolen. Just as the purple-haired man prepared the finishing blow, Liu Li suddenly appeared right behind him. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu Li swung his sword in one clean strike. After attacking, Liu Li swept his cold gaze across the crowd and declared that not a single one of them would escape today. The moment a Fei saw him, he excitedly shouted, "Second brother." The status window appeared. ID Zhan Yue, level 23, human race. A Fei became certain this was his second brother. Liu Li looked at him helplessly. "I was gone for such a short time, and you already ended up like this." A Fei immediately hugged Liu Li's leg and burst into tears, complaining that the group had not only stolen all his gear, but also tricked his feelings. The girls whispered among themselves, realizing the newcomer was the older brother a Fei kept talking about. If he was family, he must be just as rich. At that thought, greed filled their eyes as they smiled, convinced they were about to make another huge profit. A Fei turned around and loudly told them to call out all their teammates. But even after more than 15 minutes, no one appeared, leaving him completely confused. When the group finally looked back, they were horrified to find all their subordinates already lying unconscious on the ground. The girls stammered in fear, having no idea when it had happened. Just then, a Fei suddenly appeared behind them and shouted, making all of them jump in terror. He coldly reminded them that they had just claimed they would step over his dead body. The girl broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly insisted it had only been a joke. A Fei sneered and replied, not you're a Fei. A Fei's grandfather." Then he grabbed all 3 girls by the throat and killed them without mercy. After everything was over, the 2 brothers walked away while chatting. A Fei happily said the North Face Guild had done so many shady things that they had collected plenty of loot. Liu Li nodded, and a Fei immediately asked if there had been any progress in finding their eldest brother. Liu Li answered in a heavy voice that the only confirmed clue was the last place their eldest brother had appeared, Endless Inferno. Hearing that, a Fei realized they finally had a clear lead. However, Liu Li also pointed out that the location did not exist in the game's database. It was likely a secret high-level map, and their current strength was nowhere near enough to enter. A Fei asked what they should do next and said he would follow whatever plan Liu Li made. Liu Li decided they should first head to the nearest town to organize their equipment and supplies. A Fei immediately started thinking about making money again, complaining that he would never trust online dating anymore, since the 3 beautiful girls had all turned out to be men. Then he even asked Liu Li for the secret behind his dark skin because he wanted a makeover too. At the same time, the scene shifted to the southern outskirts of Ken Town. As they entered the town, Liu Li thought to himself that he had finally returned to the familiar game world. A Fei, meanwhile, was still the same as ever. He grabbed a random girl's hand and started chatting as if they already knew each other. Right then, he received a friend request from Mel and immediately rejected it. At a shop that bought used equipment, a player sighed after selling a pile of gear. Everything he owned had only earned him a few hundred gold, and he had no idea when he would finally be able to afford a full set of purple equipment. Even the dog beside him could only tell him to focus on leveling up first. The old shopkeeper stroked his beard and proudly claimed his store always offered fair prices and never cheated anyone. Soon, a Fei and Liu Li walked in. The old man warmly asked if they wanted to sell equipment, and Liu Li placed an item on the counter. After carefully inspecting every piece, the old man looked genuinely surprised. They were all high-quality items, with even a few top-tier treasures. In the end, he offered 95,000 gold. A Fei's eyes lit up the moment he heard the number. Converted to real-world money, it was an incredible fortune. Instead of accepting right away, Liu Li suddenly complimented the old man's hairstyle, leaving A Fei completely confused. The old man became so touched that he jumped to his feet, grabbed Liu Li's hand, and repeatedly praised his refined sense of style. Liu Li could only awkwardly nod along. Flattered in exactly the right way, the old man immediately raised the offer to 100,000 gold. Just like that, the 2 brothers officially became owners of more than 100,000 gold. A Fei scratched his head in confusion, wondering what kind of magic trick that had been. Liu Li explained that it was actually a hidden feature programmed into the game. The developer's idea was simple. If he could not fix his own baldness, then he would make the whole world appreciate it. The old man happily paid them, while A Fei was about to say something about becoming a girl. Before he could finish, the system interrupted. The hidden merchant effect had been successfully activated, increasing the transaction price by another 10%. The brothers instantly became even richer. Fei remembered they still had several purple-grade items and asked if they should sell those too. Lu Li shook his head and said it was not the right time yet. After that, the two headed to the auction house, where a massive crowd was already waiting outside. Fei looked around at the bustling scene in amazement. It was his first time visiting the place. Someone jokingly asked how a first-time visitor felt about the auction house. Fei simply replied, "There sure are a lot of people." The crowd behind them grew impatient and kept urging the staff to open the doors because they had already waited long enough. Just then, a short young man walked up to the two guards at the entrance. He politely clasped his hands together and begged for help, explaining he was only a few hundred gold short of the entry requirement. There was an extremely important item today, and he hoped they could make an exception. The guards coldly refused, saying rules were rules. If he could not even afford the 10,000 gold entrance fee, he should stop wasting everyone's time and move aside. The people in line also became annoyed, telling the country bumpkin to stop blocking the entrance because the doors were about to open. Right then, Lu Li and Fei walked over and patted the young man on the shoulder. While the crowd continued mocking him, Fei calmly said the young man was with them. The short man stared at them in surprise. The two guards were about to ask where the three of them came from, but the moment they noticed a face, massive wealth title, displayed above him, their expressions instantly changed. They quickly opened the doors, bowed respectfully, welcomed the three inside as honored guests, and immediately called for staff to provide first-class service. Inside was a vast hall filled with luxury and elegance. The short young man bowed gratefully for their help and promised to repay the favor someday. Fei simply waved it off with a smile and told him to take care of his own business first. A beautiful female attendant soon approached and introduced herself as Hong Tao 8. She would be personally serving Fei. Thanks to the wealth magnate title, the system automatically granted Fei a platinum VIP card. It allowed him to skip auction lines, reduced commission fees from 10% to 5%, and even provided loans based on the cardholder's credit. The moment Fei picked up the card, he started flirting, jokingly asking if it could also unlock the door to her heart. Hong Tao 8 froze on the spot. Fei followed up by asking if she believed in love at first sight, while Lu Li could only cover his face in embarrassment. Just then, a beautiful white-haired girl walked past, instantly changing the atmosphere. Lu's eyes immediately followed her, as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Hong Tao 8 led the brothers into a private lounge and explained that it guaranteed complete security and privacy for distinguished guests. She quickly prepared hot tea and politely invited them to enjoy it. Finally, Hong Tao 8 informed them that their epic-grade equipment would be listed immediately. Since items of this level were in extremely high demand, the auction would likely be finished within an hour. She then took out a sword and introduced it as Stardust, an epic-grade weapon currently ranked at the very top. She recommended entering it into the premium auction for the highest possible price and invited the brothers to stay, since they might also find something they needed. Fei suddenly leaned in, startling Hong Tao 8. With a serious look, he asked if she would be at the auction later, because he still had a lot he wanted to ask her. Lu Li did not waste any words. He immediately knocked Fei on the head, handed Hong Tao 8 a shopping list, and told her they would return in an hour. She respectfully agreed. Not long after, in the auction hall, the host invited everyone to take their seats, as the premium auction was about to begin. The auctioneer introduced himself as Fang Kuai, then opened with, "Items are priceless, but people always have a price." He hoped every guest would leave with what they came for. The entire hall applauded his opening speech. After thanking the guests, Fang Kuai officially declared the auction open and had the first item brought onto the stage. The opening item was the Heart of Fire, a gem that could be embedded into a weapon to grant the fire attribute and increase damage against wood element monsters. The starting bid was 20,000 gold. The bidding quickly heated up as bidder number 78 offered 25,000 gold, and bidder number 88 immediately raised it to 28,000. Then bidder number 36 jumped straight to 35,000 gold and loudly declared that he would never let anyone else have the gem. Inside, bidder number 36 was extremely nervous. That was every coin he had. He could only hope the price was high enough to scare everyone else away, especially since this was only the first item. Just as Fang Kuai was about to bring down the hammer at 35,000, bidder number 9 suddenly stood up and offered 50,000 gold. The entire hall erupted because the bid was far above the Heart of Fire's normal value. Everyone wondered who this wealthy buyer was. The young woman beside bidder number 9 gently held his hand and asked if the price was too high. The man simply smiled and replied that as long as she liked it, the cost did not matter, leaving her unable to hide her happiness. The hammer came down, and Fang Kuai officially declared the Heart of Fire, sold to bidder number 9 for 50,000 gold. Some people below sighed in disappointment because they had come only for that gem. Some beside them explained that bidder number 9 was Han Xiao, a famous rich player, so it was best not to compete with him. A Fei crossed his arms and sneered. In his opinion, spending 50,000 gold on a fire gem was a complete waste. The more he looked at Han Xiao, the more annoyed he became. Fang Kuai continued by introducing the second item, a special outfit called Perfect Maid, which transformed the wearer into a complete maid. The starting bid was 30,000 gold. The price quickly climbed to 31,000, 35,000, 40,000, and then 45,000 gold. After several more rounds of bidding, bidder number 66 won with 48,000 gold. The moment he won, bidder number 66 asked for the outfit immediately so he could try it on, drawing every eye in the hall. A staff member escorted him to the changing room. Moments later, an enormous overweight man walked out wearing the maid outfit. He happily commented that it was very comfortable and made him feel safe, leaving the entire audience speechless. A Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed to Lu Li that this game really offered incredible freedom. Lu Li simply nodded calmly. Fang Kuai cleared his throat to restore order before introducing the third item, the epic boot swift as a wolf. They had a 2 chance to increase movement speed. The starting bid was 40,000 gold. Han Xiao shocked everyone again by instantly bidding 80,000 gold, double the starting price. The crowd could only sigh because no one wanted to challenge such a wealthy player. With no further bids, the boots were quickly sold to Han Xiao for 80,000 gold, and the auction continued. The following items were also swept up by Han Xiao. One item was immediately bid up to 50,000 gold, another to 90,000, and every one of them was quickly sold. One item even started with an opening bid of only 12,000 gold. But whether the final price was 70,000, 60,000, or 40,000 gold, every item ultimately ended up in Han Xiao's hands. Many people stood up and left in frustration, complaining that rich people could buy whatever they wanted. A Fei gritted his teeth in anger and wanted nothing more than to teach Han Xiao a lesson. Lu Li calmly reminded him that it had nothing to do with them. Besides, if they wanted to sell their own item for a high price later, they would need Han Xiao to join the bidding. Fang Kuai checked the time and announced that the auction was nearing its end. The second to last item, and the most anticipated treasure of the day, was the epic sword Stardust. He began the introduction. Stardust required a level 20 swordsman, had 90 out of 100 durability remaining, granted 260 attack, 40 critical rate, 30 attack speed, dealt light element damage, and also had a 2 chance to trigger the Stardust effect, dealing additional magic damage with each attack. The auctioneer emphasized that Stardust's greatest value was its incredibly rare light element damage. For the main quests from levels 25 to 30, it was one of the best weapons available and was even considered the successor to Heavenly Calamity. The starting bid was 20,000 gold. Han Xiao immediately raised it to 25,000, convinced no one would dare compete because wealthy people never spent money carelessly. Han Xiao knew exactly what he was doing. All those earlier bids had been psychological pressure to set up this moment for the item he truly wanted. Just as he was feeling confident, a Fei calmly called out 30,000 gold. Han Xiao was slightly surprised, then instantly raised it to 35,000 after realizing he finally had a real opponent. A Fei refused to back down and immediately bid 40,000. Han Xiao grew annoyed because he had never heard of this person, but still raised it to 45,000. A Fei answered with 50,000 gold. That price made Han Xiao hesitate. After all, this was only gear for the current stage of the game, and spending too much on it was hardly worth it. Even the girl beside him quietly advised him to stop. After a brief pause, Han Xiao decided to keep going. To him, the item's value mattered less than the thrill of defeating someone at the auction. That feeling of victory was what he truly wanted. With that in mind, Han Xiao loudly bid 60,000 gold. The auctioneer confirmed that bidder number 9 had offered 60,000. A Fei was about to raise it to 70,000, but the moment he saw Lu Li quietly shake his head, he stopped. The auctioneer began counting. 60,000 going once, 60,000 going twice. Han Xiao was already convinced the sword was his. Just before the hammer fell, a voice came from the back. 1 million gold. Both Lu Li and A Fei froze in shock. Han Xiao's face instantly stiffened. He could not believe what he had just heard. The bidder was the white-haired girl who had passed by Lu Li earlier. The auctioneer immediately called out, 1 million going once, 1 million going twice, 1 million going 3 times. The hammer came down, and Stardust was officially sold for 1 million gold. After the auction ended, Lu Li and Fei left the hall together. Fei grinned from ear to ear, saying he never knew making money could feel this amazing. Lu Li calmly did the math. The 1 million gold had been completely unexpected. Their total sales reached 1,520,000 gold, and after spending 20,000 on purchases, they still had 1,320,000 gold left. After collecting the payment, the wealth ranking on their card also changed, jumping from 8,988 to 7,450. Seeing the number, Fei was stunned. That meant there were still 7,450 people in this region richer than they were. The number of wealthy players was unbelievable. Lu Li did not seem to care, and simply reminded Fei that it was time to continue the main quest. Fei eagerly agreed. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl silently watched the two of them from a distance. On the road from the southern outskirts toward Buskan village, Fei happily said they had to eat barbecue tonight, since it had been so long since they went out. Lu Li, however, remained silent. Unable to stand the silence, Fei kept trying to start a conversation, wondering why his second brother had suddenly become so quiet. Right then, Lu Li suddenly stopped walking. He coldly spoke, "The one who's been following us this whole time, come out." After a soft cough, the white-haired girl slowly stepped out from behind a tree. Fei immediately recognized her as the one who had bought the sword at the auction. He instantly took a fighting stance, thinking she had paid so much for the sword just to ambush and rob them. The girl quickly waved her hands and explained that she meant no harm. She had only followed them because the sword they had sold was once her weapon. What she wanted to know most was how that sword had ended up in their hands. Fei laughed, saying the explanation made no sense. He insisted that Stardust was the loot Lu Li had obtained after defeating a limited-time boss. The moment she heard the boss had been defeated, the white-haired girl's eyes widened in shock. She immediately rushed in front of Lu Li and seriously challenged him to a duel. Fei stood there completely confused, unable to understand how the conversation had suddenly taken such a sharp turn. Lu Li turned around and refused without hesitation, saying he had no interest. Fei quietly guessed that the girl was probably just looking for an excuse to get close to his second brother. Deep down, the white-haired girl made up her mind that she would defeat Lu Li no matter what. Leaving the matter behind, the two brothers continued their journey. They had only about 1/5 of the trip left before reaching Buskan village. Fei took the chance to ask about the strategy for the upcoming quest. Lu Li began explaining. Since this was content from an earlier version of the game, the difficulty was not too high. Buskan village was currently under siege by monsters. The first objective was to wipe out the monsters surrounding the village. After entering, the villagers would reveal why they were under siege. It turned out a little girl in the village possessed the body of radiant light, something the monsters desperately coveted. Their main mission was to escort the girl to the Radiant Light Sanctuary. Monsters would constantly ambush them along the way. Once they safely delivered the girl, the entire quest would be complete. After hearing the plan, Fei excitedly said that having his second brother as a guide was basically playing with cheat codes. As soon as he finished speaking, Buskan village came into view. Without hesitation, Fei rushed ahead, declaring that he would clear the way and show everyone what he could do. Just then, two girls in the village were chatting when they suddenly heard strange noises in the distance and sensed that something was wrong. Fei charged forward with unstoppable momentum, shouting for the monsters to come out and fight. The two girls panicked, thinking they were being attacked by a bandit, and immediately screamed for help. Seeing their reaction, Fei slammed on the brakes and asked who they were. The girls replied that they were villagers, and that they should be the ones asking who he was. Only then did Fei realize the misunderstanding, and quickly explained that he had come to complete a quest to eliminate the monsters. The moment they heard the word quest, both girls froze in surprise. They looked at Fei with hopeful eyes and cried out, "Could you really be the legendary hero we've been waiting for?" The girls immediately grabbed Fei by the hand and eagerly led him toward the village. They repeatedly invited the hero inside, while others rushed over, insisting on coming along too. The villagers' enthusiasm delighted Fei. Watching the whole scene from behind, Lu Li was completely speechless. News of the hero's arrival quickly spread throughout the village. Men, women, and children all rushed out to welcome him. One parent even pointed at Fei and told their child that he was the legendary hero who defeated evil, inspiring the child to dream of becoming just as strong someday. A villager who looked like a wild boar warmly invited a Fei to try the village's famous specialty, while someone else rushed over asking the hero for an autograph. Amid the lively celebration, the village chief stepped forward with an imposing presence to welcome them. He declared that the hero's arrival had brought light back to the village, drawing everyone's attention. The chief raised both hands and loudly ordered everyone to give their honored guest the grandest welcome possible. Cheers and applause instantly echoed throughout the village. A Fei quietly asked Lu Li why everything was so different from what he had described before. Lu Li guessed that destiny had modified the quest. Although the villagers' appearances and parts of the story had changed, the NPC dialogue remained almost identical. The village chief then asked everyone what the greatest welcome for a hero should be. The entire village shouted in unison, "A grand feast." A cheerful girl happily grabbed a Fei's hand and led him toward the banquet. Amid cheers and celebration, everyone headed to the feast together. Lu Li took the opportunity to ask whether he could first go see the village's purple lingling flowers. The chief said yes, but still suggested enjoying the feast before going. That answer only made Lu Li even more suspicious. The banquet soon began, with the villagers eating, drinking, and laughing together. After eating for a while, a Fei praised the food, saying it tasted even better than real life. When he heard the flavors were faithfully simulated, he became even more eager to try everything. A villager brought over a strange bowl of food with an eyeball floating inside and enthusiastically invited them to taste the village's famous meat dish. As he bit into it, juice immediately splattered everywhere. Lu Li quickly stopped Fei from taking another bite, reminding him that finishing the quest came first. Fei obeyed, though he could not hide his disappointment as everyone else continued enjoying the feast. Fei wondered if they had to question every NPC to find their target. Lu Li shook his head and said careful observation would reveal the answer quickly. While the villagers remained absorbed in eating and celebrating, no one paid attention to their surroundings. Not far away, a little girl quietly stood holding an apple. Lu Li calmly walked over, approached from behind, and gently tapped her on the shoulder. He asked if she wanted to go to the Radiant Temple. The girl's eyes immediately widened. Her eyes turned red with emotion as she trembled, and asked if he was the hero who had come to save her. At that very moment, the quest officially began. Fei suddenly sensed something was wrong, and quickly warned Lu Li. Sure enough, a group of demon beasts with glowing red eyes had appeared behind them. Just as the brothers prepared to take the little girl away, the monsters completely blocked their escape. The pig-like creature began transforming, its body rapidly growing into a gigantic monster. In just moments, the entire horde of monsters surrounded Lu Li's group and charged in together. Lu Li moved with incredible speed and cut one down with a single slash. The next one was burned alive by a Fei's flames and collapsed on the spot. The two monster corpses dropped to the ground, letting out piercing screams. But even more monsters rushed in right after them. While protecting the little girl, Fei and Lu Li kept moving to avoid being surrounded. A massive explosion shook the entire house. After fighting for a while longer, every monster in the area was lying on the ground. Fei leaned on one knee and gasped for breath after exhausting so much strength. Just then, one monster's arm suddenly twitched. A moment later, every corpse on the ground stood back up, as if they had never been killed. Fei cried out in shock, unable to understand how these monsters could come back to life. He hurriedly asked Lu Li what they should do. Lu Li clearly remembered that the pig-headed monsters were never supposed to have this ability. His mind filled with questions about everything that had changed after leaving Tianming. As Fei blocked the attacks, he nervously said that if this kept going, all three of them would be killed. Lu Li made the decision at once. Their top priority was to retreat. Without another word, the two grabbed the little girl and jumped straight through the window to escape the chaos. After running at full speed for quite a while, the three finally stopped beside a house to hide. They quickly slipped inside to avoid the pursuit. Fei finally let out a sigh of relief and was about to say something. Before he could speak, the white-haired girl suddenly appeared and covered his mouth. Lu Li recognized her and quietly said it was her again. Fei could only mumble behind her hand, while the girl signaled everyone to stay silent and warned that the monsters were still very close. She then pointed upstairs and told the three of them to talk there. Outside, the moon had already turned blood red, making the entire village feel even more eerie. Once they were safely seated, Fei asked if she had also come here for a mission, because he had thought she was following the two brothers on purpose. The white-haired girl explained that she had arrived at the village shortly before they did. From the moment she entered, everything felt strange, so she stayed behind to investigate. She had finally waited until nightfall, when Lu Li and Fei happened to arrive. Lu Li frowned slightly. He admitted that this place was full of strange mysteries, then looked at the little girl and asked what had really happened, because she had to know the truth. The little girl lowered her head and curled up in fear. Seeing this, the white-haired girl gently comforted her, saying they would protect her and that she should tell them everything. When the little girl slowly removed her mask, the white-haired girl, a Fae, and Lu Li were all stunned. She began by saying that Buskan village had once been a peaceful place where everyone lived together in harmony. Outside the village, monsters with human bodies and oversized heads often appeared. At first, everyone was terrified, but those who went outside said the creatures never attacked, as long as people avoided them. Over time, the villagers realized the monsters only copied human actions, making them look bizarre yet oddly funny, so everyone gradually lowered their guard. Everything changed one day, when a knight from the Holy Light Order arrived at the village. His name was Grayson, a knight who was both powerful and kind. Under his guidance, the villagers held a prayer ritual. This time, however, the little girl suddenly felt her entire body burning, as if countless needles were piercing her. Worried, she went to Grayson for answers. After examining her, he became overwhelmed with emotion and revealed an important truth. Grayson told her that she had awakened the Holy Light body, an incredibly rare talent. She could join the Holy Light Order, and the village would also receive the Holy Light's protection, so they would no longer fear the monsters. But just as everyone was celebrating, disaster struck. A massive horde of monsters suddenly attacked the village. They were unbelievably savage and endless in number. Even after being knocked down, they kept getting back up. In the end, every villager was captured. To protect everyone, Grayson fought until the very end, but the monsters brutally killed him. After witnessing that scene, the little girl was so terrified that she could neither scream nor run. Her mind went blank, and she could only sit there crying until she had no strength left. She had no idea how much time had passed, and eventually even her tears ran dry. She told herself that perhaps the Holy Light was encouraging her to become stronger. Since she had been chosen, she had to carry that responsibility. So she put on a mask to disguise herself as one of the monsters, and quietly waited for a chance to escape. Her only goal was to report everything to the Holy Light Order so they could return and save the village. After hearing her story, both Lu Li and the white-haired girl fell silent in thought. A Fae jumped to his feet with confidence and said there was no need to wait for the Holy Light Order. He and his brother were enough. The little girl's eyes lit up with hope as a Fae patted his chest and promised to handle everything. Just as the little girl smiled, a gigantic eye suddenly appeared behind her and stared straight at them. A violent explosion erupted the next second and blasted everyone away. A Fae staggered to his feet and asked in shock what had just happened. A gigantic monster grabbed the little girl, lifted her in front of its mouth, and sneered that it had finally found its target. Seeing the monster's enormous size, a Fae was stunned. Lu Li immediately realized that if the little girl died, the mission would fail. Without hesitation, all three charged at the monster to rescue her. They unleashed attack after attack, but none of them dealt any meaningful damage. The monster casually swung one arm and sent all three flying. It laughed arrogantly and mocked them, saying this was all the heroes could do. Meanwhile, every wound on its body quickly regenerated. A Fae frowned, because the monster was not only huge but also possessed terrifying regeneration. The white-haired girl believed it had to have a weakness or a special way to defeat it. Before they could think any further, the monster launched another fierce assault. Lu Li immediately told a Fae to keep the monster busy while he searched for an opening. A Fae accepted without hesitation. He unleashed meteor flame and bombarded the monster with non-stop attacks. Forced to defend itself, the monster raised both arms to shield its body. At that moment, the little girl slipped from its grasp and fell. Lu Li instantly rushed forward, but the monster threw a massive punch to block his path. He chained multiple skills together, closed the distance, and carved deep slashes across the monster's arm. The monster's arm was soon covered in deep wounds from the relentless assault. But when Lu Li saw the little girl trembling on the ground, he lost focus for a split second. A Fae immediately shouted for his brother to watch out. A group of monsters had quietly surrounded Lu Li from behind. At the most critical moment, the white-haired girl appeared and unleashed Radiant Star Slash, wiping out the monsters behind him. She immediately told Lu Li to get the NPC out of there. He simply nodded and moved at once. However, the giant monster swept its arm sideways and knocked both of them away. They landed right in the middle of dozens of monsters, waiting to surround them. Looking more closely, Lu Li realized the giant body was actually made from countless big-headed monsters fused together. The white-haired girl also remarked that this mission was far beyond its intended difficulty. She guessed that defeating the boss was probably not the mission's true objective. The real completion condition was likely protecting the little girl and escorting her to safety. As the two of them rushed downward, Lu Li called for Afei's support. Afei answered immediately, activated megapixel recovery mode, and joined the fight. Without wasting a second, Afei charged into the monsters and unleashed Great Flame Burst Palm to sweep them away. At the same time, another monster grabbed the NPC girl and fled, forcing Lu Li and the others to chase after it. The monster smashed through a door with such force that it shattered into pieces. The two followed close behind, but the moment they entered, they stopped to look around. Meanwhile, the monster kept charging forward, smashing through one door after another as it escaped. Lu Li silently noted that this big-headed monster was not only incredibly fast but also knew the entire layout by heart. When they saw prisoners locked inside cells crying for help, the entire group froze. The white-haired girl gasped in shock. Could these be the village's real residents? Lu Li immediately swung his sword and shattered the prison door. He told everyone to get out quickly. One by one, the prisoners slowly stumbled outside in miserable condition. The white-haired girl said in a heavy voice that all of this was the result of Genesis, leaving Lu Li stunned as he asked what that name meant. Just then, Afei's cry for help echoed through the building. Lu Li's expression changed instantly as he rushed over at full speed because Afei could no longer hold on. Meanwhile, the NPC girl had already been taken away by the monster. Despair filled her heart as she believed she was about to become its next meal. The monster stopped in the middle of a hallway, dropped the little girl onto the floor, and grumbled that everything was taking too long. As it spoke, the pig-headed monster leaned in to sniff her and grinned at the irresistible scent. It opened its mouth wide, clearly ready to bite the little girl at any moment. The little girl opened her tear-filled eyes, drew her sword, and summoned the holy light to protect herself. She then put all her strength into a slash aimed straight at the monster's eye. The strike made the monster howl in agony and lose its mind. It raised its hand to crush her, while she silently prayed that the holy light would stay by her side. At the critical moment, Lu Li arrived in time and cut off its arm. The little girl happily called him her hero. The monster frowned in shock when it realized the newcomer was Lu Li. But how did he get here? The answer goes back about 10 minutes earlier. While the group was being chased, Lu Li tossed an invisibility pill to each of his two companions. All three swallowed the pills immediately, as instructed. The monsters instantly lost track of them and split up to search because the scent still lingered nearby. The pill hid players from monsters for 5 seconds, but it had no effect on players, bosses, or high-level monsters. After catching their breath, Afei complained that they could not kill the monsters and had even lost the NPC. Lu Li replied that their top priority was finding the little girl. He analyzed the situation. First, the pig-headed monsters could not be killed. Second, the NPC had completely vanished. If the mission did not follow normal rules, then it had to be solved another way. Lu Li told Afei and Luna to follow the plan he had just come up with, leaving the white-haired girl slightly surprised to hear her name. Meanwhile, the monsters searched every corner because their target's scent had suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, someone tapped a monster on the shoulder while it was secretly eating, making it jump in fright. It quickly hid the piece of meat and stammered that it was not slacking off. It was just too hungry and had sneaked a bite. Lu Li smiled calmly, told it to relax, and invited it to have a chat. The monster immediately became suspicious, unsure of what he was planning. Lu Li pretended to ask about the little girl stolen by the heroes. The monster looked confused and asked if he meant that little snack. It proudly boasted that Lao Wang was the fastest runner and knew the village better than anyone. With so many allies searching, the 3 heroes would be found sooner or later. Lu Li nodded in agreement and deliberately told it to gather at the village square before quickly correcting himself to the bell tower. The monster secretly thought this guy looked smart, but was actually pretty foolish. Lu Li laughed it off, saying he had been drinking too much lately and his memory was getting worse. Just then, a huge explosion suddenly echoed through the village. The monster froze, dropped its meat, and panicked, wondering what had just happened. In reality, it was Afei's diversion. She pretended to carry the little girl while running and shouted that they had rescued her and everyone should retreat. The monster immediately recognized Afei and was horrified because this was completely unexpected. As the little girl called out to the hero, Lu Li rushed in, took down the monster, and quickly carried the NPC away. All 4 fled with everything they had, while a massive army of monsters chased after them. Lu Li warned everyone not to relax until they escaped the village. Behind them, the giant monster roared and ordered its army not to let them get away. The 3 immediately drank speed potions, boosting their movement speed by 30 for 30 seconds. Even so, the giant monster stayed right on their heels. At last, the group escaped Buskin Village and kept widening the gap before finally breathing a sigh of relief. The giant monster flew into a rage and slammed its fist into the ground, launching countless smaller monsters into the air. They shot toward Lu Li's group like living bullets. In the game, making good use of enhancement potions was the key to surviving desperate situations. Players could buy them, loot them from monsters, earn them through quests, or craft them as an alchemist. Seeing everyone frozen in place, Lu Li immediately shouted for them to run. No one hesitated. The group burst forward while the monsters remained close behind. The chase looked exactly like a giant obstacle course from a video game. They dodged one obstacle after another, and even stepped on monsters' heads to gain extra momentum. They then jumped onto the back of a giant duck to speed up their escape. The giant duck carried all 4 of them at full speed. After one final sprint, they finally lost the monsters. The group even waved to thank the duck, making it panic and run away. The 4 eventually stopped beside a crystal-clear lake. The NPC girl excitedly exclaimed that the lake was beautiful and asked if she could take a closer look. A Fae groaned that he was completely exhausted, while Luna guessed the NPC's actions might trigger the next mission. After confirming the pig-headed monsters were still about 30 minutes away, Lu Li decided to rest for 15 minutes to recover. A Fae and the little girl happily ran off to play. While the two played in the lake, Luna stood alone, quietly watching something in the distance. The little girl smiled and invited Luna to join them, but she gently declined. Seeing Luna's expression, the girl guessed she was carrying something heavy in her heart. The little girl took Luna's hand and sincerely prayed, asking the holy light to guide her past, present, and future. A warm light burst forth. Luna covered her eyes as a familiar voice echoed in her mind, calling her Xiao Yue. Memories of her mother became crystal clear. She smiled and called Luna over, saying the whole family was going to her favorite amusement park. The moment Luna saw those memories, tears streamed down her face. The NPC girl quickly apologized, thinking her prayer had only made Luna sadder. Luna smiled and thanked her, saying she had helped her remember the happiest moments of her life. The little girl finally relaxed, and Luna gently patted her head, praising her. A Fae watched from the side with growing curiosity. Seeing that, a Fae eagerly asked the little girl to pray for him as well. She happily agreed, took a Fae's hand, and offered another prayer to the holy light. Instantly, memories of a Fae's 2 older brothers appeared before him. His eldest brother had always silently carried the family's burdens, while a Fae and his second brother kept encouraging him to lean on them, instead of carrying everything alone. By then, a Fae's eyes had turned red as well. The little girl worriedly asked if he was okay. A Fae quickly turned away, wiped his tears, and forced a smile, saying he was fine. He then claimed he was hungry and jumped straight into the lake to hide his emotions. Meanwhile, Lu Li sat quietly on a tall tree branch. When the little girl climbed up, he asked what she was doing there. As she carefully climbed from branch to branch, she admired how Lu Li could sit so high without feeling afraid. She softly asked if something was weighing on his mind, because he always looked so sad. Lu Li calmly replied that there was nothing left he needed to remember. The little girl innocently asked if he did not want to remember happy memories. Lu Li explained that anyone who kept looking back at the past would struggle to move forward. She confessed that being around Lu Li always made her feel safe. Since losing her parents as a child, the entire village had raised her, and she would always be grateful for their kindness. Clasping her hands together, she tearfully said she prayed hundreds of times every day for the villagers, yet tragedy still kept happening. She blamed herself, believing the holy light ignored her because she was not good enough. Lu Li gently patted her head and assured her that she had done more than enough. He even admitted that if he had been her age, he probably would not have been nearly as brave. Wiping away her tears, the little girl asked if she could one day become as strong as Lu Li and protect the people she cared about. Remembering how his eldest brother had once protected him, Lu Li smiled and said she absolutely could. When the break ended, Lu Li announced it was time to move. A Fae could only raise both hands and complain that the peaceful moment had passed far too quickly. The group continued across a peaceful field of lush green grass. Just as the NPC girl accidentally touched Lu Li, a hidden quest was suddenly triggered. The system unexpectedly activated a random achievement. The mission required them to safely escort the NPC girl to the Holy Light Order and help them defeat the kings. If the girl died along the way, or the kings were not defeated, the mission would fail. At that moment, the monsters charged in again. Luna immediately drew her sword and carved open a path. After clearing part of the enemy force, the group continued retreating. Faye grew anxious as more monsters kept arriving, while the NPC girl offered to run on her own to ease everyone's burden. Luna noticed that the pig-headed monsters were regenerating even faster, making it impossible to hold them back for long through combat. They still had nearly 50 kilometers left before reaching the Holy Light Order. As they ran, Faye drank recovery potions to keep up his stamina. Meanwhile, the pig-headed monsters closed in from behind. One suddenly lunged forward and tried to bite Faye's head clean off. Lu Li immediately shouted for everyone to duck, then spun around and sliced the flying pig head clean off. Even so, the monster's body crashed into Lu Li from sheer momentum, making the little girl cry out in panic. Faye instantly turned around and unleashed a powerful strike, sending the monster's corpse flying dozens of meters away. The group kept running without looking back. Seeing Lu Li injured, the little girl worriedly asked if he was all right, while Faye volunteered to cover them so Lu Li could recover. But Lu Li shook his head and said there was no time to heal. If they stopped for even a moment, the monsters would catch them. With only 20 kilometers left to the Holy Light Order, the group arrived at a narrow canyon. A small path stretched between two towering cliffs. Faye felt uneasy, looking at the tight passage. Luna pointed out that the terrain would limit the pig-headed monster's pursuit. Lu Li also noticed that the number of monsters behind them had started to drop. Without hesitation, the group rushed into the canyon, and the pig-headed monsters charged in after them. When they were only 15 kilometers from the Holy Light Order, Faye happily said the narrow path had greatly reduced the pressure of the chase. Luna also noticed there were far fewer monsters. Lu Li confirmed their numbers had dropped by around 60%, then immediately warned everyone to speed up because there could be an ambush ahead. With only 6 kilometers remaining, the group spotted light shining from the end of the tunnel. Faye cheered, thinking the exit was right in front of them. But at that moment, the cave entrance slammed shut. Everyone froze, while Lu Li instantly realized they had walked straight into a trap. Standing before the blocked exit, the giant monster wore a smug grin, while the pig-headed monsters had already surrounded them from behind. Lu Li turned to comfort the little girl, telling her to sit down and hide behind them. Though frightened, she obediently listened. With no way out, the three immediately split up to face the monsters. Lu Li and Luna repeatedly swung their swords to clear a path, while Faye unleashed a relentless barrage of palm strikes. Behind them, the little girl trembled as she encouraged herself not to be afraid. She took a deep breath and promised herself she would not be weak again, because the Holy Light would protect her. At the same time, the Holy Light Temple remained solemn and majestic. The Guildmaster said that the forces of darkness had grown stronger over the years, forcing the Holy Light Order to suffer countless sacrifices in battle. That was why finding a Holy Light body had become an urgent priority. He stressed that the Holy Light Order desperately needed more Holy Light bodies. Just then, a soldier rushed in to report that a massive number of pig-headed monsters had gathered in the eastern canyon. After hearing the report, the Guildmaster's expression immediately changed. Furious, he declared that the pig-headed monsters had dared to challenge the authority of the Holy Light Order. He raised his arm high and called on everyone to wipe out the forces of darkness. Moments later, the Guildmaster led the entire force toward the battlefield. Before they had gone very far, they unexpectedly encountered the NPC girl running toward them. At first, the Guildmaster mistook her for someone who had fallen into darkness and prepared to perform the Holy Light ritual. Just then, the little girl hurriedly removed her mask and cried out in surprise when she recognized the Guildmaster. Fighting back tears, she begged for help and introduced herself as a Holy Light body from Buskan village. She tearfully explained that the village had been attacked by pig-headed monsters, and that 3 heroes had risked their lives to help her escape but were still trapped inside the canyon. She pleaded with the Guildmaster to save them immediately. Hearing this, the Guildmaster was stunned. After confirming that she truly possessed a Holy Light body, he joyfully lifted her into the air and repeatedly said they had finally found the right person. He warmly asked if the journey had been difficult, and she smiled, saying that under the guidance of the Holy Light, every hardship would eventually lead to the best outcome. The Guildmaster smiled with satisfaction and asked if she was willing to become one with the Holy Light, so its radiance could shine even brighter and illuminate more places consumed by darkness. The little girl could only stare in confusion after hearing she would become part of the Holy Light. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Lu Li and his companions were still risking their lives to hold back the pig-headed monsters. The three formed a triangle, standing back to back as they fought off attacks from every direction. Suddenly, Lu Li realized the little girl was gone and immediately shouted in alarm. Fei and Luna quickly looked around for her as well. The group feared the pig-headed monsters had captured her, but the scene did not seem to support that. They repeatedly called out, hoping she would hear them and answer. Between heavy breaths, Luna guessed that the little girl had used the chaos to run toward the Holy Light Order on her own. Just then, every pig-headed monster suddenly turned and ran away, shouting about breakfast as they fled. Fei had no idea what was happening, but Luna realized the little girl had always been their true target. Even the giant monster turned around and left, constantly muttering the word breakfast. Realizing the situation, Lu Li immediately led everyone forward at full speed. The Holy Light Order was close now, and he could only hope the little girl was still safe. At the same time, every monster charged madly toward the Holy Light Order. At last, Lu Li's group reached the Holy Light Order, with the monster horde arriving right behind them. But the scene before them left both humans and monsters frozen in shock. In the middle of the plaza, the guildmaster held the NPC girl's lifeless body in his arms. Blood still stained the corner of his mouth as he proudly declared that she had become one with the holy light, making its radiance shine even brighter. The truth was finally revealed. Earlier, when the little girl hesitated, the guildmaster had gently explained that the holy light needed her because she could help its light spread even farther. Without the slightest doubt, she happily agreed. She believed that being chosen by the holy light would let her protect her village, save even more people, and one day see Lu Li again. But the moment she finished speaking, the guildmaster opened his mouth wide and bit into her neck. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the little girl's unfinished words were silenced forever. After absorbing her power, the guildmaster's body erupted with overwhelming energy. He laughed in excitement as the holy light flooded through him. Seeing its meal stolen away, the giant monster flew into a furious rage. It slammed the ground with terrifying force, sending countless holy light knights flying into the air. Without stopping, the monster prepared to unleash another devastating attack. But the guildmaster rushed in first and pierced straight through its body with a fatal strike. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the guildmaster coldly accused the monster of destroying the holy temple and murdering holy light knights before sentencing it to death. He then unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving the monster's body riddled with countless holes. The monster screamed and collapsed. The guildmaster arrogantly declared that before the power of the holy light, its regeneration was no more than morning dew beneath the sun. As soon as he finished speaking, another sword of light appeared in his hand. At that very moment, Lu Li suddenly charged forward and attacked the guildmaster without hesitation. The two immediately clashed in a fierce sword battle, their blades flashing non-stop. After a powerful slash from Lu Li, the guildmaster was knocked backward. He quickly told everyone to calm down, claiming that he was the leader of the Holy Light Order and an ally of the heroes. He pointed at the pig-headed monster and insisted that it was the real enemy. According to him, its regeneration had already been suppressed, and if they worked together to kill it, everyone would receive generous rewards. But Lu Li's eyes burned with nothing but rage. He could not understand how this man could murder the little girl so cruelly. Without another word, Lu Li unleashed rending blade fury and blasted the guildmaster away. He coldly declared that he had no interest in hearing another excuse. The system immediately issued a warning. If the guildmaster of the Holy Light Order died, the players would be unable to defeat the Pig King, causing the main quest to fail. Pinned against a cliff, the guildmaster cursed in fury and accused Lu Li of being an ungrateful fool. The battle between them erupted once again. Because of the overwhelming difference in strength, Lu Li was sent flying. The guildmaster sneered that Lu Li was nowhere near worthy of challenging him, before turning his attention toward Fei. Before the guildmaster could make a move, Fei rushed in and unleashed great flame burst, engulfing him in flames. The inferno burned for a long time, draining all of Fei's strength. He gasped for breath, no longer able to sustain the skill. Wrapped in a sea of fire, the guildmaster screamed madly as he struggled to break free. The instant he escaped the flames, Lu Li and Luna closed in together and launched another assault. The two repeatedly slashed him until his entire body was covered in blood, before sending him flying high into the air. At last, his body was nailed to the cliff, blood staining the rock as though he had finally been defeated. Fei gritted his teeth in fury, saying that killing such a beast 100 times still would not be enough. Meanwhile, the giant monster continued muttering the word breakfast, like someone who had lost its mind. The giant monster softly whispered the name breakfast as tears rolled down its face. Memories surfaced of the NPC girl chasing away the other pigs to save it, while urging it to run from danger. Seeing it badly wounded, the little girl had knelt beside it with genuine concern. She carefully applied medicine and told it not to move. She said she hoped that one day it could live like a human, make lots of friends, and learn to care for others. Then she introduced herself as Breakfast and said that if it agreed, they would become each other's very first friend. As night fell, the little girl hurried back to the village, promising she would visit it again the next day. From that day on, the monster never forgot the name Breakfast. But when the second day passed, then the third, then the fourth, she never returned. It believed Breakfast had forgotten about it, yet it never forgot the promise they had made. To become human just as Breakfast had wished, the monster quietly observed the villagers whenever it was not searching for food. Learning was difficult, but the thought of seeing her again kept it going. After hearing the story, a fae could only hold his head and sigh, saying the monster had completely misunderstood what Breakfast meant. Luna then asked why it had attacked her village if that was true. The monster quickly explained that it had only wanted to protect Breakfast. It had once overheard Holy Light Knights talking about a girl in Buskan village who possessed the Holy Light body. They even laughed, saying that after the guildmaster ate the head, those who earned merit might get the leftovers, because even a single finger could raise someone's level. The moment it heard that, it realized they were talking about Breakfast. Lu Li then asked what had happened to the villagers. The monster replied that everyone had panicked, so it simply locked them inside the pig pens. It had even told the other pigs to treat the villagers the same way humans had always treated them. After hearing that, the group did not know whether to laugh or cry at the monster's innocent misunderstanding. Lulis sat beside it and asked if there was still a way to save it or restore everything. The monster simply shook its head and told him not to worry. It believed that once the guild master died, the mind control would disappear and everything would return to normal. But a fae was shocked to see the monster's body still falling apart, even though the guild master had already been defeated. Just then, the guild master suddenly appeared behind the group, as though he had never died. He raised one hand before him and began activating a skill. A massive domain quickly expanded, forming a spherical barrier that covered the entire area. Lu Li immediately rushed forward to stop him, but Lu Li's sword passed straight through the guildmaster's body, while the ritual calmly continued. Outside the barrier, a fae and Luna watched in horror as it completely sealed shut. A fae shouted in panic when he realized Lu Li had been trapped inside the enemy's domain. A domain is a special skill that creates a separate battlefield. Depending on its type, it can strengthen the user or weaken the opponent. Once fully activated, no one outside can break in. The domain only disappears when one side is killed. The barrier around Lu Li was now completely sealed. In the blink of an eye, everything changed. Lu Li was no longer on the battlefield, but inside a completely different world, where the guildmaster sat calmly in a chair before him. One of the guildmaster's hands shone with dazzling light. He welcomed Lu Li to his world, claiming it was the very source of the holy light, a place that could cleanse every sin. The instant he finished speaking, Lu Li charged forward. The guildmaster simply raised his hand, causing every star in the sky to light up. Countless beams of light immediately rained down from the stars, crashing toward Lu Li like a storm of destruction. Lu Li continuously dodged backward before quickly realizing that the stars overhead were the true source of the attacks. The guildmaster laughed and confirmed that Lu Li was absolutely right. The entire sky of holy light was under his control, leaving Lu Li with no chance of escape. He then asked why Lu Li had dared to attack him, and even suspected that the forces of darkness had infiltrated the heroes. Lu Li shouted in anger that he had only one goal, to kill the guildmaster and bring justice to the little girl. Raising his sword, Lu Li coldly declared that the guildmaster had trampled on the little girl's purest faith before charging into battle once more. The stars overhead blazed again, unleashing another devastating rain of explosions across the battlefield. As the smoke slowly cleared, Lu Li emerged alive, though it was obvious he had suffered serious injuries. The guildmaster calmly said that everything had happened because of the holy light body. If he had explained things before activating the domain, Lu Li might not have had to die. In his view, they were never true enemies. They simply pursued different ideals. Lu Li answered with only 4 cold words: different ideals. The guildmaster calmly replied that everything had begun when he realized the true nature of this world. Everything was ruled by levels and power. He explained that, ever since becoming the guild master of the Holy Light Order, his endless duty had been assigning monster hunting quests to the heroes. Because of that, he earned respect and protection, while those who completed the missions happily claimed their rewards and left. Throughout those years, he met countless new faces and heard endless stories about the outside world, awakening a deep desire to leave this place. Then one day, a hero he once knew returned with power far beyond anything he had possessed before. Everyone admired him, and from that moment on, the guild master became even more determined to witness the vast world beyond with his own eyes. When he finally stepped into the outside world, he was overwhelmed by its cities, landscapes, and endless wonders. For the first time in his life, he truly understood what freedom meant. But the farther he traveled, the stronger the forces of darkness became. At first, he could still fight back, but eventually they grew far beyond his reach, and he refused to let darkness take away his freedom. So he wandered the world searching for greater power, learning from countless heroes. The answer he heard most often was simple: level up. But no matter how many monsters he killed, his level never increased. He searched everywhere for quest givers and tried every method imaginable, but nothing worked. Then one day, he believed the holy light had finally shown him the answer. The answer came from the weak ratmen. He discovered they grew stronger by slaughtering and absorbing one another. When individuals of the same origin merged their power, they evolved into a higher form. Lu Li coldly asked if that was why the guild master saw the holy light body as the key to leveling up. The guild master admitted it without hesitation. He continued by explaining that only believers with the purest faith could become holy light bodies, and only they possessed the pure energy needed for his breakthrough. Hearing that, Lu Li angrily said that calling him a beast was far too kind because he was even worse than one. The guildmaster merely smiled and claimed that since he had saved them from the monsters, it was only natural for his followers to offer themselves to him. He ended the conversation, declared that Lu Li's time was up, and summoned the Spear of Holy Light. Across from him, Lu Li tightened his grip on his sword and prepared for battle. Both of them charged forward at the same time, and their powers collided violently in midair. During the clash, Lu Li realized his attacks were still destroying something. The guildmaster coldly asked why he would not simply accept death. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, created a spear of light, and fired it straight at Lu Li with all his strength. The projectile flew at incredible speed and pierced straight through Lu Li's body. Then countless more spears of light rained down, leaving Lu Li covered in wounds. Lu Li dropped to one knee. The guild master proudly declared that he would lead the holy light into the true land of freedom, while anyone standing in his way would become nothing more than a stepping stone for his ascension. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Li let out a cold laugh and said the guildmaster was nothing more than a mad monster trying to break free from his own cage. Those words instantly sent the guildmaster into a furious rage. Consumed by anger, the guildmaster opened his mouth wide and charged like a wild beast. At that very moment, the system suddenly glitched. The moon/boss state activated on Lu Li. He grabbed the guildmaster's arm, smiled, and said that this hand was controlling every sphere of light. Without hesitation, Lu Li swung his sword and severed that arm. Another system error appeared. The random achievement quest had entered a conflict state. The new objective changed to assassinate the guild master of the Holy Light Order. Failure meant instant death. The guild master roared and charged to counterattack, while Lu Li quickly retreated to avoid the assault. He then leaped high into the air and observed his opponent from above. The guild master angrily cursed Lu Li as a monster born of darkness. Even after losing an arm and without relying on his domain, he still believed he could crush Lu Li. In response, Lu Li gathered every ounce of his strength and unleashed the ultimate skill, enemy-slaying spear. The attack shattered one glowing star after another across the sky. The combo counter soared into the hundreds as countless strikes shook the entire domain. When the combo count finally reached 999, the sky itself was on the verge of collapse. The guild master's eyes widened in complete disbelief. At that exact moment, Lu Li closed the distance and unleashed dozens of rapid slashes. The final star in the sky exploded, signaling the end of the battle inside the domain. Outside, Faye and Luna waited anxiously. A surge of energy suddenly burst from within the barrier. Seeing it, both of them smiled with relief, knowing Lu Li was about to return. Not long afterward, Lu Li calmly stepped out of the domain with an overwhelming presence. Luna was amazed that he had defeated the boss alone, inside the enemy's own domain. Faye ran over with a big grin, patted him on the shoulder, and said he was as strong as ever. Lu Li casually replied that he had picked up plenty of equipment and items and would split them later, then asked where the Pig King was. Faye answered that before Lu Li came out, the Pig King's body had stopped falling apart, but in the distance, the Pig King tightly held Breakfast's lifeless body, crying as it repeatedly called her name. Holding her gently in its arms, it murmured in a daze that it was taking Breakfast home. Lu Li turned to ask if everyone had finished the mission, and Afi suddenly remembered the quest system. the system instantly declared the mission failed. All progress was erased. The hidden quest ended. A new random mission was generated, and then the world restarted from the beginning. A rooster crowed, signaling the start of a brand new morning. Diane Sin woke from her sleep, folded her hands as usual, and prayed for the holy light to bless all living things. After finishing her prayer, she smiled brightly, certain today would be another day filled with light. Carrying her medicine basket, Diane Shin happily left home. She felt the medicine should be enough, and could not wait to check if the little pig's injury had improved. Along the way, she politely greeted everyone in the village, and each of them happily greeted her back. An old man carefully warned her to watch out for the man-eating monster on the mountain. Diane Sin thanked him politely, but the mention of the monster stirred a strange feeling inside her. Lost in thought, she accidentally bumped into a man and fell to the ground. The man smiled as he helped her up and reminded her to watch where she was going. Diane Sin immediately apologized for being careless and realized he was the village chief. The village chief turned to the man beside him and asked him to check if the little girl was hurt. The man gladly agreed. While helping Diane Sin to her feet, the village chief kept praising her as a kind child who prayed sincerely every day. The other man nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at Diane Sin and remarked that, with such pure faith, she would likely become a holy light body in the future. The moment she heard those words, Diane Sin panicked and ran away, repeatedly saying she did not want to become a holy light body. The two men could only stare after her in confusion. As she ran, Diane Sin blamed herself for being rude to the people from the Holy Light Temple and silently prayed for forgiveness. Right then, she passed by Lu Li. Lu Li quietly said that the holy light was not somewhere else. It had always been inside her heart. Diane Shin froze as she looked at him, feeling he was both familiar and unfamiliar. Nearby, the two men quietly discussed how incredibly pure the girl's faith was. In just a few more years, she would surely become a holy light body. The village chief quickly apologized for her rude behavior, while the other man secretly thought it would be a waste to offer such a precious prize to the guildmaster. He would rather keep her, raise her himself, and enjoy her later. He immediately instructed the village chief to bring Diane Sin to him later, under the excuse of testing her talent. The village chief was overjoyed. At that moment, Lu Li silently walked past them. In the blink of an eye, the man suddenly clutched his throat with wide eyes as blood sprayed everywhere. The village chief stood frozen, unable to understand what had just happened. Everyone frantically called for a doctor, while Lu Li calmly walked away as if nothing had happened. Elsewhere, the little pig was still sitting quietly, sadly, thinking Diane Sin probably would not come back anymore. It kept arguing with itself. Diane Sin smelled so nice that it only wanted one little bite, but it reminded itself that she was its friend and it could not do that. It even thought that if it bit her, it would let her bite back, but in the end it rejected the idea. Just then, Diane Shin happily ran over and called out to the little pig. The moment it saw her, it rushed toward her in excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Li, Luna, and Afi were resting beside the edge of a deep cliff. Luna said thoughtfully that if the previous mission had not failed, they never would have uncovered the truth. Yet the new mission remained the same, to escort Diane Sin to the Holy Light Guild. Hearing that, Afi immediately turned away and declared he would never complete that mission again. As soon as Lu Li heard that, he stood up at once. He told Afi it was time to head for the next mission, thanked Luna for traveling with them this time, and said goodbye. Afi looked confused and asked why they were not staying together, since the three of them worked so well as a team. As Lu Li started walking, Luna immediately followed behind him and teased that second brother was still just as cold toward girls as ever. Then she closed her eyes and reminded Afi that this was no longer just a game. According to Luna, both the NPCs and the monsters had already drifted away from their original scripts. The missions could now branch into countless unpredictable paths, and everything seemed to trace back to Genesis era. She admitted she still did not know what the two of them were after, but both sides needed each other's strength and information, and everyone's time was running short. Luna took the initiative to extend her hand, wanting to properly introduce herself again from the beginning. Afi shook her hand and introduced himself as well. Then Lu Li reached out his hand and calmly introduced himself as Jianyue. Hearing that name, Luna smiled and wished Jianyue would achieve what he was seeking. The system suddenly announced a maintenance update. The illusory moon servers would shut down from midnight until 8 a.m. for stability improvements, new winter outfits, and a fix for the archer attack speed bug. Everyone said goodbye, wished each other a good rest, and agreed to meet again tomorrow. After logging out, Xiaoye returned to reality and found her cat sitting beside her. She gently petted it while quietly mentioning Jianyue and Afi. Looking out the window and seeing it was already dark, Xiao Ye heard the butler enter and say that the master wanted to see her. She reminded the butler to knock before entering her room, but the butler simply urged her on because the master hated waiting. The butler led Xiao Yue to the master's room, stopped at the door, and told her to go in alone. Xiao Ye knocked a few times and politely informed her father that she had arrived. After a brief silence, the door slowly opened. Inside the room, fish tanks could be seen everywhere. The entire room was designed to feel as though it sat beneath the surface of a lake. Xiao Ye respectfully asked her father why he had summoned her. The master asked whether she had passed the preliminary round. After hearing yes, he sternly ordered her to reach the final round of next month's selection and never disgrace the family. Xiao Ye obediently accepted the order, and the master coldly dismissed her. At that moment, a shark slowly swallowed a smaller fish inside one of the tanks, creating a scene filled with hidden meaning. On the way home, Afi dragged Lu Li out for hot pot, saying winter was incomplete without it. He even recommended a famous restaurant that imported fresh ingredients from Sichuan. When they arrived at the Sichuan hot pot restaurant, two waitresses wearing bunnier outfits welcomed them. Afi cheerfully greeted them and reminded them they had promised him a discount if he came back. Before long, a steaming hot pot was served at their table. The moment the food arrived, Afi dove right in, devouring beef, tripe, duck blood, frog meat, vegetables, and everything else while declaring he would wipe out the entire table today. As they ate, Lu Li showed Afi the proper way to cook tripe so it would stay tender. He also praised the broth for its rich flavor despite being a little spicy and told him to add sesame oil to protect his stomach. While the two brothers enjoyed their meal, the people at the next table were enthusiastically discussing Illusory Moon and saying the game had become unbelievably strange. One of them said their organization had over 40 members accept the same quest, yet everyone received a different outcome. There was even a level 18 mission to catch a level 5 rabbit that ended up being as difficult as fighting a level 35 boss. As unbelievable as it sounded, they admitted they had never seen another game like it and kept wondering whether the quests were randomly generated or changed based on each player. Hearing their conversation, Lu Li also fell into deep thought, wondering whether the quest system was truly random or actually depended on the player. He began recalling the quest chain he had experienced, from escorting the NPC girl to the Holy Light Guild, receiving help from the church, and finally defeating the Pig King. If anything happened to the NPC or the boss survived, the mission failed immediately. He also remembered the boss believing that no matter how difficult the journey was, becoming human and seeing Dion Sin again would make every sacrifice worthwhile, giving him even more determination. Another reminder echoed in his mind. Not everyone was qualified to possess a holy light body. Only the most devoted believers could receive that blessing. Lu Li continued reviewing the game's rules, unable to understand why he had suddenly become the boss back then, when everything had already gone beyond normal logic. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Even the cheat program he had created himself was now beyond his control. Countless messages about bugs, achievements, random quest adjustments, and warnings that mission failure meant instant death flooded his mind. Lu Li wondered what had caused everything to spiral into this situation. Could a massive amount of source code have been altered while the database was being inspected? As warning after warning echoed in his mind, he remembered Luna's words. Could the rewritten source code be connected to Genesis era, causing the NPCs, monsters, and even the quest system to drift away from their original settings? But could that mysterious woman really be trusted? He had no idea whether these clues would lead him to the truth, hidden within infinite hell, or into a trap that was slowly pulling him into the abyss. Lu Li once believed he had everything under control, but one unexpected event after another had shattered that confidence. Now he could only wonder whether he was getting closer to his goal, or drifting even farther away from his older brother. His thoughts were interrupted when a waitress arrived with more food and happily placed 5 bowls of egg-fried rice on the table. Afi instantly lit up with excitement, because the dish he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The moment the fried rice arrived, Afi quickly divided it up, claimed 3 bowls for himself, and left 1 for his second brother. His mind suddenly drifted back to the snowy winters they spent together at the orphanage. Hearing the youngest brother crying, the eldest brother rushed over to ask what happened. Lu Li explained that someone had dumped filth and even urine all over their beds. Afi cried that there was no way they could sleep in weather this cold. The eldest brother realized it was the same bully again and swore he would not let it slide this time. But the bully had already been adopted. Lu Li said he had asked the teacher for another bed, but the headmaster explained that everyone only had one set of bedding during winter. Hearing that, the eldest brother decided to ask the teacher himself for a different bed. Outside, the snowstorm howled as the temperature dropped to -18 degrees. The three brothers huddled beneath a single blanket, while the eldest encouraged them to endure until the bed dried and they stayed healthy. Afi sadly asked why life was always so cruel, even though they had done nothing wrong. Lu Li gently comforted him, saying maybe enduring hardship now would make the future easier. The eldest brother said not to worry so much about the future and just focus on what to do tomorrow. He wanted to find a part-time job. Lu Li wanted to study hard, and Afi simply smiled and said his dream was to eat 3 bowls of egg-fried rice. The three brothers burst into laughter at that innocent wish. After being teased, Afi immediately changed it to 5 bowls and generously promised to give 1 bowl to each of his brothers. Their laughter echoed through the room, and they all agreed that as long as they knew what they would do tomorrow, there was still hope. Just then, the system announced that the kingdom of Teva, 15 kilometers to the east, had opened the Heart of the Warrior event. Participants could earn huge amounts of experience, gold, rare equipment, and many valuable rewards. As one of the 12 great kingdoms, Teva was famous for its rich iron mines and legendary blacksmiths, earning it the title of the Kingdom of Weapons. A countdown appeared, showing that only 1 minute remained before registration for the Heart of the Warrior event closed. The registration area was packed with players pushing through the crowd, afraid they would miss the deadline. A gate guard raised his hand to stop them and announced that the participant limit had already been reached, ordering everyone else to leave. Lu Li and his teammates walked over, and he quietly slipped 500 coins into the guard's hand. The moment he received the money, the guard let the entire group pass, leaving everyone behind them complaining. Afi could only shake his head and say the game was way too realistic. With only 9 seconds left, the group entered Teva's territory and was surprised to find nothing but forests, mountains, and rivers ahead. Someone guessed they had only reached the outer region and still had a long journey before reaching the kingdom's center. The countdown quickly dropped to 3, then 2, then the final second. The instant time ran out. A massive gate suddenly slammed shut. Moments later, countless other gates closed one after another. Together they formed an enormous wall that completely sealed off the outside world as clouds of dust filled the air. Fortunately, Lu Li's group had entered just before the entrance was completely sealed. Staring at the gigantic wall before them, Lu Li was stunned. Luna estimated it stood around 50 to 60 meters tall, while Afi nervously joked that it reminded him of a movie and wondered if giant man-eating monsters would appear next. At that moment, a massive black screen appeared in the sky. Afi pointed upward in surprise, wondering what was about to happen. A figure slowly appeared on the screen, testing the audio with a few casual greetings. After his assistant confirmed the projection was working properly, he introduced himself as Hua Deshui, the Foreign Affairs Minister of the Kingdom of Teva and the official in charge of this selection. Before explaining why all the warriors had been summoned, he launched into a lengthy speech about how 18 years ago, the wise king and his virtuous queen gave birth to a clever and lovable princess who was adored by the entire kingdom. The official beside him quietly reminded him to get to the point, and he could only nod in response. Even so, he continued praising the princess's breathtaking beauty, calling her a gift from the gods. Just then, his assistant warned him that time was running out, forcing him to speed up his speech. At last, he reached the main point. The princess had been kidnapped by a ferocious dragon, so the king had launched this tournament to find the strongest warrior to rescue her. He then announced the rules, explaining that each of the 10,000 participants would receive a warrior card. Afi curiously asked what the warrior card was for. Luna guessed it was the item everyone needed to collect, and she was right. The competition was all about seizing these cards, and after 7 days, only the 100 players with the most cards would advance. 10,000 participants, but only 100 would advance. That meant a brutal 100-tone elimination rate, with only 1 out of every 100 warriors surviving this round. The first way to collect warrior cards was simple. Players only had to search for them, because they were scattered throughout the kingdom. The second method was hunting monsters. Stronger monsters carried more cards, but claiming them meant facing greater danger. The final and fastest method was stealing cards from other warriors. Everyone's card count was public, so the more cards someone had, the bigger the target they became. The assistant reminded him that he had already gone over time. Hua Deshui snapped back to reality, quickly wrapped up his speech, and promised to explain the remaining rules later. The moment he finished speaking, the battle for the warrior cards officially began. A countdown of 168 hours appeared. Lu Li led the group deeper into the area, planning to travel farther before stopping to discuss their strategy. Along the way, 3 other players approached and asked to team up with them. Their leader believed larger groups had the advantage in events like this. He planned to gather 100 members as quickly as possible to build an early lead over everyone else, then invited Lu Li's group to join. Lu Li politely declined because he had no plans to cooperate. After his group left, the man sneered, saying they clearly did not understand the law of the jungle and would eventually become his prey. As they continued forward, Afi asked why Lu Li had rejected such a reasonable offer. Lu Li replied that having more people did not always mean being stronger. A school of small fish was still prey, while even a few sharks were always the hunters. Just then, the system suddenly announced that Lu Li had completed a random quest and was about to receive a special reward. His reward was a mythic item called Divine Slayer Covenant, a certificate used to establish a guild. As the guild grew, powerful bonuses would unlock. At 20 members, everyone gained 10 points to every attribute. At 50 members, movement speed, attack speed, and skill casting speed increased by 20%. It also unlocked equalized strength, raising weaker members' stats to the guild's average. At 100 members, the guild unlocked the combined skill 100 Slay the Gods. At the same time, Lu Li completed another achievement and received an additional 15 warrior cards. Meanwhile, Luna kept leaping across the treetops in search of scattered warrior cards. As for Afi, he chose the direct approach by defeating other players and taking their cards. Before long, Lu Li had collected 16 cards, Luna had 11, and Afi had gathered 6. Just then, a monster appeared ahead. Afi immediately volunteered to take it down. He launched a fireball at the target, but another player rushed in at the exact same moment to claim the kill. Thanks to the unexpected combined attack, the monster was defeated instantly. Since both sides dealt damage, the dropped warrior cards were split evenly. Furious, Afi accused the other player of stealing his loot. The girl was equally angry after being blamed for no reason. She insisted she had found the monster first. Only then did Afi realize his opponent was a girl. Sensing trouble, Afi turned and ran while trying to calm her down, but she chased after him, declaring they could talk only after he handed over all his warrior cards. Explosions echoed through clouds of dust. Afi dodged desperately while insisting men should not fight women, but the girl showed no mercy and declared she would beat him into the ground. Left with no other choice, Afi shouted for Lu Li to come help. Lu Li immediately appeared and restrained the girl. Safe at last, Afi let out a sigh of relief and even bragged that she was still nowhere near strong enough to challenge him. The girl grew even angrier. She had lost her cards, been insulted, and fallen into a trap, so she immediately called for her older sister. The instant she shouted, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, sending dust flying everywhere. Another female warrior appeared behind Afi and launched a surprise attack. Seeing this, Luna drew her sword and prepared to fight. Luna barely managed to shout a warning before both she and Afi had their throats gripped with one hand by the newcomer. The overwhelming strength left them almost powerless to resist. Even more terrifying, this woman possessed 50 warrior cards. Across from her, Lu Li continued, holding the younger sister hostage, keeping the two sides locked in a tense standoff. The woman accused Lu Li of bullying a girl. Meanwhile, Luna felt the hand around her neck tightening like an iron vise. She realized Afi was about to reach his limit and knew she had to think of a solution immediately. Luna immediately cast Starlight, forcing her opponent to let go. The instant she broke free, Luna drew her sword and launched a counterattack. A relentless barrage of strikes forced the female martial artist onto the defensive. The two instantly clashed in close combat, one fighting with a sword while the other combined fists and kicks. Their powers collided head-on, triggering a massive explosion. The martial artist calmly praised Luna's impressive skills. Luna admitted her opponent was incredibly strong and silently decided to exploit the rhythm of her attacks to force a mistake. With that in mind, Luna unleashed Crescent Moon Wheel. Her opponent reacted instantly and leaped into the air to dodge the slash. The moment Luna spotted an opening, she accelerated like the wind and rushed in. But the martial artist suddenly pulled Afi in front of her as a shield, forcing Luna to stop her attack. Seizing that split second, the woman spun around and delivered a powerful counter kick. The kick landed cleanly and sent Luna flying across the battlefield. Lu Li caught Luna before she hit the ground and asked if she was hurt. Luna apologized for failing to save Afi. Meanwhile, the martial artist's younger sister smugly declared that her sister was a professional player and even the three of them together stood no chance. Luna refused to give up. She raised her sword again and declared she would not make the same mistake twice. Her opponent merely smiled and said the outcome would never change no matter how many times they fought. The purple-haired martial artist raised a hand to stop her younger sister and said she was no longer interested in fighting Luna. She shifted her gaze to Lu Li and challenged him directly. Lu Li stepped forward, handed the younger sister over to Luna to watch, and told her to rest. Luna immediately warned him to be careful because this opponent was extremely dangerous. The younger sister seemed to realize exactly what her sister intended. The martial artist bluntly declared that defeating Lu Li would earn her sister another 10 points. As soon as she finished speaking, she cast Earth Prison to trap Afi and prevent him from interfering. The two masters faced each other as the tension built before the closer-range battle began. Neither side backed down. Both unleashed their full power and charged straight at each other. Blow after blow echoed across the battlefield as constant explosions filled the area with dust. The martial artist threw a devastating punch, while Lu Li refused to dodge and answered with a punch of his own. The instant their fists collided, a violent explosion erupted. Watching from the sidelines, Afi could only stare in disbelief. This was the first person he had ever seen who could match his second brother blow for blow. On the other side, the younger sister was just as shocked because it was the first time anyone had lasted this long against her sister. Luna watched closely and concluded that both fighters belonged among the absolute elite, each with a remarkably unique combat style. Jian Yue remained perfectly calm with every movement, like a machine calculating the optimal answer to every attack his opponent launched. The female martial artist, on the other hand, attacked with absolute precision. Every move was clean, efficient, and completely free of wasted motion. Her fighting style alone made it obvious why she was considered a professional competitor. Explosions continued to echo as the two experts collided again and again, shaking the battlefield with every exchange. After countless clashes, both fighters stopped at the same time. The martial artist nodded in satisfaction and declared that Lu Li deserved another 10 points. Then she suddenly asked whether he would date a girl who was taller than him. The unexpected question completely caught Lu Li off guard, leaving him frozen in confusion. The younger sister covered her face and reminded her sister that they had promised to stop looking for dates online. Luna was equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, the martial artist was convinced her instincts were right. The man before her easily met every requirement, and she refused to let him get away. She recalled spending the last 10 years completely devoted to professional esports. Despite earning countless achievements, her life had revolved around nothing but games. Because of that, she had never experienced a real romantic relationship. Thinking about it made her emotions explode. She desperately wanted a sweet romance, and based on everything she had learned from games, she became even more convinced that Lu Li was the one she could not let slip away. Even as she charged forward with another attack, she loudly asked Lu Li if he wanted to start an online relationship with her. Every punch she threw shook the ground beneath them. Faced with that overwhelming confession, Lu Li replied with a single word, no. While dodging her attacks, Lu Li successfully reached the area where Afi was being imprisoned. He immediately shattered the barrier and freed Afi. The moment he got out, Afi tried to complain, but Lu Li cut him off. Even so, Afi still found time to tease him, saying that since he had never dated anyone before, maybe a girl this forward was exactly his type. Hearing that, the martial artist's imagination ran wild. Never dated anyone before. Plus 10 points. Cold personality. Plus 10 points. Innocent. Even more points. Her heart raced as if Cupid himself had just struck her with an arrow. Her younger sister panicked and shouted that her sister had completely fallen in love. Only then did the martial artist snap back to reality. At that moment, another group of players had already surrounded them without anyone noticing. Every member of the group carried dozens of warrior cards, making it obvious they were no ordinary opponents. Their leader grinned greedily and signaled his men to prepare for the attack and steal all the loot. He even declared that the strongest woman would belong to him, while everyone else could keep whatever warrior cards they earned from their own kills. Lu Li quickly told Afi to prepare to break through the encirclement and silently signaled Luna. The purple-haired martial artist also became furious that her plans had been interrupted and declared she would leave no one alive. Meanwhile, her younger sister could only helplessly remind her to worry about herself first. Just as the bald leader gave the order to charge, a massive red pillar of light suddenly appeared in the distance. The crimson light spread rapidly until it covered the entire area. Everyone froze in confusion, asking each other what was happening. Some even thought it was a skill cast by the opposing side. Moments later, the announcement screen appeared in the sky again. An assistant hurriedly reminded the host that the Azure Rose event had begun, and the rules needed to be explained. Still half asleep, the host lazily handed the job to his subordinate. After the device was activated, the replacement greeted all the warriors and announced a new rule designed to increase the difficulty and test every participant's ability to adapt. According to the announcement, the Azure Rose event would appear randomly throughout the kingdom. Blue zones granted all kinds of benefits, including power boosts, rare equipment, and special treasures. Red zones contained harmful effects, such as debuffs, explosions, instant death, and other randomly generated disasters. After explaining the new rules, the announcer wished every warrior good luck and ended the broadcast. The moment everyone realized they were standing inside a red zone, panic spread instantly. They abandoned all thoughts of fighting and focused only on escaping with their lives. Not long afterward, the red zone penalty activated. Every warrior still inside was randomly teleported to different locations across the kingdom. Afi anxiously asked Lu Li what they should do next, while Luna calmly pointed out that it was already too late to run. Lu Li calmly instructed everyone that if they were separated after the teleportation, they should focus on collecting warrior cards first and regroup later in the central region. The teleportation countdown began. The event had 152 hours remaining, and the number of participants had already dropped to 8,087. Immediately afterward, the system displayed new coordinates within the kingdom and began the teleportation process. At the same time, violent explosions from another battle echoed in the distance. The group that had surrounded them was completely defeated by the purple-haired martial artist. They lay scattered across the ground, desperately begging for mercy. Even their leader panicked and pleaded for his life, offering money if she would spare him. The martial artist remained completely unmoved. She quietly gathered power into her fist before launching a devastating punch that blasted him straight into a tree with a thunderous explosion. She clicked her tongue in annoyance, saying the man was like a fly falling into a glass of fine wine, nothing but a disgusting nuisance. As she walked away, her thoughts wandered again. She suddenly realized she had never even asked Lu Li's name, so she became determined to find him as soon as possible. She even started imagining what they would name their future children. Elsewhere in the kingdom of Teva, Afi shook hands with the red-haired girl and introduced himself. She smiled and said he could simply call her Little Chili. Hearing the name, Afi guessed she must love spicy food, and she proudly confirmed she was a true Sichuan native. The more they talked, the better they got along. Afi joked that his instincts were 99% accurate, and they both laughed at the fact that only 10 minutes earlier they had been trying to kill each other. But the moment the laughter ended, the two of them charged at each other once again. Little Chili angrily declared that if fate had teleported them to the same place, then heaven clearly did not intend to let Afi die easily. Afi tried his best to explain, but she refused to listen, leaving him searching for another solution, while still urging her to calm down. Even so, Little Chili rushed at him again, insisting she would not sit down and talk unless Afi handed over all his warrior cards. Just then, Afi suddenly came up with an idea. He quickly raised his hand for a timeout and asked whether she wanted to hear the story about her sister and that guy. The moment she heard there might be romance gossip, Little Chili immediately stopped out of curiosity. The two sat down and chatted about everything, laughing more and more as the conversation went on. When it was finally time to leave, Afi suggested finding her sister first, but Little Chili wanted to find Lu Li instead, believing that once they found him, they would eventually find her sister as well. Meanwhile, in another part of the kingdom of Teva, Luna stood by a lakeside and discovered that both her map and communication device had been disabled, leaving her unable to find Lu Li or Afi. Alone in the silent landscape, Luna could not help feeling lonely. She suddenly remembered her father's words before she left. Since she had entered the selection, she had to reach the final round and never disgrace the family. Back then, she had simply nodded in obedience. Luna silently spoke to her late mother, saying that although her father was still cold and rarely even looked at her, she believed he still cared deep down. Knowing that he was aware she had joined the selection only made her want to achieve an even better result. Even if the path ahead was filled with pain, she still promised herself that she would keep moving forward and take good care of herself so her mother could rest in peace. Just then, ripples spread across the lake as a monster slowly emerged from beneath the water. It quietly appeared behind Luna with the number 999 warrior cards floating above its head, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. In the blink of an eye, the lake erupted into violent waves as the water surged high enough to swallow the entire area. At another location, Lu Li was also facing a different monster. Thinking back to 2 hours earlier when the red light teleported him away, Lu Li had guessed he was the only one sent to this area. He trusted that Afi and Luna were strong enough to survive on their own, while he focused on gathering as many warrior cards as possible. To make hunting easier, Lu Li activated White Concealment, an assassin skill. It allowed him to blend perfectly into his surroundings, while gradually consuming mana, and the effect would end the moment he attacked or was hit. Several targets stood before him. A few monsters carried between 10 and 15 warrior cards, while 3 nearby players held 20, 25, and 18 cards respectively. 2 players were fiercely competing to kill a monster, carrying 50 warrior cards. Each insisted the reward would be theirs, while they themselves had already accumulated around 30 and 27 cards. Lu Li did not rush in. He waited until the 2 players finished off the monster, then suddenly appeared, defeated both of them, and claimed every warrior card they carried. Afterward, he leaped onto a tree branch and calmly observed the battlefield, concluding that monsters with fewer cards were much easier to defeat, while those carrying large numbers of cards were far stronger than ordinary players. Thanks to his strategy of hunting players who had just finished fighting monsters, Lu Li's total quickly climbed to 226 warrior cards. Convinced it was the most efficient method, he vanished once more to search for his next target. Not far away, a player named Han Xiao was locked in an intense battle against a monster carrying 70 warrior cards. After finishing it with Raging Wave Slash, Han Xiao smiled proudly, completely unaware that he had become Lu Li's next target. After defeating the monster, Han Xiao's total reached 110 warrior cards, while the girl traveling with him held 18. She happily wrapped her arms around him, praising him for defeating such a powerful monster so easily. Han Xiao simply glanced at the new sword in his hand and smiled, believing the weapon deserved most of the credit. The girl was about to invite Han Xiao to spend the night together when he suddenly froze. Lu Li had silently appeared behind them. Without giving his target a moment to react, Lu Li launched his attack. Sensing the danger, Han Xiao cruelly shoved the girl in front of him to take the blow instead. Before disappearing, she could only cry out Han Xiao's name in pain. Gritting his teeth, Han Xiao glared at Lu Li and demanded to know who he was and whether he understood the consequences of attacking him. Lu Li did not bother answering. He simply stared back with cold indifference. A moment later, the two officially began their battle. Han Xiao swung his sword while shouting that Lu Li was courting death, but the instant his attack landed, his target had already vanished. Lu Li flickered in and out of sight at incredible speed, leaving Han Xiao swinging wildly in every direction. Sweat poured down his face because he had no idea where his opponent was. Then, without warning, Lu Li appeared from above and unleashed a devastating strike. A relentless combo of more than a dozen slashes blasted Han Xiao high into the air. After collecting all the spoils, Lu Li's total soared to 354 warrior cards. Applause suddenly echoed nearby. A stranger smiled as he praised the battle. Lu Li immediately became alert because he had never sensed the man's presence until now. The stranger rested his hands on his hips. Not a single warrior card floated above his head. Drawing his sword, he said that Lu Li had stolen the prey he had been watching, so now Lu Li himself would become the new target. The moment he finished speaking, both men charged forward. Their blades clashed again and again as explosions shook the battlefield, and clouds of dust filled the air. After countless clashes, the other fighter only grew more excited, laughing as Yi Fan blocked every single attack. In response, Lu Li unleashed Rending Blade and forced his opponent to retreat. But the man instantly struck back with a sword slash and calmly said that move was still not enough. He smirked with excitement and challenged Lu Li to show his true strength. A moment later, he unleashed the ultimate skill, Wolf Surge. His aura exploded with fury as he summoned a massive azure dragon. The dragon opened its jaws and unleashed a devastating blast, while its roar echoed through the mountains. Everything in its path vanished into dust, and the ground split apart in huge cracks. When the dust settled, Lu Li was still standing without a scratch. His opponent laughed wildly, admitted Lu Li was strong, but insisted he was still superior. Lu Li quietly judged him to be the strongest player he had ever faced. Yet strangely, the man carried no hero cards, so beating him would bring no reward. The battle continued. The man smiled, introduced himself as Feng Ya, and asked Lu Li for his name. After a brief silence, Lu Li answered with the name Jian Yue. Hearing it, Feng Ya became even more excited and declared he wanted a real duel as their auras rose like a dragon and a giant serpent about to collide. The fight resumed at blinding speed as waves of sword energy crashed together non-stop. They traded attacks and defenses, with every sword clash sending sparks flying. Suddenly, Lu Li spun back to retreat, but Feng Ya stayed right behind him and refused to let him escape. As they moved, Lu Li realized his opponent was like a wild beast. Feng Ya's ferocity, bloodlust, and pressure left him no chance to catch his breath. While retreating, Lu Li suddenly turned and counterattacked. Feng Ya instantly dodged backward and laughed, calling it the bite of a venomous snake. The next second, Feng Ya leaped into the air and brought his sword crashing down, declaring victory would be his. Lu Li immediately raised his blade to block. The two swords collided with a massive explosion that even sent eagles fleeing in panic. A passing squad of soldiers saw the explosion and immediately stopped. Their commander raised a hand and ordered the entire unit to halt. Once the formation settled, he called Old Third and said that man had been running free for too long. He ordered him to bring the troublemaker back. Old Third smiled and accepted. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Third vanished from sight, while the commander ordered everyone else to maintain formation and keep marching. After a brutal battle, neither side had gained the upper hand, but both had burned through plenty of stamina. Lu Li noticed Feng Ya beginning to leave openings, making it seem he was weak in prolonged fights. So Lu Li chose to drag the battle out while staying alert for a final counterattack. Meanwhile, Feng Ya only laughed harder because it had been ages since he met someone this entertaining. The moment he finished speaking, they charged at each other again. Feng Ya even mocked Lu Li for slowing down. Right then, Lu Li landed a clean hit on Feng Ya's head, but he immediately sensed something wrong, as his opponent's aura suddenly became far more violent. Like a madman, Feng Ya burst forward and slashed straight into Lu Li's back. The surprise attack came too fast, sending Lu Li flying. The terrifying strike blasted Lu Li through dozens of trees, and the momentum still did not stop. He finally slammed into a giant ancient tree. Lu Li instantly realized he had fallen into a trap. Feng Ya had exposed those openings on purpose, and the longer the fight dragged on, the stronger he recovered. Feng Ya burst into laughter and admitted Lu Li was right. He explained that his epic passive skill, Blood-Soaked Elegy, converted every point of lost health into 1 point of attack power, and the effect only disappeared a few seconds after healing. As soon as he finished, he charged in with another sword strike. A violent explosion erupted, but as the smoke rose, Lu Li had already escaped the battlefield. While retreating, Lu Li realized Feng Ya was not fighting on instinct. He possessed an extremely rare epic passive and had deliberately baited Lu Li into strengthening it over and over. Against an opponent like this, Lu Li knew ordinary tactics would no longer work. The chase continued until they reached a canyon with a massive waterfall. When they arrived, Lu Li discovered a whole swarm of Sansi Sword wasps gathered ahead. There were dozens of them, and each one carried 5 hero cards. Just as Lu Li was about to wipe out the monsters, Feng Ya caught up and blasted him away with a single slash. The moment Feng Ya saw the swarm, his expression changed. He repeatedly unleashed Chainblade to cut them down, but soon clashed with Lu Li again in the middle of the battlefield. The two resumed their relentless duel. Every collision of sword energy triggered explosions that shook the entire area. Lu Li was shocked to see that Feng Ya had almost wiped out the entire swarm of Sandy Sword wasps. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Feng Ya looked at Lu Li and realized he was using the same skill as the limited-time world boss from before. He recalled his big brother's warning. If he ever faced a boss with Sandy Sword wasps, he had to be extremely careful because it was a bug-like skill that could stack endless wounds. The only counter was to defend at the slowest possible rhythm and break the opponent's Chainblade combo. Feng Ya laughed, convinced the Sandy Sword wasps were Lu Li's final trump card. The battle had been thrilling, but Lu Li could never kill him. Instead, he had pushed Blood-Soaked Elegy to its strongest state. In Feng Ya's eyes, the outcome was already decided. Lu Li slowly closed his eyes and calmly replied that, for Feng Ya, this was only a game to decide the winner, but for him, it was something entirely different. The next second, Lu Li roared that he would never lose, and his aura erupted as if breaking past its limits. Feng Ya froze as he felt Lu Li's power surge once again, wondering if his opponent still had another trump card. But instead of worrying, he laughed like a madman, thrilled to have finally found someone who made his blood boil. Watching from a nearby tree, Old Third smiled and praised the incredible battle. But since his big brother was waiting, he decided to help Feng Ya finish it quickly. Just as Lu Li and Feng Ya charged at each other again, Old Third suddenly fired a shadowless arrow that ripped through the air. The arrow pierced straight through Lu Li and blasted him far away. Feng Ya immediately shouted at Old Third in anger. Old Third only laughed and said he was helping, while Feng Ya could not understand why his third brother had appeared at this exact moment. Even so, Feng Ya gritted his teeth and unleashed Wolf Surge once more. The azure dragon appeared again and unleashed an overwhelming blast that sent Lu Li flying. Lu Li's body plunged into the deep canyon beneath the raging waterfall. Old Third frowned when Feng Ya's hero card count remained unchanged. He himself had 298 hero cards, while Feng Ya also began to suspect Lu Li was still alive. Old Third laughed and asked if Feng Ya had let his prey escape on purpose. If he truly wanted to finish him, he should have used Wolf's End instead of Wolf Surge. The prey had already reached his mouth, yet he still let it slip away. Or was he saving it for his third brother? Feng Ya immediately slashed at Old Third in anger. Old Third casually blocked the attack and laughed, saying it was only a joke. Feng Ya firmly declared that Lu Li was his prey. Old Third stopped teasing him, turned around, and urged everyone to head back before their big brother got angry. Feng Ya could only sigh, thinking his third brother always gave everyone a headache. Before leaving, Feng Ya looked back into the canyon with a smile, hoping his next meeting with Zhang Yue would finally decide the winner. Elsewhere, a Fei and Xiaola Jiao walked through the forest, chatting and laughing together. Xiaola Jiao asked with doubt if a Fei was making things up, because his older brother sounded like the perfect dream guy, handsome and brilliant. A Fei laughed and swore in a Sichuan accent that if he was lying, he could be a dog. That made them both laugh again, and Xiaola Jiao praised how quickly he had picked up the local dialect. As they approached a bush, a sudden rustling sound made them stop and stay on guard. A green-skinned monster with a twisted body emerged, worth 35 points. A Fei spread his arms to shield her and warned her to be careful. But before he could finish, Xiaola Jiao pushed him behind her and told him to stay back. A blazing firestorm erupted and burned the monster to ashes in an instant. Her hero card total increased by 35 points, rising from 17 to 52. Seeing a Fei still sitting on the ground, she looked at him in confusion and asked what he was doing. A Fei awkwardly replied that the ground was a little slippery. Xiaola Jiao reached out and pulled a Fei to his feet before asking where they had left off. He thanked her, answered awkwardly, and could only think that they were standing way too close because he had never been this close to a girl before. A Fei changed the subject and said she had been talking about her sister the whole time, so he wanted to hear more about her instead. Xiaola Jiao replied that she had not been talking about his brother at all and asked why he wanted to know. A Fei smiled and said he was just making conversation. She had just started saying she recently graduated from college when another rustling sound came from the bushes. A group of monsters rushed out, but the two calmly dealt with them while continuing their conversation. A Fei casually asked what she had majored in. She majored in animation. As a Fei casually knocked out a monster behind him for another 25 points from an 11-point target, he praised her passion and said he admired people who chased their dreams and created their own animated films. Meanwhile, Xiaola Jiao grabbed a monster by the neck and repeated his words with deep emotion. As she beat the monster until its teeth flew out, she explained that she chose animation because she truly loved it. But after enrolling, she realized the job was nothing like she imagined. 1 second of animation needed dozens of frames. 1 minute required hundreds of drawings, and 10 minutes meant thousands. The workload only kept growing. After struggling through 4 years of college, she discovered the pay per drawing was painfully low. The income was so small that even selling street food paid better. A Fei froze, realizing he had started the conversation the wrong way and had accidentally touched a sore spot. He quickly tried to recover with a smile, saying that life might still be difficult, but as long as people like her kept chasing their dreams, the local animation industry would surely thrive one day. Xiaola Jiao said nothing. She simply kept beating the monster before finishing it off with fire. As they walked, a Fei scratched his head in confusion, wondering what he had said wrong. Everyone online recommended saying things like that, yet the conversation had completely stalled. The awkward silence was almost unbearable. Just then, a cry for help echoed near the waterfall. Ahead of them stood a monster worth an incredible 299 points, leaving a Fei stunned because he had never seen one worth that much. The half-human, half-demon monster slowly turned its gaze toward them. It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a piercing scream, forcing both a Fei and Xiaola Jiao to cover their ears. A Fei instantly sensed the danger and shouted for Xiaola Jiao to run, but she had already fallen into a daze and could only call his name. The next moment, they both collapsed onto the ground. The monster immediately activated its bizarre stitching ability. When it was finished, the two had been stitched together into a single body. As they opened their eyes, both were completely horrified. They sat up in confusion, repeatedly asking what had happened and calling each other's names to make sure they were still there. The water level throughout the forest began rising as roaring currents echoed around them. The monster emerged from the water and grinned as it asked if they liked the new outfit it had prepared. Xiao La Jiao recognized it as the same monster from before, while a Fei angrily demanded to know what it had done to them. The creature only giggled and said it had simply made them look even better. It raised a hand and caused the floodwaters to surge even higher. The two stared in horror as another hideous monster appeared. It called out for them to come over and play. A Fei and Xiao La Jiao immediately turned to run, but they had barely taken a few steps before crashing to the ground because their shared body refused to cooperate. As they checked themselves, a Fei instinctively grabbed his chest, only to realize he was touching Xiao La Jiao's chest. That was when they finally understood they were sharing the same body. A Fei even squeezed it a few more times without thinking. Xiao La Jiao instantly slapped his hand away and yelled at him for touching her there. A Fei frantically apologized while she continued scolding him. Just then, the monster used its power to pull them toward itself and urged them to stop arguing and come closer. A Fei shouted that the suction was too strong and told her to keep moving backward. But the moment they tried to move, they tumbled to the ground again. Xiao La Jiao blamed A Fei for making them fall, while he explained that he was used to turning left. The situation grew worse. They could not even stand properly, let alone escape. As the monster kept dragging them closer, Xiao La Jiao urged A Fei to think of something. A Fei suddenly came up with an idea and told her not to move anymore. For now, he would control the entire body from his side. A Fei immediately ignited flames beneath their feet and used the blast to launch both of them into the air. At the sight of the flames, the monster panicked and shouted that it hated fire before quickly firing back with water magic. Streams of water shot toward them like arrows. Xiao La Jiao nervously yelled for A Fei to dodge, but he told her to stay calm a little longer. Unfortunately, before they could coordinate, the rushing water swept them away and sent them spinning wildly. A Fei complained that he had told her not to move so he could stay in control. Xiao La Jiao immediately argued that his reactions were too slow and they had almost been hit. A Fei explained that controlling only half the body made it extremely hard to keep balance. Calling him an idiot, Xiao La Jiao took over and used fire to launch them into the air once again. The two charged straight in and unleashed fire meteor, striking the monster and making it scream in agony as the flames burned it. The monster immediately summoned water to extinguish the fire covering its body. Furious, the monster roared that the two of them were far too stubborn. It declared it would stitch them together with a better-behaved child before casting water prison, summoning dozens of rushing streams at once. A Fei and Xiao La Jiao desperately searched for a way to dodge, but they were already too late. The attack dragged them underwater, leaving both of them choking and struggling to stay afloat. Xiao La Jiao thought A Fei was terrible at teamwork, while A Fei secretly felt she was just as hard to coordinate with. As they slowly sank, A Fei wished they understood each other a little better. Even so, their clumsy teamwork somehow felt charming. With that thought, A Fei reached out his hand to her. Without hesitation, Xiao La Jiao grabbed it. Together, they unleashed Grand Flame Burst, shattering the giant water prison around them. A Fei looked at her and said they should tell each other their plans from now on, and he would do his best to keep up. Xiao La Jiao agreed, saying she would support whatever he decided. Seeing them back on their feet, the monster roared in frustration. It used its stitching ability again, this time creating countless purple arrows that shot toward them. The two ran in perfect sync, weaving left and right, accelerating together, and dodging every single attack. Xiao La Jiao smiled brightly and said it felt like they were dancing. A Fei laughed and said it would be perfect with some music. He immediately called CC to play a song. She was about to put on Hey Trao Cho An by Sun Tung. A Fei said he had only recently heard it, while Xiao La Jiao lit up because she loved that song. As the music played, they gracefully danced through the rain of arrows. The monster launched one desperate attack after another, but all it received in return was a massive sea of flames. It screamed in panic as the fire consumed it. Meanwhile, A Fei and Xiao La Jiao kept fighting in perfect harmony while the music played on. After the boss was defeated, piles of equipment dropped everywhere. They happily realized they had finally leveled up and could learn new skills. The boss had rewarded them with both huge experience and plenty of loot. A Fei picked up 2 pieces of equipment that suited them both and told Xiao La Jiao to choose first. She accepted and began looking them over. But instead of grabbing the equipment, they accidentally held each other's hand, sending a jolt through both of them. A Fei awkwardly called Xiao La Jiao's name. Blushing deeply, she quickly changed the subject and wondered what his brother and her sister were doing right now. Elsewhere, the purple-haired girl followed Lu Li's scent. Surrounded by the familiar fragrance, she smiled as she imagined how happy he would be to see her again. But the moment she reached the cliff's edge, she froze. Clenching her fists, she wondered if the Chosen One had gotten into trouble because she was not by his side. Furious, she stomped the ground, causing a huge section of the cliff to collapse. Her eyes turned icy as she swore that whoever had done this would pay the price. At the same time, Feng Ye suddenly sneezed and muttered that it felt like someone was talking about him. His hero card count had now reached 311. When a teammate reported a monster worth 500 points ahead, Feng Ye was stunned. He grinned with excitement, raised Jian Yue, and wondered whether the 500-point monster or his blade was stronger. His battle spirit burned with only one thought left in his mind: kill them all. Meanwhile, Lu Li continued drifting underwater among countless monsters. He slowly opened his eyes, but his body still refused to move. After Feng Ye and his companions knocked him into the canyon, Lu Li had stayed alert beneath the water, ready to counterattack if they came after him. Instead, a lake monster suddenly ambushed him from behind. He was poisoned by a demon fish. At first, Lu Li thought it was just an ordinary monster, but in less than a minute, his entire body became paralyzed, and he could barely move a finger. In the critical moment, he only managed to switch into his skeleton form before all sensation gradually disappeared. His body drifted with the current for who knew how long. The roar of the waterfall grew louder, suggesting a massive basin lay ahead. A violent whirlpool pulled Lu Li into its center, leaving him completely unable to control his body. Moments later, he was dragged all the way to the bottom of the lake. When Lu Li woke up, he found himself inside a cave. After testing his body and realizing the paralysis was gone, he carefully examined his surroundings. Standing up and looking around, he guessed this was a vast cave system, deep beneath the lake. As he approached one of the tunnels, Lu Li quickly noticed something strange. The grooves on the walls were all claw marks, proving the tunnels had not formed naturally, but had been dug out by a gigantic creature. That meant he had entered a monster's territory. Based on what he knew from Jian Yue, a place this massive could only belong to a high-level monster, or an enormous colony. Lu Li immediately drank a healing potion. The longer he stayed here, the greater the danger, so his first priority was to recover completely before finding a way out. He searched every corner of the cave until he spotted a faint light ahead. Inside, countless glowing blue eggs filled the chamber. It was clearly the monster's nest. As he ventured deeper, Lu Li suddenly found Luna's sword lying on the ground. After picking it up and checking it, he confirmed it was indeed Luna's weapon. After a brief thought, Lu Li shattered the nearest egg and was stunned to find Luna trapped inside. He quickly carried her out and repeatedly called her name until she slowly opened her eyes and softly called out, "Jian Yue." The moment she fully regained consciousness, Luna's expression changed as she urgently warned Lu Li to look up. Clinging to the cave wall above them was a gigantic monster, silently watching the two of them. It suddenly dived down to attack. Luna could only shout for Lu Li to be careful. Lu Li immediately raised his sword and blocked the direct strike. Bracing himself, he felt as if he were stopping a speeding truck. Luna worriedly told him to put her down so she would not slow him down. Without giving them a chance to recover, the monster launched another assault. Lu Li instantly countered with explosive rending blade and sliced off one of its arms. The two quickly retreated to create some distance. Seeing the monster's value displayed as 999 points, Lu Li tossed Luna's sword back to her. She caught it at once and thanked him. Lu Li asked how she had ended up fighting a monster at this level. Luna simply shook her head and admitted she could barely remember. The monster roared in fury, accusing them of stealing its children. Lu Li looked at Luna and asked if she wanted to hunt it. Luna said defeating it would almost certainly earn them a level, but warned that such a powerful enemy could never be underestimated. She proposed taking the lead while Lu Li supported her. Lu Li agreed, and the two immediately charged into battle. Luna opened the fight with a powerful starlight slash. At the same time, Lu Li attacked the monster's legs to support her. The monster slammed the ground before shifting its focus toward Luna. Lu Li seized the opening and rushed in with a sword slash that tore through the air. Luna followed up with another starlight slash, forcing the monster to curl into itself. It immediately burrowed into a tunnel beneath the ground, leaving Luna disappointed that it had escaped. Lu Li became even more certain the tunnels had all been dug by this creature. If it disappeared into the underground maze, tracking it would become nearly impossible. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Lu Li guessed this was one of the monster's abilities. He immediately warned Luna to stay alert, then sensed movement beneath the earth and shouted that it was directly below them. A massive spiral tail burst out of the ground, forcing both of them to leap aside. The tail swept back and forth, with an incredibly unpredictable pattern. Lu Li realized the attacks were far too fast, and the monster retreated underground after every strike, leaving almost no opening. Luna suggested splitting up so the monster could only target one of them, while the other counterattacked. Lu Li agreed. As the monster moved beneath the ground, Luna quickly tracked its position and warned that it was heading straight for her. The giant tail burst upward again. Luna raised her sword and blocked it head-on. As Lu Li watched, he analyzed the attack rhythm, movement speed, and the brief gaps when the armor on the tail opened. The moment he found an opportunity, his eyes lit up. He unleashed a devastating slash and severed the monster's tail in two. The monster let out a deafening scream that echoed throughout the cave. Enraged, its massive body burst completely out of the ground. Lu Li immediately told Luna to get ready. The monster unleashed giant blade technique and slammed down a devastating attack that split the ground apart. Lu Li blocked the strike with his sword and quickly called out to Luna. He asked if she was all right. Luna replied that the monster's strength was overwhelming and she had been caught off guard. Lu Li decided to switch roles, taking the lead while she recovered. Luna immediately drank a recovery potion, while Lu Li rushed forward to keep the monster occupied. He unleashed one sword attack after another. The monster swung its enormous arms in response, forcing both Lu Li and Luna to retreat again and again. It tensed its entire body, releasing an even more terrifying aura than before. The surge of power triggered explosion after explosion, sending rocks flying everywhere. After 2 hours of fighting, Luna panted heavily and said the monster was not only incredibly strong, but also had an absurd amount of health. Lu Li remained calm, believing that if they held on a little longer, the monster would soon reach its limit. Hearing that, the monster laughed scornfully and mocked the foolish humans for daring to speak of its limits. The next moment, it grabbed one of the eggs and swallowed it whole. Luna froze in horror as she realized it was eating its own egg, and Lu Li immediately shouted a warning. Right before their eyes, the monster's arms and legs regenerated as if they had never been injured. Luna gasped in shock, realizing it had fully recovered. The monster grinned wickedly and said their true despair was only just beginning. The next instant, it charged forward and unleashed Nightmare Dragon Roar. Lu Li barely managed to warn Luna before both of them were pulled into a strange illusion. When Lu Li opened his eyes, he found himself sitting in a coffee shop surrounded by ordinary people, chatting as they passed by. A waiter placed a cup of coffee in front of him and politely wished him an enjoyable drink. Sitting across from Lu Li was his own inner demon. Taking a sip of coffee, it calmly said that Lu Li had already known the answer deep down. Lu Li stood firm and declared that as long as there was even a sliver of hope, he would never give up. The inner demon slowly recounted everything, from the day his big brother disappeared to the moment Lu Li joined Tianmeng and entered Phantom Moon. It argued that so many years had passed that, if his brother were still alive, he could not have vanished without a trace. Lu Li hesitated for a moment, but then remembered that this journey had not been pointless. At the very least, Wu Ye had given him a clue about endless hell. The inner demon suddenly slammed its book shut and demanded to know how much longer Lu Li intended to deceive himself. In its eyes, Lu Li had become completely obsessed with the game. It continued, saying this world was nothing more than data. Instead of wasting time chasing an illusion with a fae, he should inherit his brother's will and do something that truly mattered. Lu Li listened, in silence. The inner demon walked over, placed both hands on Lu Li's shoulders, and gently urged him to wake up and remember his true dream. It reminded him of his dream to build an orphanage where abandoned children could finally have a real home, insisting that was the path he should follow. At that moment, Lu Li suddenly sprang to his feet, grabbed the inner demon by the throat, and coldly declared that everything here was just an illusion created by the monster. The inner demon calmly asked whether it was the fake one, or whether reality itself was what Lu Li truly feared. Lu Li shouted that he could not even protect the person most important to him, so how could he protect anyone else? Besides, the dream of building an orphanage had been a promise shared by all three of them. Lu Li's consciousness returned to reality. Opening his eyes, he found himself trapped in the monster's grasp. At that very moment, the monster cried out in surprise. Lu Li and Luna had shattered the illusion on their own and escaped. The monster could not understand how they had broken free from Nightmare Cage so quickly. Lu Li immediately gave Luna a Dreambreaker potion. The medicine could dispel low-level illusions. As soon as she woke up, Luna burst into tears and instinctively called for her mother. The monster laughed and asked why they had not stayed asleep in their dreams forever. It believed their deepest fears had forced them to wake up. But when it saw the determination burning in Lu Li's and Luna's eyes, it began to feel uneasy. The monster roared and charged at them in a frenzy. Lu Li and Luna refused to back down and launched a relentless counterattack together. They leaped onto the monster's head and rained down one sword strike after another. The monster was completely baffled. Anyone who escaped Nightmare Cage should have been weakened, yet these two were fighting harder than ever. After taking hit after hit, its enormous body was blasted backward. It hurriedly reached for another egg to heal itself, determined to fight to the very end. But Luna was faster. She unleashed Moonwheel and shattered the egg before it could swallow it. Furious, the monster realized the battle had turned against it and tried to retreat into the tunnel. Lu Li instantly accelerated, refusing to let it escape. With one decisive slash, Lu Li cut off the monster's head. It could only let out a final cry of despair. The giant corpse crashed to the ground, completely lifeless. The two celebrated with a high five. Luna was thrilled they had finally defeated the monster. Lu Li, however, felt guilty because all 999 points had gone to him after he landed the finishing blow. He said they should have attacked together. Luna simply smiled and replied that all that mattered was the monster did not escape. Lu Li's hero card total also jumped from 354 to 1353. As they left the cave, Lu Li said there were only about 2 days left before the 7-day limit expired, so once they got outside, he would help Luna earn more points as quickly as possible. Luna agreed, saying the place gave her an awful feeling and they should leave immediately. Just then, a cold voice echoed through the cave, asking who had given them permission to leave. Both of them instantly turned around. Luna froze, thinking the monster had somehow survived, but that made no sense because Lu Li had already received all of its points. The voice really was coming from the monster's corpse. The two quickly noticed its stomach writhing non-stop. Its swollen belly suddenly burst open from the inside, and a single arm reached out. A bald creature crawled out of the carcass and laughed, asking who had killed that old immortal. Thanks to them, it was finally free. Then it turned its eyes toward Lu Li and Luna. The moment it confirmed they were responsible, the new monster charged. Luna's face changed as she shouted a warning. Before she could react, the monster's kick landed squarely on her and sent her flying. Her body slammed into the cave wall, throwing dust everywhere. Seeing this, Lu Li rushed forward. He swung his sword straight at the creature, but it casually raised one hand and stopped the blade. A strange glow immediately gathered inside the monster's mouth. The beam of energy fired straight at Lu Li. A violent explosion shook the entire cave. This creature's point value appeared as 1998. It sneered at the two of them, calling them weak, and saying the monster they had just killed simply deserved to die. After waiting for a moment, without any movement, it scratched its head and mocked them, asking how long they planned to keep pretending to be dead. As soon as it finished speaking, it repeatedly slammed the ground, sending shockwaves and shattered rocks, flying everywhere. At that moment, Lu Li and Luna burst out together and launched a counterattack. They charged like two arrows, closing in on the target at the exact same time. But the monster casually caught both swords with one hand, leaving them stunned. It flicked them away with ease, sending both Lu Li and Luna flying before yawning that the fight was getting boring. The monster declared it had lost interest and generously gave them one last chance to attack before dying. Meanwhile, Lu Li quietly signaled Luna with hand gestures. She instantly understood and answered with the same signals. Luna closed her eyes for a brief moment, steadied herself, and suddenly rushed in. At the same time, Lu Li circled behind the monster. Luna unleashed Moonwheel, but the monster casually leaned aside and dodged. It scoffed, saying that was all they had. The monster laughed coldly, declared they had run out of chances, and prepared to finish Luna. But just before it attacked, Lu Li closed in from behind. The monster immediately turned to block his strike. It remarked that Luna had only been the bait, while Lu Li was the real threat all along. It admitted the plan was clever, but still not enough to defeat it. The moment it finished speaking, it opened its mouth and fired a green energy blast at Lu Li. Right then, Lu Li's eyes lit up as he realized the opportunity had come. In an instant, Lu Li appeared behind the monster and unleashed a devastating slash. The monster cried out in pain and was blasted backward. Lu Li and Luna were both thrilled that their combination attack had worked. But with a simple snap of its fingers, the monster immediately drained life energy from the nearby eggs. After recovering, it laughed and praised their teamwork. It even said the previous monster would probably have died from that attack. Luna immediately realized this creature could absorb energy from the eggs, even from a distance. That meant as long as the nest remained intact, killing it was nearly impossible. Pointing at the two of them, the monster said their only real strength was their teamwork. Alone, neither was a threat, but together they could actually wound it, so it decided to split them apart and make each of them face despair alone. As soon as it finished speaking, it cast clone technique and instantly split into two bodies. Both clones charged at once, unleashing relentless attacks that blasted the ground apart and knocked Lu Li and Luna in opposite directions. Lu Li quickly realized that each clone had become weaker after splitting, but they were still powerful enough to make the battle extremely difficult. As they fought back, the two kept warning each other. Luna told Lu Li to be careful, while he replied that she should worry about herself first. One of the clones pressed Lu Li non-stop, forcing him to retreat again and again. Seeing Lu Li remain calm with a faint smile, the monster grew furious and even wondered if it was ceasing things. Suddenly, Lu Li changed targets and unleashed Wind of Sundering Foes directly at the nest of eggs. His combo count climbed from 33 to 66, and then 99 as egg after egg shattered. The monster remained calm at first, mocking him by saying he could slash all day without changing anything and should stop wasting his strength. But it quickly realized the destructive power behind every one of Lu Li's strikes was steadily increasing. Sensing something was wrong, it immediately charged to stop him, shouting for Lu Li to stop. The two forces collided head-on in a world-shaking explosion. The blast echoed throughout the cave, shaking the entire underground cavern. The monster was dazed from the beating, but it was still alive. Lu Li frowned, knowing he had to finish it before its regeneration kicked in. After timing his cooldown, he charged again with Rending Gale. The monster let out a panicked scream and hurriedly unleashed Myriad Insect Rebirth to strike back. Countless arms suddenly reached out from the remaining eggs, making even Lu Li's expression change. One monster after another burst out of the eggs and rushed at him together. Lu Li had no choice but to keep swinging his sword to hold them back. Before long, the swarm had grown to hundreds. The leader absorbed life force from the eggs and laughed, saying Lu Li had almost killed it, but now he had no chance. Surrounded on every side, Lu Li gritted his teeth and kept carving a path with his sword. The leader kept draining energy to recover while laughing. It had already figured out Lu Li's weakness. As long as it interrupted him before he finished charging, his strongest attack would never become a threat. The leader calmly says it would enjoy watching Lu Li struggle inside the myriad insect swarm. Lu Li answered by slicing the heads off every monster that got close. On the other side, Luna was fighting the monster's clone alone. The gap in strength was far too great. She could not hold out for long and was quickly struck. The devastating blow sent Luna crashing straight into the cliff wall. Pain twisted her face, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. The monster mocked her, saying that after separating the two of them, she no longer had the strength to fight back. In its eyes, prey that stopped struggling was no fun. Luna pushed herself up with her sword and calmly replied that it was not because she could not fight back. Even as enemies, she still wanted to apologize for making it lose its mother the moment it was born. After hearing that, the monster froze for a few seconds before bursting into loud laughter. It mocked Luna, asking if she really thought a joke could defeat it. Then it sneered at her for feeling guilty over the immortal's death and decided to explain the survival law of its race. It explained that from the moment they hatched, the young competed against their own mother. The mother would devour the other eggs to recover, while the strongest offspring would consume the mother's body to become even stronger. It only spared its mother because killing and eating those two would bring greater benefits. Luna was stunned after hearing that they ate their own kind. The monster even laughed and asked if humans had never eaten each other, saying it had heard the taste was not bad. Its aura suddenly turned far more violent. It said Luna would experience that feeling herself before casting Nightmare Dragon Roar. Luna instantly clutched her head and cried out in agony. From afar, Lu Li saw the scene and anxiously shouted Luna's name. At the same time, monster corpses had already piled into heaps around him. The leader sat there with a long yawn, already bored of watching. It lost its patience and ordered every monster to charge at Lu Li and kill him immediately. Lu Li kept swinging his sword, knowing he was only one step away from reaching his goal. Wave after wave of monsters continued to rush at him without end. The moment his combo ended, Lu Li instantly leaped away from his position. Right then, he reached level 30. The Omniscient Bracelet immediately activated its equipment upgrade reward and granted him a new skill called Shadow Clone. The clone possessed 80% of the original's power, could use the same skills and items, and also had the ability Shadow Swap, allowing it to switch places with the original within 500 meters with a 30-minute cooldown. The leader still thought everything was over. As it climbed onto the pile of corpses, it believed eating Lu Li would be enough. But after looking around, it suddenly froze because its target had vanished. Furious, it crushed several young monsters to death and shouted at them for daring to steal its food. In its rage, it killed several more without realizing that Lu Li had used Shadow Swap to disguise himself as one of the young monsters hiding in the swarm. Lu Li quietly summoned his shadow clone, and the two figures attacked together, beheading monsters one after another. Seeing that, the leader panicked and could not understand what had happened, because Lu Li should have been dead. Shocked by the power of those sword strikes, it frantically ordered its subordinates to stop Lu Li at once. But in only a few moments, Lu Li wiped out every monster around him. The leader could do nothing but scream in despair. Lu Li charged forward as fast as lightning, with overwhelming momentum. One slash tore the monster's body apart. Even before dying, it still could not believe it had fallen to an opponent it had always looked down on. It kept telling itself it was all just an accident. However, it quickly calmed down after remembering it still had a clone. As long as that other body survived, it could still be reborn. At that moment, the clone dropped to its knees before Luna, repeatedly begging for mercy and swearing absolute loyalty, even offering its own life. Luna raised a hand to signal Lu Li. Thinking it had been forgiven, the monster thanked her over and over and vowed to serve her forever if she spared it. One of Luna's eyes suddenly glowed. She coldly replied that she was not talking to it. The monster instantly broke down in despair. In the next instant, Luna swung her sword and killed the clone, ending the monster's life for good. The system then announced that the hero certification trial had officially ended and ordered all players to gather at the central city's main gate. Many players gathered to chat, saying this round was much harder than expected. Some congratulated New Gay for scoring over 350 points, almost guaranteeing a top 100 spot. Their hero certificates were worth 117, 128, 353, and 205 points. Meanwhile, Afi and the others were still waiting with anxious expressions. Hua Xiao suddenly slammed the table hard enough to crack it, insisting something had happened to the two of them. Afi looked confused and immediately asked who she meant. Xiao Chili explained that her sister had gone to investigate news about Afi's older brother. She nodded in agreement. Hua Xiao seriously asked Afi if he knew who had attacked his brother. Afi's face instantly changed. Hua Xiao sighed and blamed herself for failing to protect him. She explained that Afi's brother had been ambushed and poisoned on his way to find her. Afi refused to believe it, insisting hardly anyone could defeat his older brother. Xiao Chili guessed the attackers probably had the numbers, adding that her sister's instincts were rarely wrong. Hua Xiao patted Afi's shoulder so hard it nearly broke, then laughed and said the man she liked would never fall so easily. Xiao Chili helplessly told her sister to be more serious, while Afi could only hold back tears and pray for his brother to come save him. Just then, Lu Li and Luna appeared. Afi and the others happily ran over to greet him. Hua Xiao blurted out, "My dear husband," leaving Xiao Chili covering her forehead because her sister had changed the way she addressed him so quickly. Luna softly told Lu Li to put her down because she was fine. He nodded but still reminded her not to push herself. Seeing that scene, Hua Xiao's expression immediately changed, and her sharp gaze locked onto the two of them. She hurried over while Xiao Chili rushed after her, urging her to stay calm. Luna coughed softly. Sensing the tension, Afi quickly stepped in to mediate. Standing right in front of Lu Li, Hua Xiao seriously introduced herself as Hua Qiao, known by the title Hua Xiao. She then boldly declared that she was his future fiancée Sei and his one true destined girl. Lu Li was so shocked that he immediately stepped back. Right then, the system screen appeared across the sky once again. The host congratulated all the heroes for passing the qualifiers before revealing the top 100 rankings. Dawn Guild Shu Guang ranked first with 4,999 points, followed by Dawn Lei Dao with 3,841 points. Third place went to Zhan Yue with 3,418 points, followed by Dawn Feng Ya, Dawn Jui Xian, Dawn Dian Dian, Hua Xiao, and Luna. The crowd immediately erupted. Many were stunned that first place had nearly 5,000 points, and wondered what kind of monster that player was. Some recognized the names immediately, causing everyone else to gasp. They were all members of the Dawn Guild. A few were even surprised that someone had never heard of the guild. They explained that Dawn was currently the third-ranked guild on the entire server, and its core members were professional players from the Dawn Club, multiple-time world champions in other games, before moving to Phantom Moon. The man in the red hat nodded, finally understanding why they were so powerful. Still, he wondered who Zhan Yue was. Without that player, the entire top 5 would have belonged to Dawn. The man in the black hat immediately suggested they go introduce themselves. Hua Xiao still refused to leave Lu Li alone. Even after he politely turned her down, saying he had no interest in romance, she happily moved closer and teased that the name Zhan Yue sounded incredibly romantic. The group planning to greet him could only whisper that he looked nothing like the cold and distant expert they had imagined. Just then, someone loudly called out the name Jian Yue. Lu Li turned around in confusion. The host continued by announcing that everyone in the top 100 would receive experience rewards from the king, with the amount based on the number of hero certificates they had earned. The entire square erupted in cheers as the massive rewards instantly gave some players 2 levels, and others even 3. After claiming the rewards, Lu Li reached level 35, Hua Xiao level 37, Xiao Chili level 33, Afi level 32, and Luna level 34. The host smiled and said this was only the beginning, as the real trials for the heroes were still ahead. He instructed everyone to pass through the gate to enter the second trial. The crowd was stunned to learn another challenge awaited them, but after seeing the massive experience rewards, everyone guessed the next prizes would be even better and eagerly walked through the gate. In the blink of an eye, every player was teleported to a new area by a magic circle. Lu Li quickly followed the others inside. When the teleportation ended, everyone found themselves standing in a huge circle. They looked around in confusion, unable to recognize the place or find their teammates. Just then, a man slowly descended from the sky into the center of the plaza. The white-haired man smiled and introduced himself as the host of the second trial. He explained that a true hero needed not only courage, but also wisdom. If the first trial tested bravery, the second would test reasoning. The rules were simple. The system would randomly form teams of 5, and each team would play a murder mystery game. One member would secretly be the killer, and the others had to uncover the culprit through investigation and debate. After every discussion round, all players would vote to eliminate one person. If the killer was voted out before eliminating everyone else, the innocent side would win. Otherwise, if the killer survived until only one person remained, the killer would claim victory. The system then handed everyone a card containing their identity, role, and personal clues. After reading the rules, Lu Li realized this challenge focused on deduction and debate. The host raised his hand and officially began the second round, first introducing the background of the case before everyone entered their roles. The story began after Hero Yi successfully completed the king's trials and prepared to set out to slay the dragon and rescue the princess. The kingdom of Teva held a farewell banquet for him, but after the feast ended, Hero Yi was found stabbed to death beside the garden fountain. Everyone's mission was to uncover the real murderer. There were 5 suspects. A was Hero Yi's companion. B was the daughter of a high-ranking noble. C was the captain of the royal guards. D was the kingdom's scholar. E was the high priest. The host looked around the crowd and declared that only one truth existed. To pass the trial, they had to identify the real killer of Hero Yi. With that, he smiled and officially started the game. The players would speak one by one from A to E in clockwise order, while the host supervised the entire process to keep everyone on track. Player A stood up first. He introduced himself as Hero Yi's companion, saying they were not related by blood but had grown up like real brothers. When asked why he could not be the murderer, A laughed and said, "A handsome, cheerful, and outgoing man like him would never lie, so everyone should trust that he was innocent." When asked who he suspected most, he awkwardly admitted he had no conclusion yet. Even so, A glanced at suspect E and joked that based on appearances alone, the old priest looked the most suspicious. The host ended A's turn and invited player B to continue. B gracefully stepped forward and introduced herself as the third daughter of Marquis Zhen Yuan. She explained that she had once been surrounded by demonic beasts, and Hero Yi had risked his life to save her, making him her savior. When explaining why she was innocent, she blushed and admitted she had fallen in love with Hero Yi after being rescued. She also said she had always been frail and sickly, barely strong enough to kill a chicken, let alone commit murder. When asked who seemed suspicious, B said everyone looked innocent for now. Then she remembered an important clue written on her character card. According to information from her father's detective, Captain C had once gotten into a fierce argument with Hero Yi. In fact, witnesses had seen the two arguing violently shortly before the victim died. Hearing that, Lu Li paused for a moment. The host handed the turn to suspect C. Lu Li took on the role of the captain of the king's royal guards, responsible for protecting the entire kingdom, while making it clear that he had never been close to Hero Yi. When asked about his alibi, Lu Li explained that the argument happened because he had discovered Hero Yi was unworthy of being called a hero. He believed Hero Yi was nothing more than a glory seeker obsessed with women. In his opinion, someone like that was unfit to rescue the princess. Even though he deeply disapproved of Hero Yi, he would never disobey the king's orders, so he had no reason to commit murder. Lu Li presented more evidence, explaining that he had been on security duty throughout the farewell banquet, with countless witnesses seeing him the entire time. That proved he was nowhere near the crime scene when the murder happened. When it came to his suspicions, Lu Li said the royal guards had uncovered evidence that B's relationship with Hero Yi was far more complicated than she claimed. He wanted to know why she had deliberately hidden part of the truth. B immediately replied that she had only read exactly what was written on her character card, and complained that Lu Li was being too aggressive. A quickly came to her defense, insisting she did not look like a bad person. The host loudly ended Suspect C's turn and invited Suspect D to speak. The young woman calmly introduced herself as the kingdom's scholar, responsible for recording history and writing biographies. Under the king's orders, she had interviewed Hero Yi to complete his official records. The host asked how she would prove her innocence. She answered that she had no motive because her relationship with Hero Yi was purely professional, with no personal grudge or conflict of interest. She also had no opportunity to commit the crime, since she had spent the entire hour before the murder attending a gathering with other scholars, and was never alone. She went on to explain that her physique also ruled her out. Hero Yi stood 185 centimeters tall, while she was only 145. The fatal stab entered almost straight into his chest. That would only be possible if Hero Yi had bent down, but that contradicted the evidence showing he staggered backward before falling into the stream. After hearing her explanation, the host asked who she suspected. Everyone immediately turned to look at her. They all felt Suspect D's reasoning was incredibly solid, and some even believed she had already identified the killer. Instead, she simply folded her arms and answered that she did not know. She then suggested eliminating the least trustworthy people first. According to her, the goal of the game was to identify both allies and the killer through everyone's statements. If someone made completely unreasonable arguments, they would only drag the whole team down, even if they were innocent. Suspect A could only stare in confusion. The host then invited Suspect E to introduce himself and explain his relationship with Hero Yi. The bald old man introduced himself as the High Priest, the one responsible for divinations for the king and presiding over sacred rituals. When asked how he would prove his innocence, he answered calmly. He explained that the day before Hero Yi's journey, his divination had foretold a disastrous fate. The prophecy sphere even revealed a vision of the hero being stabbed to death inside the royal palace. After seeing the omen, he immediately reported it to the king. Upon hearing the prophecy, the king ordered him to perform a blessing ritual in hopes of changing Hero Yi's fate. The high priest said he immediately went to the altar, but preparing and performing the ritual took far too long. Before the ceremony was even finished, Hero Yi had already been killed. The host then asked who he believed was the murderer. Stroking his beard, the old man said the killer had managed to deceive even the power of prophecy, meaning they could not be an ordinary person. The culprit had to be extremely cautious and skilled at hiding their true nature. Therefore, perhaps they should think in reverse. The person who seemed the least suspicious might actually be the real killer. The host smiled, announced that the first discussion round had ended. After a countdown of 3, everyone would cast their vote for the person they believed was the murderer. 3, 2, 1, the voting results appeared. Suspect A received 3 votes, B received none, C received 1, D received none, and E received 1. Suspect A froze, pointed at himself, and shouted in disbelief, asking if everyone had made a mistake because he had clearly said he was on the innocent side. The host immediately declared Suspect A eliminated and ordered him to leave the game. At that moment, the ground beneath A suddenly collapsed, sending him falling out of sight. The host prepared to reveal his identity before announcing that the game would continue. He then raised a new set of cards and congratulated the remaining players for advancing to the second phase. Each player would receive 4 new clues, 3 true and 1 false. After handing the cards to B, C, D, and E, the discussion resumed in clockwise order, starting with Suspect B. The host invited B to share her clues. She read from her card that Captain C would never obey the king's orders. While the king had ordered High Priest E to perform the blessing ritual, he had also assigned C to protect Hero Yi. In her opinion, the first statement had to be the false clue. She added that the people who appeared most loyal on the surface were often the most dangerous when they betrayed someone. After hearing that, the host invited Suspect C to present his clues and explain his reasoning. Lu Li read his new clue. According to the Royal Guard's report, after leaving the king, High Priest E stayed inside the altar all night and never went anywhere else. So far, besides himself, only Scholar D and High Priest E had given believable explanations. However, B still avoided answering the question he had raised earlier, so she remained suspicious. The host signaled for suspect D to speak. She adjusted her glasses and read her new clue. The Marquis Zhen Yuan's daughter had recently become obsessed with Hero Yi. She followed him everywhere, collected everything he had ever used, and even sent him strands of her hair every single day. After finishing, she pointed directly at suspect B and claimed that B had even sent a threatening letter saying that if she could not have Hero Yi, she would destroy him. B immediately exploded, accusing D of making everything up. D continued, saying High Priest E knew part of this as well. She had also heard from Captain C that B was the only one who had left the banquet early. The host then invited suspect E to speak. High Priest E remained silent for a moment before revealing his clue. According to his divination, Scholar D was trustworthy and fully deserved everyone's confidence. The host announced the end of the second discussion round. After a countdown of 3, everyone would vote once again for the person they believed was the murderer. 3, 2, 1, the results were revealed. B received 2 votes, C received 1, D received 1, and E received none. B angrily shouted that everyone had no idea how to reason, because she was obviously on the innocent side, yet they still voted against her. She then turned to D and accused her of being jealous, because she was prettier, claiming D had invented the whole story just to frame her. At that very moment, the floor beneath B suddenly gave way. Even as she fell, she kept screaming that she would never forgive D. The host revealed B's identity before announcing that the game would continue. This was the final round. If they failed to find the murderer now, the killer would win. From the third round onward, everyone was free to debate, without any limits on speaking order or turns. Lu Li was about to summarize all the clues from the previous 2 rounds to organize his analysis. But D immediately cut him off, saying there was no need because the murderer's identity was already obvious. Even High Priest E agreed, saying the killer had practically exposed themselves. D calmly revealed that B had actually been innocent all along. Forcing B out of the game had simply been part of her plan to lure the real killer into exposing a weakness. Both Lu Li and the High Priest were visibly surprised. She pushed up her glasses and explained that everything she had done was solely to uncover the true murderer. Then she pointed straight at Lu Li and declared that Captain C was the real killer. Lu Li remained calm with his hands in his pockets and simply asked what evidence she had. D answered that the evidence was hidden in what she had said during the previous round. The threats, the letters, and the story about leaving the banquet early had all been fabricated to observe everyone's reactions. She continued by explaining that every piece of evidence against C had been deliberately invented by her. Her goal was to see how Lu Li would react and vote, but his behavior had not matched her expectations. Lu Li was about to respond, but D interrupted him again. She said that if he had truly only disliked B, he would have voted against her, yet he had not. In her opinion, a person's eyes were the hardest thing to hide. D analyzed that whenever she presented false information, everyone else either questioned it, argued against it, or looked surprised, and their eyes always turned toward her. Only Lu Li reacted differently. According to her, that was the moment he accidentally exposed himself. Deep down, he was not focused on finding the killer. He was thinking about hiding his own identity and eliminating everyone else. That was why he avoided looking at her. Finishing her argument, she asked Captain C if he had anything left to say in his defense. Lu Li simply sighed and sat down on the ground. He said he had no interest in arguing anymore. She could say whatever she wanted, and everyone should just hurry up and vote. Seeing that, D quietly assumed he had given up. The host turned to High Priest E and asked if he wished to add anything. The old man merely shook his head, saying he had nothing else to say. The host raised 3 fingers and announced that the final debate had ended. After the countdown, everyone would cast the deciding vote. 3, 2, 1. High Priest E and Lu Li both voted for suspect D at the same time. The final result showed C with 0 votes, D with 2 votes, and E with 0 votes. The game ended with the murderer claiming victory. Lu Li immediately broke into a satisfied smile. D cried out in shock, unable to understand why E had voted against her after she had explained everything so clearly. High Priest E also collapsed onto the ground, looking completely stunned. That sometimes the answer in your heart is more reliable than the real one. He admitted he knew from D's very first statement that she would recognize him sooner or later, but because she used elimination, A and B were voted out first, leaving High Priest E as his final chance to win. Hearing that, High Priest E broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Li continued, saying High Priest S voting had been completely consistent since the first round. Back then, E believed the killer had to be someone capable of fooling even divination, someone extremely cautious and good at hiding. That was why E used reverse logic and believed the cleanest-looking person was the most suspicious. D finally understood. She said E had followed the exact same pattern from start to finish. In round 1, E voted out A, in round 2, B, and in round 3, E chose her. Lu Li's act of giving up after being exposed had only been a trap to push E into making the wrong choice. Realizing everything, D collapsed helplessly and admitted defeat. The host announced that the game was over and all the losers had to leave the arena. A moment later, the floor beneath D and High Priest E opened, sending both of them falling down. The host burst into excited laughter and kept praising the incredible comeback. The killer's true identity was finally revealed. The fake Heros mission had been to eliminate everyone standing in the way, including Assistant A, Minister's daughter B, who had secretly worked with the hero, Insider D, disguised as a scholar, and finally High Priest E. A voice echoed from the giant screen, congratulating everyone for passing the second selection round. The king had prepared rewards for the remaining contestants, and after a short break, they would enter the final selection. Lu Li's companions immediately rushed over to congratulate him. One called him Big Brother, another called him Husband, and everyone celebrated because the whole group had made it through. Lu Li simply closed eyes and rested for a moment. Not long afterward, the system announced that the next round was about to begin and reminded everyone to hold their positions for safety. The giant screen slowly rose into the air, while the contestants' platforms lifted straight upward. A brilliant light flashed, forcing Lu Li to shield his eyes before he could see clearly again. As the light faded, a massive Greek-style arena appeared before them, surrounded by the deafening cheers of the crowd. The two hosts greeted everyone together on the giant screen and officially announced the start of the third selection round. The audience immediately erupted with cheers. They asked everyone to look at the screen above the arena before proudly introducing the next guest, King Teva himself. Thunderous applause instantly filled the arena. King Teva smiled, thanked everyone for their support, and greeted the heroes who had come from everywhere to join the princess rescue selection. He said he had watched the first 2 rounds and believed everyone still standing possessed both strength and intelligence. Hearing the speech, Fei scratched his head and said it felt just like listening to the principal's speech at a Monday assembly. Xiao Lajiao nodded in agreement. Right then, the king took out 3 gemstones and introduced them as rewards for the top 3 finishers. They could be embedded into legendary-grade main weapons. Among the contestants, a man in armor quietly folded his arms and said the intelligence had been completely accurate. The real target had finally appeared. He immediately ordered his guild members to secure all 3 gemstones, and everyone answered in unison. Fei curiously asked Lu Li what made gemstones for legendary weapons so valuable that everyone wanted them. Lu Li explained they were incredibly rare items that unlocked a special skill once embedded into a weapon. Even so, he found it strange because rewards like these normally only appeared in level 50 dungeons. Xiao Lajiao added that each gemstone sold for hundreds of thousands of yuan on the market, and even having money did not guarantee you could buy one. Hearing that, Fei's eyes lit up as he imagined the fortune they would make if they got all 3. King Teva laughed loudly, saying he could already feel the fighting spirit of the heroes, then officially declared the third selection round open. The two hosts continued, saying they knew everyone was eager to step into the arena, but they first had to explain the tournament rules. They announced that a total of 32 contestants had advanced from round 2. The tournament would use a fever-round single elimination format to determine the champion. Anyone who knocked an opponent off the platform or forced them to surrender would win the match. The final champion would receive prize money, a huge amount of experience, and many priority benefits. The winner would also earn the right to personally choose teammates to form the Princess Rescue Squad, and every member of that team could select 1 treasure from the Royal Vault. After assigning numbers and completing the draw, the first match was announced as Hero number 4 versus Hero number 13. Luna looked at Lu Li and smiled, reminding him that he would be the first to enter the arena. Fei cheered excitedly, urging his big brother to show everyone his strength, while Hua Xiao encouraged her husband to crush the competition. Their match numbers were then revealed. Luna number 7, Lu Li number 4, Hua Xiao number 18, Fei number 26, and Xiao Lajiao number 27. Lu Li half closed his eyes, thinking only that it was time to step into another arena. He calmly walked onto the stage as thunderous cheers echoed from every side. The moment he saw his opponent, Lu Li recognized a familiar face. With both hands still in his pockets, he casually asked a question to confirm the man's identity. The man smirked, thinking Lu Li had recognized his reputation. He planned to put on a spectacular show before the entire audience. He was the same player Lu Li had defeated near the beginning of the story. He recalled the day Lu Li soloed the elite boss Amun with the cross-draw slash. He remembered finally obtaining Amun's sword on his 28th clear, Since then, he had sworn that he would never lose to Lu Li again. He even believed that boss fight had helped him understand himself. In his mind, he was a lone warrior, and the lonelier he became, the stronger he grew. The only thing that could truly defeat him was not another person. It was only a stronger version of himself from the future. He drew his sword with a confident grin and declared that no matter who stood before him, he would not lose this time. Before he could even finish speaking, Lu Li shot forward like lightning, dashed past him, and ended the match with a single thrust. His opponent froze in place, completely stunned and unable to understand what had just happened. He shouted in disbelief that it was impossible. He had not even used his skills or shown his self-created ultimate technique, so the match should not count. Hearing the complaints, Lu Li simply twirled the scissors in his hand and thought that this guy had not changed at all. The host immediately announced that contestant number 4, Manhwa, had completely overwhelmed contestant number 13, King of Lanes. Some spectators quickly recognized him as the player Lu Li had defeated before. A blue-haired young man excitedly pointed toward the arena and said he had finally found the prey he had been waiting for. The matches continued. Luna, contestant number 7, defeated her opponent with swordsmanship that flowed like water and advanced to the top 16. When it was Afai's turn, he left the audience laughing as he defeated his opponent with his barbecue roast chicken skill and secured his place in the round of 16. Hua Xiao kept things even simpler. One punch shattered her opponent's defense and ended the fight instantly. Someone in the audience observed that Hua Xiao's fighting style looked just like someone they used to know. Their companion agreed and said there was at least an 80% chance they were the same person. The hosts then called contestant number 27, Xiao La Jiao, to face contestant number 6 from the Dawnbreak Guild. The girl from Dawnbreak smiled confidently, while her teammates reminded her to stay as calm as she had been during practice. Fei and Hua Xiao cheered for Xiao La Jiao and joked that if she lost, she would be banned from eating hot pot. Xiao La Jiao simply snorted and confidently stepped into the arena. As soon as she appeared, the crowd buzzed with excitement because they could finally see the famous Dawnbreak Guild contestant up close. Xiao La Jiao clenched her fists and asked what was so special about the Dawnbreak Guild. Today, she would prove that there was always someone stronger. Her opponent only smiled and mocked her by saying that the flat-chested girl sure had a big mouth. The insult hit her weak spot. Xiao La Jiao froze for a moment before blushing in embarrassment. She immediately charged forward in anger, shouting that flat chests were the real trend. Her opponent calmly kept teasing her, forcing Xiao La Jiao to unleash a blazing kick. The Dawnbreak girl quickly ducked and avoided it. Refusing to give up, Xiao La Jiao spun after her and yelled that her opponent could not keep running forever. A barrage of fiery attacks rained down from above. Her opponent blocked with her sword while retreating again and again, creating a dazzling exchange. The hosts commented that contestant number 6 had used the force split skill to neutralize most of the attacks. Even so, she still suffered minor injuries from Xiao La Jiao's assault. The Dawnbreak girl smiled and said the fight was finally getting interesting. She then cast Flame Spirit Summoning and called forth a fierce firehound. The summoned beast immediately charged at Xiao La Jiao with incredible speed. She frowned, realizing her opponent was a summoner and that the beast was much faster than she had expected. Xiao La Jiao immediately fired back with flames, figuring that the summoned beast could only charge in a straight line. As long as she predicted its path, she could stop it. But the firehound showed no fear of the flames. It charged straight through the inferno without slowing down, leaving Xiao La Jiao stunned. A violent explosion erupted, and the massive shockwave blasted Xiao La Jiao far from the battlefield. Seeing this, Fei and Hua Xiao anxiously called out to her. The situation looked bad because the summoned beast had extremely high fire resistance, making her fire attacks almost useless. Seeing her injured opponent, Po Xiao Dian smiled confidently and advised Xiao La Jiao to surrender before suffering any more pain. Xiao La Jiao simply repeated the word, surrender, while the summoned beast continued growling beside her. In the next instant, the two rushed into close combat. Dian laughed, saying that with Xiao La Jiao's current strength, struggling any harder would be pointless. Just then, Xiao La Jiao suddenly unleashed Fire Tornado, creating a massive vortex of flames. Fei was shocked to realize she had first used Fire Meteor to close the distance before detonating her ultimate at point-blank range, trapping both Dian and the summoned beast inside the attack. As the blazing tornado closed in, Dian panicked and called for Yanling to protect her. Without hesitation, the beast leaped into the flames and used its own body to shield its master from the entire attack. Explosions echoed one after another, Everyone thought Dian had survived the danger, but at that very moment, Xiao Jiao suddenly appeared behind her, raised her hand, and declared that the match was over. Dian was stunned, having no idea when Xiao Jiao had slipped behind her. Xiao Jiao immediately unleashed an overwhelming blast of fire at her opponent. The hosts praised the beautiful combo, from the fiery approach to the surprise attack from behind. Even Xiao Jiao believed victory was already hers. But from the audience, her teammates urgently shouted for her to look again, because Dian had not been defeated. Through the smoke, Dian's eyes suddenly lit up. She calmly raised one hand in front of her. She then cast Myriad Spirit Summoning, 5 Spirit Assault and Defense. In an instant, Xiao Jiao was blasted into the air and completely lost the ability to resist. Dian smiled and said she had forgotten to introduce herself. Besides Yanling, she also commanded Jinling, Shuiling, Muling, and Tuling. Altogether, she could control 5 spirit beasts at the same time. Even the hosts could not hide their amazement, as Dian effortlessly controlled 5 summoned beasts of different elements simultaneously. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiao no longer had the strength to stand. Contestant number 6, from the Dawnbreak Guild, claimed victory and advanced to the top 16. Everyone agreed the Dawnbreak Guild truly deserved its reputation, especially since Dian was only ranked 5th within the guild. Whether that ranking truly reflected their strength would be revealed in the later rounds. After the match ended, Fei and Hua Xiao immediately rushed over to help Xiao Jiao off the arena. Fei asked if she was badly hurt, while Hua Xiao comforted her by saying she had fought well and had simply been countered by elemental affinity. Xiao Jiao lowered her head, covered in injuries, and sadly admitted that she had lost. She burst into tears, feeling deeply embarrassed. Luna hurried over to comfort her, while Hua Xiao smiled and said that if they ever faced Dian again, they would definitely need Xiao Jiao's help. After wiping away her tears, Xiao Jiao took a deep breath and vowed to become stronger. Her determination seemed to ignite around her like flames. She swore she would never let anyone mock her flat chest again. Hearing that reason, everyone stood there speechless. Luna turned to Lu Li and said, "The members of the Dawnbreak Guild were truly formidable. Every one of them possessed strength that demanded respect." The two hosts concluded that it had been an incredible match. Although contestant number 27 had fought brilliantly, contestant number 6's strength was simply too unpredictable. They then introduced another member of the Dawnbreak Guild as the next fighter. The next contestant was Feng Ya, ranked number 5 from the Dawnbreak Guild. The match turned intense from the very start. Feng Ya quickly gained the upper hand, relentlessly overwhelming his opponent, while coldly mocking him for being too weak. True to his name, Feng Ya fought like a hunting wolf. His opponent never had a chance to fight back, and could only be driven around like a helpless sheep waiting for slaughter. The hosts then shifted their attention to the match featuring contestant number 3, who also came from the Dawnbreak Guild. His opponent tried to calm himself, telling himself that the person in front of him was just another ordinary player, so there was no need to panic and he should be able to hold his own. But the moment the first arrow flew out, it suddenly split into countless branches, instantly changing his opponent's expression. Faced with the incoming rain of arrows, the opponent froze in shock. In the blink of an eye, countless arrows pierced his entire body. The hosts exclaimed that every single arrow had struck a vital point. What looked like ordinary shots was actually a flawless display of calculation and incredible skill. The next match began almost immediately. As soon as the signal was given, one contestant burst forward so fast that only an afterimage remained. With a single move, his opponent was launched high into the air. Without giving him a chance to recover, he instantly followed up with another attack. The devastating kick slammed the opponent straight into the arena wall with a thunderous crash. The hosts excitedly announced that Lei Dao, contestant number 2 from the Dawnbreak Guild, had won in an instant before his opponent could even draw a weapon. When the hosts called the next match, the contestant about to enter the arena was already drenched in sweat from nervousness. Shang Guang did not attack right away. Instead, he began correcting his opponent's stance. He pointed out that his current swing was completely wrong and explained that if he wanted real power, he needed to grip the axe with both hands and bring it down decisively. Shang Guang patiently continued the lessons, telling him to raise his arms higher and use his hips to drive the strike. The opponent obediently followed every instruction and kept asking if he was doing it correctly. Shang Guang calmly corrected every movement, telling him to remember the previous feeling and repeat the motion several more times. He emphasized that the power should come from the waist, not the hips. The audience could only groan, wondering whether this was a tournament or a training class. At last, Guang nodded in satisfaction and said time was up, so his opponent could leave the arena. The man immediately bowed to thank him for the lesson before voluntarily surrendering. The two hosts looked at each other and held their heads in exhaustion. One gave up and asked the other to continue hosting while introducing the next match. As soon as the next two contestants stepped onto the stage, they politely crossed swords. One asked if they really had to fight, and the other sighed in agreement, saying it would only waste time, so they might as well both surrender. The audience immediately booed. Watching the scene, Lu Li realized that after witnessing the Dawnbreak Guild's overwhelming performances, many contestants had completely lost their fighting spirit. It seemed this guild was now the only group truly worth challenging. The hosts announced that because the tournament was moving so quickly, they would reveal the top 8 contestants immediately. The list included Shang Guang, Lei Dao, Gui Jian, and Feng Ya from the Dawnbreak Guild, along with Zhan Yue, Hua Xiao, and Fei. The final spot would be decided in the match between Dian and Luna. Before Luna entered the arena, Fei and Xiao La Jiao cheered her on, hoping she would turn the tables and defeat Dian to avenge the earlier loss. Luna smiled, thanked them, and promised to give it everything she had. As Luna stepped onto the stage, Lu Li also offered his encouragement. She simply raised one finger to signal that everything was fine before walking forward. The crowd loudly chanted the Dawnbreak Guild's name. Dian glanced at Luna and mocked her, asking if she was Xiao La Jiao's teammate. She looked a little more developed, but that did not mean she was any stronger. Luna calmly replied that they would find out in battle and told Dian to summon all 5 spirit beasts from the start. Dian laughed and summoned a spirit beast, saying Luna first had to prove she was worthy of seeing her full strength. Luna immediately drew her sword and unleashed Star Radiant Slash. A brilliant flash burst from the blade, blinding Dian and forcing her to shield her eyes. She quickly ordered her spirit beasts to attack at once and stop Luna from getting close. The beasts charged together, but Luna swiftly dodged to the side. The moment Dian opened her eyes again, Luna was already right in front of her with a sword slashing down. She barely managed to dodge at the last instant. Dian was secretly startled. If she had reacted even a little slower, she would have been in serious danger. Even the mask on her face had been sliced clean in half. Luna looked directly at her opponent and said that during the earlier fight with Xiao La Jiao, Dian had secretly used a water spirit beast to reduce the damage. She advised her to stop pretending to be relaxed and fight with her full strength, because that was the true way to respect both her opponent and herself. Hearing that, Fei and Xiao La Jiao became even more excited, shouting for Luna to keep up the pressure and never give Dian a chance to counterattack. Over on the Dawnbreak Guild side, the members also admitted that Dian had been too careless. They agreed Luna was right and hoped she would learn from it. One of them even impatiently asked when it would finally be his turn to fight. Dian smirked and summoned all 5 spirit beasts. She said that if Luna thought spotting one small opening was enough to guarantee victory, then she was being far too naive. With that, she declared she would show Luna the true gap between them and ordered all 5 spirit beasts to attack at once. 2 spirit beasts immediately fired streams of flame and water from different directions, forcing Luna onto the defensive. At that moment, Luna spotted a bird-like spirit beast diving from above. The bird spread its razor-sharp wings and unleashed a barrage of blade-like feathers. Luna swiftly dodged every attack. Seeing that, Dian immediately sent her wood spirit beast in to continue the assault. Thick vines suddenly wrapped around Luna's legs. Then the earth spirit beast followed up, making her realize the situation had become dangerous. A massive boulder crashed down from above, exploding where Luna stood. Watching the impact, Dian smiled proudly and declared that nothing had changed, because defeating Luna was still easy for her. Fei muttered in disbelief, wondering if even Luna had lost. Hua Xiao only smiled faintly and remarked that Luna might have had a better chance if she had spent less time talking. She also admitted that Dian's coordination with all 5 spirit beasts had improved dramatically since their last fight. Meanwhile, Xiao La Jiao could only angrily curse at her opponent. Seeing the battle unfold, Lu Li remained completely calm, without saying a word. Believing the boulder had trapped Luna, Dian happily praised her spirit beasts for their perfect teamwork. At that moment, Lu Li quietly reminded Luna that the time had come. The instant she heard the signal, Luna activated sword control technique and shattered the giant boulder with a single slash. Without giving Dian time to react, Luna rushed straight at her and swung her sword, catching her completely off guard. The blade crashed down with a violent explosion, shaking the entire arena. As the dust slowly settled, Dian stepped out unharmed protected by her earth and water spirit beasts. But Luna immediately seized the opening and unleashed another downward slash. The spirit beasts charged together to block her path, forcing Luna to retreat before she could be surrounded. Dian gritted her teeth in frustration. Luna's fighting style was getting under her skin, bringing back a familiar feeling of resentment. Those emotions pulled her back to her childhood, when she used to curl up in the corner of her house, beside scattered shards of broken glass. In front of her, her parents argued fiercely, hurling insults at each other, before finally bringing up divorce. While they argued over who would take custody of her, the little girl could only sit there and cry. Her memories shifted to the days when she was bullied at school. One girl slapped her across the face, falsely accused her of stealing her boyfriend, and even mocked her mother for having an affair. The girls pinned her down while recording videos and laughing at her. They even threatened to strip off her clothes and upload the footage to humiliate her. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, she fought back. The girls immediately accused her of attacking classmates and kept recording as fake evidence. Those experiences convinced her that the world was a cold place. If she wanted to survive, she had to hide her true self behind a different mask. Later, at an internet cafe, a man sat beside her smoking and praised her for being both beautiful and skilled at games. Dian thanked him because he had helped her deal with trouble at school before. But he suddenly leaned closer and asked her to be his girlfriend, so no one would dare bully her again. Confused, Dian reminded him that he had always said he only saw her as a younger sister. He simply smiled and said their relationship was ready to move to the next stage. A wave of disgust instantly rose inside her, so all of his kindness had been driven by hidden motives. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed the man's wrist from behind. He turned around and angrily demanded to know who had interfered. A member of the Dawnbreak Guild coldly reminded him that she was still just a child. Another person quickly pulled him back and warned that they were members of the Dawnbreak Guild and should never be provoked. The man's face instantly turned pale when he heard the guild's name. The Dawnbreak member threw him out and banned him from ever coming near the guild's internet cafe again. The man could only grit his teeth, leave, and mutter empty threats. Afterward, the man who had rescued her smiled and asked if Dian wanted to join their gaming club. He said he valued her talent highly, and the Dawnbreak Guild happened to be recruiting new members. Back in the present, Dian clenched her fists. She told herself that she could not afford to lose, because she was fighting for the honor of the Dawnbreak Guild. With that resolve, she unleashed her ultimate technique, 5-ring assault and defense, commanding all 5 spirit beasts to attack Luna at the same time. Explosions rang out one after another, and thick smoke quickly engulfed the entire arena. Even the arena wall was blasted open with a huge hole. Seeing the destruction, Dian let out a relieved sigh, convinced she had won. Even the 2 hosts were left speechless by the devastating power. They thought Luna had been blasted right out of the arena. As Luna disappeared into the smoke, everyone in Lu Li's group anxiously shouted her name. Lu Li, however, simply smiled and told everyone to look beneath the edge of the arena. Only then did they realize Luna had used the edge of the platform and the space underneath it to dodge the fatal attack, a clever move that caught everyone by surprise. Dian angrily protested, claiming that should count as leaving the arena. The hosts immediately explained that Luna had kept herself suspended by driving her sword into the arena wall, so she had never actually left the battlefield. Hearing that, Luna looked straight at her opponent and declared that it was now her turn to attack. Dian immediately charged forward, unwilling to be looked down on. Both sides attacked at the same time, while Luna unleashed a powerful moonslash. The 2 attacks collided in a massive explosion. Luna's technique twisted the water controlled by Dian, mixing it with flames to create an enormous cloud of steam. In an instant, the entire arena disappeared into dense fog. Dian raised a hand to shield her eyes, because the fog was too thick to see through. At that moment, Luna activated Star Radiance Slash, and streaks of light appeared across the sky. The earth, wood, and water spirit beasts immediately moved to defend, but sword strikes continued raining down from above onto Dian's position. In only a moment, 2 of her spirit beasts were defeated. Luna followed up with giant sword technique, forcing the remaining spirit beasts to desperately block the enormous slash to protect their master. While Dian focused on the attacks in front of her, Luna suddenly appeared behind her with a smile, saying the light had only been a feint. Dian's expression instantly changed. Seizing the opening, Luna delivered the decisive slash and wiped out the rest of the spirit beasts. Cheers erupted throughout the arena. Luna officially defeated Dian with a slash from behind, leaving her opponent on one knee as she quietly admitted defeat. Luna showed no arrogance. She walked over, reached out her hand, and smiled, saying she hoped they would have another chance to fight again someday. With that victory, Luna claimed the final spot in the top 8. The hosts excitedly commented that Zhan Yu's team had become the perfect rival for the Dawnbreak Guild, making the quarterfinals even more exciting. After so many fierce battles, the arena had suffered heavy damage. The organizers announced a short break to repair and reinforce the stage before the tournament continued. Xiao Lajiao ran over and hugged Luna, laughing as she admitted she had been sweating with nerves the whole time. Luna replied that Dian Dian was incredibly strong, and without the information Xiao Lajiao had shared after their previous fight, turning the battle around would have been nearly impossible. She also felt that Dian Dian seemed to carry an invisible burden deep inside. On the Dawnbreak Guild's side, Dian Dian apologized to everyone with tears in her eyes. She blamed herself for not being worthy of becoming a core member and felt she had embarrassed the entire guild. The captain gently placed a hand on her head and told her not to say such discouraging things. He encouraged her to spend time learning from the defeat instead of dwelling on it. Dian Dian had great talent, had only recently joined the team, and still had a long road ahead. Setbacks were simply part of the journey. He then looked seriously toward Lu Li's team and remarked that this opponent absolutely could not be underestimated. At last, they had found a team worthy of making them fight seriously. The hosts announced that the arena had been fully repaired and the tournament was officially resuming. The next match was about to begin. The hosts loudly announced contestant number 4, Zhan Yue, versus contestant number 5 from the Dawnbreak Guild, Feng Ya. Hearing his name, Feng Ya grinned with excitement because he had finally gotten the chance to face Lu Li. Both fighters stepped into the arena. Feng Ya said that this time no one would interfere, so they should settle the match quickly. Lu Li calmly replied that it was exactly what he wanted. The audience immediately erupted in cheers as the most anticipated battle was about to begin. The first clash rang out as both fighters charged straight at each other. A single exchange of swords released a shockwave powerful enough to shake the entire arena. The two hosts were stunned because the arena had just been reinforced tenfold, yet it was already showing cracks after only one exchange. The two continued trading blows, their sword auras colliding without pause, as the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly intense. Even Feng Ya gradually became more serious. He suddenly burst forward and unleashed a devastating slash at Lu Li, forcing even him to break into a cold sweat. Right then, Lu Li instantly used a counter skill and met the attack head-on. A thunderous explosion erupted as the impact blasted both of them backward. The two locked eyes. Feng Ya grinned with excitement and said fighting an equal was the only real thrill. He admitted Lu Li had grown stronger since their last fight, but he had not been standing still either. The moment he finished speaking, both charged again. The clash of steel echoed across the arena. The shockwaves grew stronger and stronger, covering the arena floor with countless cracks that looked ready to shatter. The captain of the Dawnbreak Guild nodded and said it was no wonder he rated Zhan Yue so highly. His control was every bit as good as a pro player. Hua Xiao admitted it was the first time she had seen anyone match Lu Li when he was fighting seriously. A Fei added that Feng Ya's reflexes and battle instincts were incredible, as if his entire body reacted on pure instinct. After another fierce exchange, both stepped back at the same time. Feng Ya planted his sword into the ground and smiled, saying the warm-up was over and the real fight was about to begin. Hearing that, Lu Li took off his outer coat and tossed it aside, ready for the true battle. Without another word, they charged straight at each other again as their swords collided again and again. Suddenly, Feng Ya threw his sword spinning forward, using its rotation to lock tightly onto Lu Li's blade. Both swords were knocked from their owner's hands and stabbed into the ground. The commentator gasped as he recognized the disarming sword technique. Feng Ya was clearly switching to hand-to-hand combat. Just as expected, Feng Ya poured all his strength into one punch and rushed in. Lu Li tilted aside and dodged the first strike. Feng Ya never slowed down and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. Lu Li could only keep blocking with both arms. While Lu Li focused on defense, Feng Ya suddenly smiled after spotting an opening. He immediately landed a crushing punch that sent Lu Li flying backward. The instant he hit the ground, Lu Li sprang back up and fired off a counter kick. He suddenly drove his knee straight into Feng Ya's face. Blood sprayed everywhere, and his mouth was almost completely destroyed. Feng Ya could only panic as he thought he was finished. The fight still did not stop. Both rushed back into close combat and landed punches on each other's faces at the same time. Their brutal exchange lasted for more than 49 minutes, with neither willing to give an inch. In the end, both were completely exhausted and could only crawl across the arena inch by inch. Lu Li breathed heavily, but his eyes never left his opponent, despite his worn-out body. He still forced himself to throw another punch, but Feng Ya ducked under it with a sneer and asked if Jian Yue was finally getting tired. Seeing the opening, Feng Ya instantly unleashed Ice Fist into Lu Li's stomach. The devastating blow sent him flying while coughing up blood. The sheer force of the attack blasted Lu Li more than 10 meters away. Even after being knocked back, Lu Li wore a confident smile that made the situation impossible to read. Feng Ya immediately sensed something was wrong. His expression changed as he shouted in shock after realizing he had fallen into a trap. He instantly rushed after Lu Li to stop him, shouting for him not to run, but then he suddenly realized Lu Li no longer had a weapon. However, the moment they reached the two swords, Lu Li had already grabbed his own weapon. Without wasting the chance, he swung his sword twice in rapid succession, tearing open Feng Ya's chest. The unbearable pain forced Feng Ya to let out a loud scream. Outside the arena, Lu Li's teammates erupted with joy, convinced victory was already his. On the other side, Feng Ya's team stood frozen in disbelief. Even their fourth brother had been pushed into a losing position. Their eldest brother frowned slightly as he recalled fourth brother's fighting nature. Whenever Feng Ya fought, he became like a crazed beast, either crushing his opponent or falling deeper into madness himself. Wolves were ruthless predators, and Feng Ya possessed the very same savage nature. His eyes suddenly flashed as arcs of lightning began dancing inside his pupils. Feng Ya smiled confidently and said with regret that Jian Yue had only one path left: defeat. Right after that, the power inside his body erupted violently, creating a shockwave that blasted Lu Li away. The passive skill Blood Hymn activated. Every 1 point of HP lost became 1 point of attack, and after recovering, the effect would remain for another 5 seconds. Feng Ya's HP had now recovered to 99. He stomped the ground so hard that the arena floor split apart, then calmly picked up his sword. Pointing his sword forward, Feng Ya coldly asked if Jian Yue was ready for his revenge. Seeing his opponent charge in with overwhelming pressure, Lu Li could not help breaking into a cold sweat. He tried to block a kick, but the impact still forced him backward. Only one thought remained in Lu Li's mind. Feng Ya's strength had far surpassed what it was before. Feng Ya immediately brought down a deadly slash, and Lu Li raised his sword to block it. The two swords collided violently as Lu Li used every ounce of strength to hold his ground, creating a deafening blast across the arena. Even the commentator was stunned as Feng Ya shattered the arena with a single strike. Hidden inside the dust, he sneered and asked how much longer Jian Yue planned to keep dodging. But at that moment, Feng Ya was shocked to find Lu Li already behind him, striking with the paralysis burst blade skill and forcing him to spin around to defend. Even so, Feng Ya smiled confidently because he believed the battle was still in his favor. To his surprise, Lu Li appeared behind him again in the blink of an eye, forcing Feng Ya to grip his sword with both hands to block the attack. The instant Lu Li closed in, Feng Ya swung his sword sideways and coldly declared it was already too late. The aura around Feng Ya continued to surge as he kept pouring more power into his body. Before Lu Li could make a move, Feng Ya stomped forward, and the explosive force cracked the arena floor once again. The two terrifying forces collided head-on. Lu Li's teammates grew anxious as they watched him being overwhelmed by Mad Dog, but they still believed he could turn the battle around. Meanwhile, Feng Ya's side was filled with excitement, convinced the winner would soon be decided. Endless clashes echoed through the arena as they traded blow after blow before landing back on the ground together. After fighting for so long without ending the battle, even Feng Ya began to lose patience. He raised his sword and admitted Jian Yue was the craziest opponent he had ever faced, then proposed settling everything with one final move. After saying that, Feng Ya closed his eyes to gather power before slowly opening them again. He activated Beast Hunt Forced Battle Will. For the next 10 seconds, the locked target could not dodge and would also take 20% more damage. Feng Ya smiled with complete confidence and declared he would finish the fight with his strongest technique. He immediately unleashed Wolf Devour, and the phantom of a ferocious wolf appeared behind him. Lu Li tightened his grip on his weapon as fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had felt this excited. He calmly said that his opponent had forgotten one very important fact. He fought with dual weapons. Earlier, after defeating the Holy Light Guild Master, Lu Li had obtained the White Veil equipment and the Hidden Dragon Abyss weapon. Hidden Dragon Abyss was a high-tier assassin weapon with 100 durability, 480 attack, 240 critical, and 99 speed. Its special ability allowed it to split into two swords, and every successful hit from Abyss left a mark that dealt 1 extra damage, stacking up to 240 times. Lu Li poured all his power into Hidden Dragon Abyss, and the phantom of a majestic dragon instantly appeared behind him. Feng Ya laughed and admitted Jian Yue truly was no ordinary opponent. Lu Li answered with equal confidence and told him to come at him so they could see who the real battle maniac was. The two charged at each other at the same time, while the dragon and wolf phantoms behind them seemed to begin their own life or death clash. The moment their ultimate attacks collided, the ground exploded, the arena was completely destroyed, and chunks of rock blasted across the stands with non-stop explosions. The aftershock of that terrifying collision even ripped through the air and shot straight into the sky. The audience could only stare through the thick cloud of dust, eagerly waiting for the result. As the dust slowly settled, the winner was finally revealed. Lu Li remained standing in the arena, while Feng Ya lay in a pool of blood. The referee immediately declared Jian Wei the winner, and he advanced into the top 4, leaving everyone in shock. After a duel so fierce that it completely flattened the arena, Jian Wei officially secured his place in the semifinals. Seeing the result, the man in blue folded his arms and spoke in a deep voice. Fourth brother had truly lost, and he had even lost in a direct confrontation. His teammate could hardly believe it, because Feng Ya's current skill set should have made defeat almost impossible. Xu Guang calmly explained that fourth brother had become too greedy for the attack gained from Blood Him, forcing his own HP dangerously low and creating a fatal weakness. He also felt that Jian Yue had still not revealed his full strength, as if he had been saving one final trump card. Being able to hold back that much was anything but ordinary. Lu Li walked over and helped Feng Ya back to his feet. Feng Ya smiled, admitted defeat, said he had been careless this time, and promised a rematch once he recovered. He also praised Hidden Dragon Abyss, saying its final strike was unbelievably powerful. Lu Li admitted it had been the most exciting battle he had fought since entering the game. Feng Ya took the chance to invite Lu Li to join the Dawnbreak Guild, even offering him the position of third brother. But Lu Li politely declined because he still had another important goal. Feng Ya did not push the issue. He laughed and said they could still be friends even if they were in different guilds. If Lu Li ever needed help, he only had to ask, and when they had time, they should grab some barbecue and drinks together. Lu Li smiled and agreed. The commentator reassured the audience that the previous match had been so intense, the organizers needed a few minutes to rebuild the entire arena. The event manager panicked and told his staff to ask the king how much stronger the new arena should be. He was worried that if the next matches were even fiercer, neither the arena nor the audience would survive until a champion was crowned. Inside the royal palace, the king coughed softly as he watched the tournament. Every moment in the arena was being transmitted to him through a viewing screen. Just then, someone knocked on the door to ask how durable the new arena should be. Still coughing, the king immediately ordered it reinforced to the highest possible level, so the tournament could continue without interruption. Sitting on his throne with countless tubes connected behind his back, the king silently thought he had to find the strongest hero as soon as possible, because he did not have much time left. Before long, the bell echoed through the arena. The host announced that the new arena had been completed with maximum durability and promised it would no longer collapse like before. The next match was announced. Contestant number 26, Afei, immediately leaped onto the stage with complete confidence. Afei's opponent was Dawnbreak's #1 player, Xu Guang. The moment he saw the name, Afei broke into a cold sweat. He could not believe he had drawn the enemy leader. But only seconds later, Afei's imagination ran wild. If he defeated the Dawnbreak Guildmaster, he would surely become the MVP. Then Xiao Lajiao would definitely admire him and ask him out first. Thinking about it, he even wondered whether to take her for hot pot or a fancy Western meal. While Afei stood there grinning at his daydream, Xu Guang calmly asked, "Do you know the first thing a mage should do when fighting a warrior?" Afei blinked and asked, "What is it?" Before the words had even settled, Xu Guang burst forward and closed the distance, then answered his own question. "The first lesson is to keep your distance." Afei was stunned. His opponent had looked slow, but his speed was terrifying. The two clashed head-on, and Afei quickly used Spell Interrupt to block the attack. Xu Guang calmly pointed out that Afei should have counterattacked with his left hand, because the casting time was shorter and much harder to interrupt. Afei was left speechless. Refusing to back down, Afei used Spell Interrupt again and argued that Xu Guang had only gotten lucky, so he should not act so proud. The battle grew more intense as Afei kept retreating, while repeatedly using Spell Interrupt to maintain the pace. He then summoned a barrage of fireballs and unleashed meteor fire. Xu Guang instantly understood the plan. Widen the gap and use an area attack to break the close combat rhythm. It was a perfectly reasonable strategy. But he only smiled before instantly firing a frost-chasing sword slash at A Fei. A Fei panicked and tried to use spell interrupt, but he was still knocked to the ground. Xu Guang slowly walked toward him and said A Fei's plan had completely fallen apart. His fighting spirit was gone, and he should just surrender. Sitting on the ground, A Fei wondered how he was supposed to keep fighting. Even the commentator remarked that he had been suppressed so badly he could not even cast a skill, proving that the Dawnbreak Guild Master's strength was beyond measure. Outside the arena, Xiao Lajiao kept cheering for A Fei to get back up, but Huai Xiao shook her head because the gap in strength was simply too great. She also remembered that Xu Guang was actually Yang Guang, the legendary professional player in real life. He had competed professionally for more than 15 years, appeared in over 100 international tournaments, and won more than 30 championships. He retired 2 years ago to become a coach, and no one expected him to appear here today. A Fei sat there in a daze, convinced he had no chance, and that continuing the fight would only embarrass him even more. Just then, Xiao Lajiao shouted that winning meant prize money, and losing cost him nothing. As A Fei looked up, he saw Lu Li outside the arena pointing toward his forehead, as if trying to remind him of something. That sight instantly brought back memories of the days when they used to grind games together. Back then, the internet cafe was filled with shouting. Some people cried for help, others called for teammates, and someone was always ordering another cup of instant noodles to keep playing through the night. Standing before the final boss that no one had ever defeated, A Fei excitedly asked the team what strategy they would use this time. The man beside him simply tapped his forehead and replied, "Just adapt to the situation." A Fei could only sigh. He immediately complained that he heard the same answer every time. Once the fight started, the boss pulled aggro, the second brother handled support, and he was always told to improvise. Did everyone really think he was not that smart? His teammates quickly waved their hands and denied it. Lu Li walked over and patted A Fei on the head. He explained that the boss tanked because he was best at taking hits, while he handled support because he had to track everyone's cooldowns. The others nodded in agreement. Lu Li continued, saying the only person on the team who could adapt on the fly and create unexpected plays was A Fei. That was his unique style, and no one else could replace it. Hearing those words, A Fei regained his confidence and got ready for the boss fight. Back in the present, Xu Guang was surprised to see A Fei leap backward, with a completely different look in his eyes. He realized his opponent's fighting spirit had returned. A Fei frowned, feeling his opponent talked too much, so he told his system assistant to play his favorite playlist. The system immediately obeyed. As the music began, flames burst to life around A Fei's body, and a confident smile spread across his face. Immersed in the song played by Chi-Chi, A Fei closed his eyes, felt the rhythm, and slowly smiled. While Xu Guang was still confused, A Fei wrapped himself in flames and charged straight at him. Xu Guang instantly swung his sword to counter, but A Fei lowered his body and cleanly dodged the slash. A Fei immediately followed with a flaming palm strike, catching even Xu Guang by surprise. A series of explosions echoed across the arena, but Xu Guang still managed to roll away from the attack. After dodging several more strikes, Xu Guang asked if this was A Fei's new fighting style. A Fei simply clenched his fist, disappointed that his last attack had missed. Without stopping, A Fei unleashed a non-stop barrage of meteor fire. The fireballs were not very accurate, but they covered such a wide area that Xu Guang had to dodge while closing the distance. After breaking through the rain of fire, Xu Guang raised his sword for the finishing strike. Right then, A Fei activated Fire Dragon Tornado, creating a massive vortex of flames that rushed straight toward his opponent. Xiao Lajiao could barely contain her excitement. She believed anyone swallowed by Fire Dragon Tornado would be badly injured even if they survived. Yet, inside the blazing vortex, Xu Guang steadily tore through the sea of fire with sheer strength. The commentator remarked that Xu Guang still handled every one of A Fei's attacks with ease. Looking at his opponent, Xu Guang even praised A Fei's close combat skills, saying they were impressive for a mage. With one swing of his sword, he forced A Fei back and calmly said that no matter how good a mage was in close combat, a mage was still just a mage. A Fei frowned, raised one arm high, and the flames around him flared violently as he shouted and launched his counterattack. He brought both hands together and unleashed myriad starfire, combining it with meteor fire to create a massive area attack. In the blink of an eye, a single spark became countless fiery stars floating across the sky above Xu Guang. Even Xu Guang's expression changed slightly as the blazing rain crashed down on his position. Both commentators were stunned, saying the power of this move had increased dramatically. It might even flatten the arena once again. After unleashing everything, Fei panted heavily while waiting nervously for the result, but then a confident laugh echoed from within the sea of flames. Xu Guang walked out almost completely unharmed, still holding his shield, and casually remarked that the attack had been pretty decent. Xiao Lajiao could not believe that so many skills had landed, yet the opponent was almost completely unharmed. Luna commented that Xu Guang had not even revealed his true strength. Huai Xiao stood there speechless, while Lu Li silently watched the battle. Fei kept launching fireballs, but every one of them was blocked by Xu Guang's shield. Xu Guang smiled and pointed out that Fei's attack rhythm had already fallen apart. Raising his sword, Xu Guang admitted that Fei's sudden breakthrough was impressive, but it was only a brief flash before fading away. Even with sweat covering his face, Fei suddenly smiled with complete confidence, as if the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. As Xu Guang's sword came down, Fei blocked it with one hand and activated the legendary skill, Infinite Firepower. All of his remaining mana was instantly consumed to enter a special state where skills no longer cost mana. Cooldowns were reduced by 70%, but damage taken increased by 30%. Xu Guang immediately realized it was a legendary skill and could not hide his surprise. Fei grinned and casually asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Meanwhile, the skill had only 10 seconds remaining. Right after speaking, Fei landed a powerful kick to Xu Guang's chest, sending his helmet flying away, then instantly followed up with Grand Flame Burst. The countdown dropped to 9 seconds. While defending himself, Xu Guang realized Fei was repeatedly casting Grand Flame Burst. 8 seconds remained. In the blink of an eye, Fei slipped behind him and joked that a master like Xu Guang seemed a little slow today. 7 seconds. Another Grand Flame Burst slammed down, driving Xu Guang face first into the ground as blood spilled from his mouth. 6 seconds, then 5. Without giving him a moment to breathe, Fei summoned 3 more Fire Dragon tornadoes and sent them crashing forward. Everyone from Dawnbreak was stunned that a mage could push their guildmaster this far. Meanwhile, Lu Li's teammates cheered non-stop, praising Fei's incredible growth and saying Infinite Firepower perfectly matched his flexible fighting style. With 4 seconds left on the clock, Fei poured everything into the largest fireball he had ever created. A gigantic fireball slowly took shape. The countdown reached 3 seconds, then 2, as Fei roared and prepared the finishing blow. He pushed the massive fireball straight toward Xu Guang with all his strength. 1 second remained. Xu Guang instantly judged that blocking it head-on was too dangerous, so he activated Counter Shield. For 1 second, it could reflect damage equal to up to 30 HP of the target. Counter Shield activated at once and sent the entire fireball back at Fei. Seeing that, Fei could only curse because there was no way to dodge. The reflected explosion blasted Fei right out of the arena, and his teammates cried out his name. The commentator regretfully announced Fei's defeat. Xu Guang's counter shield had completely turned the battle around, securing his victory and a place in the top 4. Standing over Fei, who lay on the ground, Xu Guang sincerely said that during the final 10 seconds of Infinite Firepower, everything from Fei's pressure to his skill combinations had been nearly perfect. He continued by praising Fei's talent and battle sense, saying that with more training, he would surely reach even greater stages in the future. But just as Fei fell, Xu Guang's pants suddenly slipped down, leaving even him frozen in shock. The entire arena burst into laughter. Some people screamed, while others teased him over the unbelievable scene. Even the commentator frantically told Xu Guang to pull up his pants, because the match was being broadcast live across the country. Lying on the ground covered in injuries, Fei quietly smiled. He had known from the start that he was not strong enough to defeat Xu Guang. Fei's real goal had been to gather as much information about his opponent as possible. The rest, he would leave to his second brother, Lu Li. Xu Guang laughed and admitted he had underestimated Fei and liked him more with every passing moment. Fei simply sighed and reminded him, "Hey, your pants are still down, or is that some kind of special hobby?" The other contestants could only watch in helpless silence. The organizers quickly had both of them escorted off the arena so the next match could begin. The next contestant was number 18, Hua Xiao. Her opponent was Dawnbreak's number 3 player, Gui Jian, a young man who always wore a gentle smile. As soon as Hua Xiao stepped onto the arena, she confidently warmed up and prepared to fight. To her surprise, Gui Jian politely bowed and called her big sister, making her wonder if they had met before. Gui Jian smiled and said he had been her fan for a very long time. He recited her entire career from memory, from her 10 years of gaming to her breakthrough in the second professional season, where she won both the FMVP award and the National League Championship. After that, Hua Xiao switched to shooting games and became the best marksman. 3 years after PUBG was released, she became the core of her club and ranked as the top female player for 3 consecutive years. Guijian even said it was a shame she had retired. Listening to him talk non-stop, Hua Xiao mistakenly thought he was about to confess his feelings. She even planned how to reject him, so Jianwei would know her heart already belonged to someone else. While Hua Xiao was lost in thought, her teammates outside the arena hurriedly called out to her. When she turned around, they warned her that something behind Guijian looked very strange. Looking closer, Hua Xiao noticed countless tree roots growing behind Guijian. He chuckled and said that as long as he could stall for time, his plan would be complete. The roots kept expanding as Guijian activated demonic tree descent. After a 10-second cast, a magic tree would appear. It could not move, but it automatically attacked every target within range. It had HP equal to 150% of its summoner's HP, could never be completely destroyed, and would continuously regenerate. Before long, the gigantic magic tree was fully formed, taking up nearly half the arena. The commentator was stunned, because he had never seen anyone summon something so enormous in the middle of a match. Standing on one of the giant branches, Guijian smiled apologetically and declared that Hua Xiao had already lost. She simply asked calmly, "Just because of that tree?" The moment she finished speaking, Hua Xiao charged straight at the magic tree. Countless roots whipped toward her, but she dodged every single strike. Seeing this, Guijian raised his bow and unleashed arrow rain formation. Instantly, countless green arrows shot toward Hua Xiao. She reacted in a flash, stomped the ground, and unleashed mountain-shaking stomp. The shockwave blasted the entire arrow storm away. But hidden inside the smoke, one silent arrow slipped through. It only grazed her cheek, leaving a thin cut. Guijian smiled with a cunning look. That was the shadowless arrow. Hua Xiao never slowed down, and kept batting away every incoming arrow with both hands. Not a single arrow could hit her. As she fought, Hua Xiao quickly realized the magic tree controlled the battlefield, expanded vision, and worked perfectly with the archer to keep constant pressure. This strategy was the perfect counter to melee fighters, because it slowly drained their stamina. With that in mind, Hua Xiao cut through a root and searched for an opening. She threw the chopped log onto her shoulder and hurled it straight at Guijian. Then Hua Xiao jumped onto a charging root to close the distance. Guijian calmly smiled and activated Mandala target arrow. The arrows crackled with lightning and instantly locked onto Hua Xiao. The root beneath her feet was shattered at once. But Hua Xiao had already used mountain-shaking charge to dash straight toward Guijian. She coldly declared that she would never let him draw his bow again. Even so, Guijian simply smiled without the slightest concern. In the next instant, a powerful force erupted and blasted Hua Xiao back to the ground. Guijian mocked her, saying retirement had slowed her reflexes. He reminded her that any archer willing to let an enemy get close always had close combat skills ready. Hua Xiao snapped back, telling him to keep talking while he still could, because soon he would only have time to cry. Suddenly, she coughed up blood. Lightning flashed across her body as she trembled violently. The poison had clearly taken effect. Guijian secretly celebrated because he knew Hua Xiao would charge in. His mandala arrow had poisoned her without her noticing. The toxin would drain her blood until she died. He mocked her loudly and asked how much longer she could survive under endless control and pressure. But Hua Xiao only stared at him in silence. Hua Xiao ripped the electrified arrows out of her body and quickly calculated that she had only 30 seconds left before the poison killed her. In an instant, she formed a plan to break through the vines and arrow barrage, close the gap at top speed, dodge the knockback skill, and pour everything into one finishing blow. Seeing her thinking, Guijian sneered and said he would not give her any more time. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed Split Arrow, sending a barrage of green arrows tearing through the air. Hua Xiao flipped through the air on her hands and kept dodging the attack. At the same time, waves of vines surged toward her, making the pressure rise even faster. Only about 10 seconds had passed since she was poisoned, but reaching Guijian within that short time was almost impossible. Guijian smiled confidently and reminded her that only 20 seconds remained. Hua Xiao activated mountain shaking and launched herself into the air. She poured every bit of lightning into her legs and dove straight at Guijian with full power. He laughed and said her fighting style had not changed at all since retirement. As soon as he finished speaking, Guijian used air bullet arrow to create a powerful gust that blasted Hua Xiao back to the ground. but this time she was ready. She landed firmly and immediately clasped her hands to unleash mountain-shaking charge. The recoil launched Hua Xiao back at incredible speed, catching Gui Jian completely off guard. Even the judges were stunned by her clever use of the skill. Hua Xiao's punch was so powerful that it pierced straight through the massive tree trunk. Gui Jian lost his footing and fell to the ground, while Hua Xiao had only 15 seconds left. Even so, she accelerated without hesitation, determined to finish him before the poison fully took over. Despite being an archer, Gui Jian was incredibly fast. After dodging her attack, he immediately unleashed Split Arrow Wave, creating a dense storm of arrows that covered everything in front of Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao quickly grabbed a large piece of the tree. She used it as a temporary shield to block the incoming arrow storm, but Gui Jian gave her no chance to recover. He followed up with Mandala Arrow, instantly shattering the shield and striking Hua Xiao. The hit left her badly wounded and sent her crashing to the ground. She had only 9 seconds left, though she probably would not even last that long. Outside the arena, someone commented that Old Third always won, but never in a flashy way. Xu Guang replied that his style was built on calculation. As the vice commander, the only thing that mattered was winning. Before every match, Old Third studied his opponent, analyzed every strength and weakness, and built the strategy with the highest chance of success. He was even more careful against famous veterans. Someone asked if that made him unbeatable, but Xu Guang simply smiled because data stayed the same, while people could always do the unexpected. Back in the arena, Gui Jian started feeling uneasy because the fight was still not over. He wondered if Hua Xiao was somehow still alive. Through the thick smoke, Hua Xiao rushed forward with everything she had left. Gui Jian was shocked and reminded her that both the poison and her injuries gave her only 3 seconds to live. Gui Jian fired air bullet arrow again, but this time Hua Xiao instantly lowered herself and dodged it cleanly. Seeing Hua Xiao still closing in, Gui Jian could not hide his shock. By now, the poison had spread across almost her entire face. Even so, Hua Xiao unleashed mountain-shaking fist as 6 phantom arms rained punches toward Gui Jian. While dodging, Gui Jian laughed and reminded her she had only 2 seconds left. He still had 70 health, so even if he stood still, she would never have enough time to defeat him. But in the next instant, Hua Xiao landed a devastating knockout that launched Gui Jian into the air. In that split second, she entered the zone and broke past her own limits. In just half a second, Hua Xiao unleashed 500 consecutive punches straight into Gui Jian. With the fragile body of an archer, even full health could not withstand such a terrifying barrage. Hua Xiao had only 1 second of life remaining, but that was more than enough to finish everything. Gui Jian's health bar was completely emptied, and Hua Xiao followed up with one final punch. Right after that, the poison consumed her body, leaving Hua Xiao paralyzed before she collapsed to the ground. In the end, both Hua Xiao and Gui Jian fell, and neither could stand again. The judges immediately declared that both contestants had lost the ability to continue after collapsing at the same time. The host asked how the result would be decided. After a brief discussion, the judges announced that the final ruling would come from the king and asked everyone to wait a few minutes. The audience erupted because Hua Xiao had erased 70 health from Gui Jian in only 2 seconds. Feng Ya teased Old Shu for praising Old Third so much earlier. Old Shu laughed and admitted they had judged too soon. He declared that Hua Xiao truly deserved her reputation, and her final burst was most likely because she had entered the zone. Curious, Feng Ya asked what the zone was. Old Shu explained that the zone was a state of extreme focus, where the mind and body reached perfect harmony. It was also something seen in elite sports. In that state, reflexes and awareness rose dramatically, allowing every movement to happen naturally, precisely, and almost without conscious thought. That was why Old Shu believed the zone had allowed Hua Xiao to surpass her limits and forced the match into a draw. Hearing that, Feng Ya excitedly said he wanted to try entering the zone himself later. Meanwhile, the two judges finished their discussion and returned with the king's decision. They praised both fighters for an outstanding match, but said the tournament rules had to be respected. The final result was that both Hua Xiao and Gui Jian were eliminated. They finished in the top 8 and were asked to leave the arena. Xiaola Jiao helped Hua Xiao off the stage. Seeing how disappointed she was, Xiaola Jiao gently comforted her, while Hua Xiao tried to act like she was fine. She walked over to everyone and apologized for not winning. Afi immediately raised 2 fingers in support and told her she had done an amazing job. Luna also praised her incredible comeback. Zhang Yue still wore his usual cold expression, but he acknowledged Hua Xiao's strength. He said a draw was not a defeat, and her final combo had nearly reached the maximum damage limit allowed at this level. The moment Zhang Yue praised her, Hua Xiao lit up with joy, grabbed his hand, and called him her husband. She even said she would not make the same mistake next time. Jian Yue quickly denied having that kind of relationship, but Hua Xiao casually said she would call him that first and figure out the rest later. When Jian Yue insisted he had no interest in dating, Xiao La Jiao could only sigh that Hua Xiao was completely hopeless when it came to handsome guys. The judges then announced the final top 8 match. The first contestant was number 7, Luna, and her opponent was number 2, Lei Dao. Everyone on Zhan Yu's team cheered together and wished Luna good luck. Just then, the system suddenly notified Luna that her father was calling. Back where Luna was with her cat, she coughed in surprise as she answered the unexpected call. Deep beneath the ocean, Mark Vest watched sharks tearing each other apart while listening to a lab report. After learning that Luna's compatibility far exceeded everyone else's, he immediately ordered her to come to the company. Luna obediently agreed, though she quietly wondered why her father wanted to see her this time. She suddenly remembered her last visit and immediately grew uneasy. Thinking about the tournament with Jian Yue and the others, Luna quickly asked for a little more time. Before she could finish, her father coldly cut her off. He said he never waited for anyone, and that the butler was already on the way to pick her up. Luna could only agree and hurried to get ready. The man quietly stared at the phone in his hand, lost in thought. Then he softly said that perhaps everything had been decided by fate before turning away. Behind him, the defeated shark slowly sank into the depths. Only seconds later, an even larger shark appeared and swallowed the winner whole, reminding everyone that the strong always devour the weak. Back with Zhan Yue's group, Luna lowered her head and apologized, saying a family emergency meant she could not continue competing. Jian Yue told her to take care of her family first. Afi assured her they would handle everything here, and Xiao La Jiao reminded her that friends did not need formalities. Luna thanked everyone for understanding, promised to return as soon as possible, and officially logged out of the game. The organizers quickly received the notice. After a brief surprise, the judges confirmed that Luna had voluntarily withdrawn, so Lei Tao advanced to the next round by default. At this point, only 3 contenders remained in the race for the championship: Xu Guang, Jian Yue, and Lei Tao. The title would belong to one of them. The judges excitedly announced the next match. Contestant number 2, Lei Tao, would face Xu Guang. By pure chance, 2 members of the same Dawnbreak Guild were matched against each other. Afi was thrilled because that meant Jian Yue was guaranteed a spot in the finals. He reminded his brother to be extremely careful if he faced the guild leader because that opponent was incredibly difficult. Hua Xiao added that although Xu Guang was very strong, his fighting style was fairly traditional, which might be something they could exploit. Xu Guang laughed and said it was just his luck to face a teammate. Feng Ya sighed, saying matches between guildmates only exposed their strategies to future opponents. Lei Dao stayed silent as he thought for a moment. In the end, Lei Dao spoke up and admitted he actually wanted to fight Jian Yue instead. Xu Guang laughed because it was rare to see Lei Dao willingly challenge someone. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Guang raised his hand toward the officials and surrendered the match, joking that Lei Tao now owed him a meal. The judges confirmed Xu Guang's withdrawal, sending Lei Tao straight to the finals. Avoiding a fight between teammates was a reasonable choice, because they believed either one had what it took to compete for the championship. Without making the audience wait any longer, the organizers officially announced the championship match between contestant number 3, Jian Yue, and contestant number 2, Lei Dao. No one knew who would become the final champion. The arena echoed with cheers for Lei Tao, while Hua Xiao could only laugh at the wild atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jian Yue calmly stepped onto the stage. Before the match began, Feng Ya suddenly walked over to Jian Yue. He said Jian Yue had already revealed plenty of his abilities in the previous match, so to keep things fair, he would share a little information about Lei Tao. Even so, Feng Ya warned that winning would still be extremely difficult. The signal sounded, and the championship match officially began. Jian Yue and Lei Tao silently stared at each other, ready for the final showdown. The moment the battle started, both of them charged forward and activated white stealth, disappearing from everyone's sight. The commentator was completely confused, because no one could see either fighter. Hua Deshui explained that both were using stealth to locate each other's position before making their move. The instant they sensed each other's location, both prepared to strike at almost the exact same time. As the stealth ended, Lei Dao unleashed a powerful flaming kick, while Jian Yue drew his sword without losing a single moment. Their attacks collided head-on, creating an explosion that shook the entire arena. In the very first exchange, Lei Tao was pushed back slightly, and Jian Yue immediately pressed the attack. The two clashed from the ground to the sky at terrifying speed, leaving countless afterimages that no one could follow. Seeing so many figures in the air, the commentator thought they were clones. Hua Deshui quickly explained they were only afterimages created by their incredible speed. At that moment, Jian Yue swung his sword and launched another assault. Waves of sword energy rushed toward Lei Dao, but she dodged every strike with perfect precision. Refusing to lose the initiative, Lei Dao answered with a relentless chain of kicks, yet Jian Yue calmly blocked them all with his sword. Neither side gave an inch before both unleashed powerful kicks at the exact same moment, sending a massive shockwave across the arena. The collision pushed both fighters back. Watching the match, Afi asked in surprise if Lei Tao was really on the same level as his brother. Hua Xiao shook her head, saying this was only the opening exchange, while Xiao Lajiao was stunned that neither of them had even shown their true strength yet. Jian Yue instantly accelerated and charged in with another sword attack. Lei Tao answered by activating Berserk Blade to meet him head-on. The clash of their powerful skills shook the entire battlefield. Even the commentator and Hua Deshui admitted this was a showdown between two of the greatest assassins. Through the dust, a crimson flash suddenly tore across the battlefield. Jian Yue rushed forward with his sword, but Lei Tao still managed to lean aside and avoid the strike. Without missing a beat, Jian Yue spun around and landed a powerful kick that blasted his opponent away. Lei Tao immediately used Flash Step to close the gap again and raised her leg for another decisive kick. But Jian Yue had already predicted her move and instantly used Shadow Step to appear behind her. Lei Dao reacted just as fast and turned around immediately. Refusing to fall behind, she also used Shadow Step to appear behind Jian Yue and launched a surprise attack. As Jian Yue regained his balance, he noticed Lei Tao had switched her target to his sword arm. She locked his arm in place and instantly unleashed Flying Crosslock. Jian Yue realized the danger and immediately created another sword to counter-attack. The sword had barely swung when Lei Dao flipped gracefully through the air and avoided the strike without even being grazed. The two paused and studied each other. Jian Yue realized Lei Dao was still holding back, then recalled Feng Ya's warning that defeating second sister would be extremely difficult. After fighting beside her for years, Feng Ya had challenged her thousands of times without winning even once. The story shifted to Lei Tao's past. According to Feng Ya, she had once led a mercenary squad and survived countless life-or-death battles. With nothing but a sniper rifle, she eliminated target after target with flawless accuracy, and she was equally skilled with every kind of weapon. She later drew a pair of daggers and quickly wiped out the remaining soldiers. Her close combat skills alone were enough to defeat dozens of enemies. Feng Ya admitted he still could not understand why someone like her had chosen to enter the gaming world. During another mission, Lei Dao aimed her gun at a criminal's head. It was only after the team got drunk together one night that everyone finally heard the story behind that mission. A child trafficking gang had strapped bombs onto kidnapped children and used them as hostages. The situation became even worse when one of Lei Tao's own teammates accepted a bribe and betrayed her, sneaking up behind her. The traitor suddenly drove a knife deep into Lei Tao's neck. Despite the severe injury, she still managed to use her final bullet to kill the traitor. After that shot, her gun was completely empty. With no time to hesitate, Lei Dao pulled out her dagger and threw it straight at the man holding the bomb detonator, killing him with a single fatal hit. Sadly, before dying, he still managed to press the activation button. The countdown on every bomb immediately began. Lei Tao could only scream in despair, but it was already too late. The innocent children were swallowed by flames right before her eyes. Witnessing that tragedy, Lei Dao collapsed to her knees in agony. The nightmare haunted her forever, leading her to leave the mercenary life and return home. Later, she was recruited by the national team captain and began her journey as a professional esports player. Lei Dao was already powerful in ordinary games, but in shooting games and virtual reality combat, her skill completely overwhelmed her opponents. After all, she was currently the top-ranked assassin on the domestic Fantasy Moon server. After hearing the story, Jian Yue frowned slightly before smiling. A former mercenary and the #1 assassin on the server. This battle was becoming even more interesting. Lei Dao said nothing. She simply moved one hand behind her back and quietly assumed her fighting stance. A moment later, both fighters charged straight at each other. During the exchange, Jian Yue noticed Lei Dao was still blocking with only her scabbard, leaving him genuinely surprised. He realized she still had not drawn her real blade. Even as he unleashed a relentless dual-sword assault, Lei Dao calmly blocked with the red scabbard and slipped past every strike. After another fierce exchange, both fighters pulled back and studied each other again. Jian Yue suddenly accelerated, driving Lei Dao back with an endless barrage of dual-sword slashes. While defending, Lei Dao admitted to herself that his attack speed was even faster than she had expected. Jian Yue swept both swords in a wide arc. Lei Tao leaped into the air, spun once, and narrowly avoided the attack. The moment she landed, she activated lightning clone technique and created 4 clones at once. The 4 clones attacked from every direction, completely surrounding Jian Yue. Under the relentless pressure, he had no choice but to defend non-stop. Even so, Jian Yue still took a few kicks. Without hesitation, he activated Paralysis Burst Blade and swept his attack through every clone. All the clones vanished, leaving only the real Lei Tao standing in the middle of the battlefield. Jian Yue instantly blinked forward and locked his eyes onto his opponent. He unleashed one slash after another, but Lei Tao calmly avoided every single strike. In the blink of an eye, Lei Tao used Flash Step to appear behind Jian Yue and unleashed Paralysis Burst Blade. Sensing the danger, he immediately activated White Stealth together with Shadow Clone. Just before the attack landed on his back, Jian Yue shifted through the shadows to appear behind Lei Tao and landed a critical slash. Without giving her a chance to recover, Jian Yue summoned another clone directly in front of her. The real body and the clone attacked together, aiming to finish her, but Lei Tao reacted instantly and jumped back to escape. She glanced at the deep wound across her back. On the other side, Jian Yue and his clone removed their cloaks to move more freely. Seeing that, Feng Ya smiled because he knew Jian Yue was still hiding his true strength. Shu Guang also looked intrigued and asked if he finally had a chance to defeat Lei Tao. Feng Ya thought for a moment before shaking his head. Not yet. Only then did Lei Dao finally get serious, as she slowly drew her blade. The instant the blade appeared, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, covering the entire arena with overwhelming pressure. Jian Yue watched the scene with a smile. At last, his opponent had drawn her true weapon. Lei Dao pointed the lightning blade at him and calmly said she had never wanted to draw it, because once she did, the match would no longer be much of a contest. Before Jian Yue could fully understand her words, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck him. Jian Yue's clone immediately rushed in to stop her. As they exchanged blows, Lei Tao explained that the lightning blade could summon heavenly lightning, which would relentlessly pursue its target until they fell. Under the constant lightning strikes, Jian Yue had to plant both swords into the ground just to stay on his feet. He realized he would run out of strength if this continued. Feeling himself nearing his limit, he decided to unleash everything. Jian Yue activated Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, while his clone simultaneously unleashed Paralysis Burst Blade. The 2 attacks formed a deadly pincer strike and charged straight at Lei Dao, catching even her by surprise. The moment the skills connected, the entire arena shook from the devastating impact. Hua Deshui immediately recognized Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, now combined with the clone's Paralysis Burst Blade, making it terrifyingly powerful. Gui Jian was shocked because it was his first time seeing a clone cast skills, while Shu Guang confirmed that ordinary assassin clones could only perform basic attacks. Feng Ya smiled slightly because Lei Tao finally seemed to be under real pressure. Thick smoke quickly covered the entire arena. Hidden within it, Jian Yue warned his clone to stay alert because something still felt wrong. At that very moment, a bolt of lightning ripped through the smoke, carrying a blade straight toward Jian Yu's clone. Lei Dao stepped out from a crack in space before the clone could react. Then her passive skill, Divine Evasion, activated. It allowed its user to tear through space, avoid a fatal attack, instantly recover 20 health, and could only be used once every 12 hours. Lei Tao fully emerged from the spatial rift, looking slightly disappointed that she had only destroyed a clone. Meanwhile, Jian Yue had already retreated to another position. Sweat formed on Jian Yue's forehead as he admitted his opponent was unbelievably strong. Lei Tao calmly replied that she had also come close to losing. It was simply not enough. Right after that, Lei Tao created 5 more clones to surround Jian Yue and coldly declared that he would not get another chance. The sky turned dark as black clouds rolled in. Thunder roared while a lone crow kept flying through the storm like a bad omen. The crow cried out across the sky before a massive lightning bolt struck it and burned it to ashes in an instant. Constant thunder shook the entire arena. Every bolt of heavenly lightning came from Lei Dao's power. The blinding light forced both commentators to cover their eyes. While the host complained, Hua Deshui explained that Lei Dao was combining clone techniques with her weapon's lightning summons to keep Jian Yue under non-stop pressure. Wave after wave of lightning crashed down, yet Jian Yue dodged almost every strike, despite their near light-speed speed. Unfortunately, the final bolt still managed to hit him. The impact sent Jian Yue flying. He slammed his weapon into the ground to stop himself, and realized the blade had no cooldown. It simply kept activating its power non-stop. Outside the arena, Afi was stunned and called it a game-breaking weapon. His own firepower had limits, but Lei Dao's lightning seemed endless. Hua Xiao guessed it was equipment beyond anything they had ever seen. Feng Ya sighed and said everyone had fought well, but things would only get harder because Second Sister now held the strongest weapon. It was the Thunderblade, a mythic weapon that grew alongside its owner's level. Its lightning-covered edge turned all physical damage into lightning damage that ignored physical defense, summoned heavenly lightning to chase enemies until their HP was gone, and unleashed an overwhelming lightning strike every 3 minutes. Jian Yu's eye twitched after seeing its power. He could not understand how someone already had a mythic weapon at this stage. Lei Dao calmly admitted the weapon did not belong in this era, and revealed it had only been brought here for scouting. Hearing that, Jian Yu immediately realized she was part of the scouting division. Her words instantly reminded him of his brother He Yixiao. Jianwei asked if she knew him. She answered with a question of her own, and wanted to know how He Yixiao was related to him. Jianwei openly said they were brothers, and asked her to share any information she had about him. Lei Dao agreed, but immediately set a condition. Before Jianwei could thank her, she cut him off, and said the conversation would continue only if he defeated her. As soon as she finished speaking, Lei Dao swung the Thunderblade with an excited look. She believed that if Jian Yue was truly He Yixiao's brother, then his strength could not be ordinary. But if he lost, he would learn nothing more. Rings of lightning erupted around her and her 4 clones. Desperate for that information, Jian Yue accepted without hesitation. He made Lei Dao promise to keep her word, then slowly faded into the smoke before disappearing. In the blink of an eye, the two collided at unbelievable speed like wild beasts fighting for territory. Jian Yue leaped high into the air, while Lei Dao chased right behind him. Her blade sliced through the wind before crashing down in a fierce strike. Refusing to lose the initiative, Jian Yue unleashed wide-rending slash at once and targeted the clones closing in around him. He broke through one side, but 2 other clones suddenly rushed in from behind and attacked with lightning together. A massive bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down and violently shook the entire arena. The 2 overwhelming powers collided head-on, creating deafening explosions that echoed everywhere. Jian Yue and Lei Dao traded blows at terrifying speed. Even whilst surrounded, he held his ground against every attack. He cut down the clone in front of him, but another clone stabbed him from behind. Jian Yue spun around with a murderous glare so cold that even the clone hesitated. With a single slash, he erased the clone that had ambushed him. After the brutal clash, only the 2 real fighters remained standing face to face. Neither side gave an inch as they charged at each other again with everything they had. A massive explosion erupted, and the shockwave spread across the arena, leaving the audience horrified. The battle still had no winner, but Jian Yue had suffered far too many injuries. He dropped to one knee as blood poured from the wound on his chest. Seeing him weaken, Lei Dao calmly said, it looked like Jian Yue would never learn anything about He Yixiao. Hearing that, he forced himself back up, gritted his teeth, and charged forward without giving up. Jian Yue leaped behind Lei Dao, while only one of his clones remained in front of her, making it seem like the battle was about to turn. But Lei Dao saw through the plan at once. She realized the clone was only bait, while the real body was the true killing blow. She swung her blade in both directions to block every possible ambush. Right then, Jian Yue suddenly appeared behind her. He coldly asked, who said the real body always stayed in the back. The system revealed the image shift skill. His clone could fight alongside him with 80% of his stats, use skills and items, and swap places with the real body within 500 meters, with a 30-minute cooldown. The moment the swap succeeded, Jian Yue unleashed Rending Slash again, and its overwhelming power engulfed Lei Dao. A blazing red energy sphere formed and sealed the entire arena. Jian Yue trapped both himself and Lei Dao inside, determined to settle everything in one final battle. As she swung her blade, Lei Dao coldly asked if he planned to die together with her. She declared she would never let him succeed, but she still could not figure out what he was planning. Then another Jian Yue appeared before her. His hair had turned white, a single horn grew from his forehead, and a wild smile spread across his face. Asura mode activated, and the shadow of a gigantic demon slowly rose behind him. The overwhelming aura froze Lei Dao in place. She quietly whispered, Asura, knowing this power had far exceeded her expectations. After that shock, the red eyes behind Lei Dao's mask gradually became empty as forgotten memories came rushing back. The story suddenly shifted to 2 years earlier. When Lei Dao opened her eyes, the first person she saw was Shuguang in heavy armor, anxiously calling out to her. Lei Dao slowly sat up while holding her aching head. Xu Guang immediately asked if she was hurt. She shook her head and quickly asked where everyone else was. Before her lay a battlefield covered with corpses. After a brutal fight, the tragic sight left her speechless, and Xu Guang quietly told her they had all sacrificed themselves. Looking up, Lei Dao saw a gigantic boss radiating terrifying pressure. Xu Guang explained it was a mythic boss far stronger than expected. Since Paxiao was the first team in the closed beta, defeating it would provide valuable strategies and rewards before the official launch. Knowing the team had reached its limit, Xu Guang decided to entrust Lei Dao with something important. She accepted Tianming Company's special encrypted case. It allowed certain exclusive gear or items to be carried into the open beta, though their power would be limited by the user's level. Just then, a violent roar shattered the silence. Xu Guang immediately shouted for her to be careful. The boss began charging a massive sphere of lightning, and the power inside kept growing stronger. A few seconds later, it fired the sphere straight at them, causing a catastrophic explosion. Xu Guang said he could only protect her one last time. He activated Black Tortoise Shield together with Reflect Shield and used all his strength to block the attack. The shield reflected the force and even knocked the boss backward. After completing his final duty, Xu Guang's body slowly faded away. He only had time to say goodbye before disappearing, while Lei Dao immediately drew her blade to fight alone. She activated Lightning Clone Technique and moved like a flash of lightning. The boss was far too slow to keep up and quickly lost both arms to her attacks. Without giving it a chance to recover, Lei Dao chained directly into another skill. 4 crimson swords pierced through the boss' chest, forcing it to its knees and leaving it completely helpless. Lei Dao let out a quiet sigh, believing the battle was finally over. The boss' massive body slowly shattered into countless pieces, but a brilliant light suddenly burst from its head. A warrior in iron armor emerged and proudly declared that this was his true form. He was Heiyu Mode. Heiyu Mode rose into the sky as countless magic circles appeared behind him. Lei Dao immediately realized the boss had entered its second phase. He cast Lightning Judgment, calling down a gigantic bolt of heavenly lightning that shook the heavens and the earth. The ground split apart as huge rocks exploded under the terrifying force. The lightning continued, pouring down without end. Lei Dao had no choice but to retreat and keep her distance. Heiyu Mode pointed at her and arrogantly declared that before the power of a god, humans were nothing more than insects. The pressure was so overwhelming that a crack spread across Lei Dao's mask. She realized this power was far beyond anything she could handle. 2 days and 2 nights of her guild's effort had become meaningless. Another sphere of lightning slowly formed in Heiyu Mode's palm, ready to finish her off. Just then, a sudden cough broke the silence. A calm voice echoed from the cliff behind them, mocking a giant for bullying a girl. Heiyu Mode immediately roared, demanding to know who dared stand above him. He instantly redirected his lightning and fired it straight at the newcomer. The man with a demonic appearance calmly replied that the other side had attacked first. He raised a single finger and unleashed Sky-Piercing Finger, firing an incredibly condensed black beam. The 2 attacks collided head-on, but Sky-Piercing Finger easily pierced through and destroyed the lightning sphere. After shattering the lightning, the attack continued straight toward Heiyu Mode with unstoppable force. The beam pierced through his body. Only then did Heiyu Mode realize the newcomer was Wu Yue, the master of Sky-Piercing Finger. Wu Yu leaped down from the cliff and coldly told his opponent that a dying man should talk less. Heiyu Mode only sneered, believing no one could kill him. Faced with the taunt, Wu Ye remained completely calm, without the slightest reaction. The next moment, he activated Asura Mode. A terrifying power erupted beneath the dark sky as a gigantic bolt of lightning crashed down. Heiyu Mode could only scream in despair before being completely erased. After the boss disappeared, a mythic piece of equipment dropped. Wu Yue had barely reacted to the reward before Lei Dao rushed forward at incredible speed. Lei Dao grabbed the floating mythic equipment and immediately retreated to stay on guard. Wu Yue looked at her in confusion while Lei Dao carefully examined the sword and quietly asked what it really was. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yue appeared before her. With a calm smile, he introduced himself as Han Yi Xiao, saying he had only passed by and that the item rightfully belonged to her. Lei Dao froze in disbelief. She thought he could have taken the equipment by force but simply walked away instead. She quickly called Han Yi Xiao back. When he turned around and asked what was wrong, Lei Dao seriously said she hated owing favors, and one day she would definitely repay him for the weapon. Back in the arena, both commentators shouted that the moment to decide the winner had arrived. The Crimson Sphere kept releasing energy and drew every competitor's attention. Before long, the sphere slowly faded away, revealing both fighters. Lei Dao lowered her weapon, and the commentator immediately declared Zhang Yue the winner. Cheers for Zhang Yue echoed throughout the arena, as the match result was officially confirmed. Zhang Yu's breathing grew heavier. He looked at Lei Dao and asked if she could finally tell him about his brother, but Lei Dao remained silent with an empty stare. Zhang Yue asked once more. At that moment, Lei Dao suddenly saw the image of Han Yixiao resting a hand on Zhang Yue's shoulder, pulling her completely into her memories. She slowly closed her eyes, as scenes from the past surfaced one after another. Back then, Han Yixiao waved casually and said he had only happened to pass by, so the equipment already belonged to her. But Lei Dao insisted on repaying him because he had defeated the boss and given her the reward. Han Yixiao joked that she could simply give him the item and they would be even. She refused at once, because her guild desperately needed it. He then joked that she should hand it over anyway so he could conveniently lose it and give her an excuse to earn it back, but she rejected that idea too. Han Yixiao sighed helplessly and asked what she really wanted. After thinking for a while, Lei Dao offered to become his guide and teammate. Every reward would belong to Han Yixiao until she had fully repaid the value of the mythic equipment. Just then, Han Yixiao suddenly shouted for her to watch out behind her. Lei Dao quickly turned around, only to find a chicken and a tiny worm. When she turned back, Han Yixiao had already slipped away. Lei Dao immediately chased after him while calling for him to stop, but of course he never did. From that day on, the two fought side by side for a long time. During one expedition into a frozen wasteland, they charged together toward a gigantic monster with their weapons ready. Working together, they unleashed crimson and golden lightning that slammed straight into the monster. Seeing the attack connect, Han Yixiao smiled with confidence, convinced the battle was over. But the monster could still fight back. Its massive tail swept toward them, and Lei Dao instantly shoved Han Yixiao away while shouting for him to be careful. Watching Lei Dao get sent flying after taking the hit for him, Han Yixiao cried out her name in panic. Realizing the situation had turned bad, he immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, Sky-Piercing Finger. A massive surge of energy blasted straight through the monster. When the explosion cleared, a huge hole had been torn through its stomach. The moment he landed safely, he wasted no time. Han Yixiao sprinted to where Lei Dao had fallen, calling her name over and over while asking if she was hurt. Lei Dao sat up, coughed a few times, and said she was fine. Han Yixiao scolded her, saying he was stronger and she should never risk taking a hit for him again. Then he handed back the mask she had dropped. Lei Dao quickly put the mask back on and hesitated, wanting to explain her face. Han Yixiao interrupted with a smile, saying she looked adorable and joking that she wore the mask because too many people chased after her. Lei Dao coldly replied that she really had a scar on her face. Han Yixiao smiled again and said that only made her look cooler. He told her she was beautiful and never needed to hide herself. Hearing those words, Lei Dao blushed beneath her mask and shyly said that if she stayed by his side, she would stop wearing it. Back in the present, Lei Dao gently reached up and touched her familiar mask. She explained that she had been Han Yixiao's teammate for a long time, and that he was an extraordinary expert. Hearing this, Zhang Yue quietly guessed the two had once shared feelings. He then asked when she had last seen his brother, and whether Han Yixiao had mentioned any future plans before leaving. Lei Dao searched her memories of that final meeting. Under a bright moon, Han Yixiao and Lei Dao sat beside a campfire, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Lying on his back and staring at the sky, Han Yixiao suddenly said he was about to leave the team. Lei Dao asked why, and he replied that something was wrong with the game, because someone had opened a door that should never have existed. Lei Dao immediately said she wanted to go with him. Han Yixiao firmly refused, saying that only he could enter that place. After a moment of silence, she jokingly asked if he thought she was too weak and would only hold him back. Han Yixiao laughed and reassured her that he was only making a quick trip and would return soon. He even promised to treat her to hot pot after they logged off. At the thought of meeting in real life, Lei Dao instantly blushed and wondered if it was actually a date. Han Yixiao happily mentioned that he had two interesting younger brothers and hoped Lei Dao would meet them someday. Meanwhile, she was still lost in thoughts about his invitation. Back in the present, Lei Dao told Zhang Yue everything she knew. After that day, she completely lost contact with Han Yixiao. Zhang Yue fell into deep thought, realizing that the gate Da Jia had mentioned and the endless purgatory Wu Yue spoke of might actually be the same place. Zhang Yue asked if Han Yixiao had ever revealed where that gate was. Lei Dao said he never did. Although disappointed, Zhang Yue thanked her because it was still an important clue. Lei Dao asked him to let her know immediately if he ever found Han Yixiao, and he agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, Lei Dao remembered one last detail. Before leaving, Han Yixiao had quietly said that if the gate could not be sealed, it would eventually appear everywhere. Those words left Jian Yue completely stunned. Elsewhere, the celebration for Jian Yue officially began. Hua Deshui announced that he had passed the trials and become the supreme peerless warrior. As a reward, he would receive a royal prize, gain priority in choosing the gemstone for his legendary weapon, earn the right to form a rescue team for the princess, and every team member could claim one treasure from the royal vault. Meanwhile, a man wearing a crown with strange cables attached to his body silently watched the ceremony through a screen. As the crowd was asked to welcome Jian Yue onto the stage, he coughed softly and ordered his men to bring Jian Yue to him immediately, because time was running out. The scene then shifted to the floating castle of the kingdom of Teva. The commentator respectfully led Jian Yu's group inside and introduced the magnificent palace ahead as the royal palace of the kingdom. He then introduced the two people standing at the gate, Jia Yifa and Jia Yiwu, the royal attendants responsible for welcoming the king's honored guests. Both bowed politely and invited the heroes inside. The palace doors slowly opened before everyone. A magnificent hall came into view. Jia Yifa introduced it as the first-floor grand hall, while Jia Yiwu explained it was used for banquets, dances, and welcoming guests. Little Chili was amazed by the gold, jewels, and lavish decorations everywhere. Afi crossed his arms and joked that it was exactly how the rich love to show off. The two attendants then led the group to another door and announced that, by the king's order, each member of the winning team could choose one treasure from the royal vault beneath the palace. Jian Yu's team began descending the staircase leading to the treasure vault. The deeper they went, the more endless the staircase seemed. The two attendants warned everyone to watch their step as they continued leading the way. The endless spiral staircase made little Chili nervous because of the height. Seeing this, Afi reassured her that if she was scared, she could just close her eyes because he would keep her safe. As they walked, Afi joked that the king really loved grand projects, even digging a massive pit beneath the palace. He happily calculated that with 4 teammates, they would leave with 4 treasures. Just then, a bright light ahead caught his attention. The two attendants stopped before a chamber, overflowing with treasure, and smiled as they announced that they had arrived at the king's vault. The moment they stepped inside, everyone froze at the sight of mountains of gold and priceless treasures piled everywhere. Little Chili and Afi immediately rushed in, each trying to grab their favorite item first. The two attendants quickly reminded them that each person was only allowed to take one treasure. Hua Qiao turned to Jian Yue and said she did not need any more equipment, so she wanted him to take her share. Jian Yue refused at once and told her to choose something that would improve her pursuit abilities instead. Hearing that, Hua Qiao smiled to herself, realizing he had always remembered exactly what she needed, despite acting so distant. At that moment, the two attendants approached Jian Yu and invited him to meet the king first, explaining that he was waiting at the deepest level of the palace. They assured him he could return to choose his treasure afterward, so Jian Yu nodded in agreement. While heading deeper underground, Jian Yue suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Without a moment of hesitation, he jumped straight down. He landed in a silent space completely surrounded by still water. Seeing the king sitting there and coughing non-stop, Jian Yue walked forward and asked if the king had summoned him. The king warmly welcomed Jian Yue and invited him to sit down. As soon as he spoke, a chair instantly appeared beside him. Jian Yue remained on guard. The king seemed to read his thoughts and calmly said that he was probably wondering why a king would summon him in such a strange way. Sitting across from him, Jian Yue replied that he did not care about that. What truly puzzled him was why, if the king really wanted to rescue the princess, he had not mobilized every warrior instead of wasting time with such an elaborate tournament. The king praised him, saying he possessed not only incredible talent, but also a remarkably sharp mind. But the moment those words ended, chains suddenly appeared and wrapped tightly around Jian Yu's arms and neck before he could react. The king coldly admitted that there had never been any princess to rescue or dragon to defeat. He stood up and removed his cloak, revealing a horrifyingly frail and aged body. Another sinister face emerged from his chest as he confessed that the tournament's true purpose had been to find the perfect vessel. The king's body grotesquely swelled larger. He openly declared that he intended to steal Jian Yu's youth and strength so he could write his legend once again. Jian Yue struggled with all his might, but the chains would not budge. The king stepped closer and told him not to waste his strength, because the restraints were forged from the arena's special material. A precious vessel like him could not be allowed to suffer any damage. The face growing from the king's body suddenly opened its eyes and mouth, unleashing a crimson energy through the soul possession, rebirth secret art that shot straight toward Jian Yue. Meanwhile above, Afi and little Chili were still happily picking treasures. Afi was thrilled to find the teleportation equipment he had always wanted, while little Chili cheerfully asked which of the two items she had picked looked prettier. Afi laughed and said they were both beautiful. Just then, Hua Qiao suddenly noticed something strange about the two attendants. She was shocked to see them closing the massive door and immediately demanded an explanation. The two attendants smiled wickedly and asked why she was still asking questions after everything that had happened. The moment they finished speaking, both attendants unleashed their power. Countless treasures rose into the air as they declared their goal was to kill everyone. They immediately activated their skills and summoned two gigantic golden monsters behind them. Afi was shocked as every weapon was pulled toward the enemy. Little Chili could not believe these NPCs were this powerful. Hua Qiao quickly regained her composure and said it did not matter if they were NPCs or something else. They just had to fight. As soon as she spoke, all three charged forward together. But the enemies instantly unleashed a sword technique wrapped in a violent whirlwind, stopping them in their tracks. The two foes worked together flawlessly. Their overwhelming pressure sent all three flying with a single attack. One of them sneered, saying that strength like theirs could never produce true heroes. They had not even survived half the power of the king of the treasury. Hua Qiao struggled back to her feet and frowned. One hit had already drained a huge portion of her HP. She judged this battle to be as difficult as a 50-player raid, and Jian Yue below was surely in just as much danger. As expected, Jian Yue was in agony as an immense surge of energy kept invading his body. The king slowly spoke and asked why rulers throughout history had always pursued immortality. Was it to keep enjoying life, to hold on to power, or simply because they feared death? As he spoke, memories flooded his mind. The king frowned with anger, believing that those driven by greed or delusion never deserved the throne. In his eyes, his own desire for eternal life represented not just himself, but also his people, his era, and even the will of the gods. According to the king, from the moment he was born, he had seen a world completely different from everyone else. To him, the world looked like a filthy chopping block, and humanity was nothing more than fish waiting to be carved apart. In those days, monsters hunted and devoured humans. Every mountain, river, and wilderness was filled with danger. In the end, even humans turned against one another just to survive. Those memories never stopped haunting him. He remembered endless seas of fire as monsters slaughtered countless innocent people. Then came the sight of bodies drifting across the ocean. He also remembered humans killing each other over the smallest scraps of food. The king continued, recalling the past. He believed even the heavens could no longer bear such suffering, which was why they had chosen him. As a young boy, he carried massive stones beneath the scorching sun for days without rest. Despite working endlessly, the young boy was constantly beaten and humiliated by the overseer. An old man tried to stop the abuse, but his words meant nothing. Instead, the overseer stepped on the old man's head. Seeing that, the young boy's anger exploded. Unable to endure it any longer, he smashed the stone on his shoulder, straight into the overseer's head. Blood splattered everywhere. From that very moment, the young boy rose up and called everyone to his side. He urged them to follow him, overthrow the old order, and change the entire world. What followed were years of endless bloody war. Thousands fell beneath his banner, but in return he united the land and ended the chaos. One by one, demons were wiped out after countless campaigns. When the wars finally ended, the land flourished again, and green fields stretched across the kingdom thanks to his rebuilding efforts. At last, he established a mighty and prosperous kingdom under his own rule. His bloodline was passed down through future generations. But nothing lasted forever. Just as his achievements reached their peak, his ministers informed him that his time was running out. The king refused to accept that fate. He believed the kingdom needed its ruler, just as humanity needed the sun, so he could never allow himself to die. With his aging body, he climbed onto the palace roof and screamed at the heavens, refusing to accept his destiny. He demanded to know why he had been chosen only to be abandoned in the end. The king swore that, if he could continue living, he would sacrifice everything. The moment those words left his mouth, a strange purple-black energy appeared in the sky. That mysterious power made him believe the gods had answered his prayer. He was convinced they had acknowledged him and granted him a path to live on. Soon after, the entire kingdom was swallowed by flames. The princess collapsed to her knees in despair, tears streaming down her face as she looked at her father and asked if he had gone mad. The king looked at his daughter with lifeless white eyes and coldly replied that he had never been more clear-minded. He declared that for his great ideal and ambition, everyone had to become a sacrifice. Even his own daughter was nothing more than light returning to the sun. A grotesque face had grown from his chest. The queen's corpse lay at his feet, and countless bodies were pierced by cross-shaped swords behind him. Back in the present, the face on the king's chest screamed Jian Yu's name. He excitedly declared that Jian Yue was the final piece needed to complete his evolution, and told him to feel honored. Bound tightly to the chair, Jian Yue could only scream in agony. Just then, his body suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a spreading streak of black light that forced the king to shield his eyes. As the light faded, the king opened his eyes in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. Jian Yue appeared floating in the air and coldly mocked the king, saying his story was painfully boring. The king stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand how he had escaped. Jian Yue continued, telling him to stop pretending to be noble. In the end, he was no different from the greedy people he had always despised. Furious, the king shouted that a fool like Jian Yue could never understand his greatness. He immediately summoned his 2 loyal subordinates. The moment he finished speaking, 2 warriors in golden armor leaped down from above. Both knelt before the king on one knee and respectfully apologized for arriving late to protect him. Hearing their familiar voices, Jian Yue instantly recognized them as the 2 attendants. Before he could finish speaking, they admitted it and proudly claimed they had already defeated his 3 teammates. Killing intent instantly erupted from Jian Yue as he charged straight at them. The 2 only laughed, believing he had no idea how outmatched he was. One declared himself the king's shield, while the other called himself the king's loyal sword. Their bodies transformed into streams of light and merged into the energy spheres in the king's hands, preparing the ultimate skill, king's protection. The king now held a royal staff in one hand and a great sword in the other, as red and blue energy swirled around him. He scoffed that the title of hero meant nothing, and crushing them would be no harder than stepping on an ant. The screen switched to game over. Little Chili groaned in frustration, because not only had they failed to earn any rewards, but the NPCs had suddenly turned into bosses. Hua Qiao calmly guessed that the team had probably triggered a hidden quest. Little Chili still refused to accept it, because the enemies were so powerful that a single attack had wiped them out. Hua Qiao nodded and admitted she had underestimated them. In her opinion, those 2 bosses were probably balanced for a 100-player raid. Thinking about Jian Yue fighting alone, she could only worry about how much longer he could survive. She then changed the subject and invited Little Chili out for coffee because she knew neither of them would sleep tonight. Little Chili immediately ordered a banana latte. Outside the city, dark clouds gathered as bright lightning flashed across the sky. Afi stood on a balcony with a cigarette in his mouth, quietly watching the coming storm. He sighed softly and blamed himself for still being unable to help his brother. Then he casually flicked the cigarette ash away. After that, he returned to his machine, put on his mechanical armor, and quietly told Jian Yue to hold on because they would be there soon. Meanwhile, the battle between Jian Yue and the king remained incredibly intense. Every attempt to close the distance and stab with his sword was effortlessly blocked. A counterattack sent Jian Yue flying back. He immediately rushed in again and thrust his blade toward the king's eye, but the king still dodged in time. Without slowing down, Jian Yue unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes in midair. Seizing an opening, he suddenly appeared behind the king and activated backstab. He followed up with paralyzing burst blade, delivering a devastating strike directly into the king's back. The blow blasted the king backward, leaving him briefly surprised by Jian Yu's strength. But in the next instant, the king spun around and unleashed Blade Storm, catching Jian Yue completely off guard. At the same time, the underground chamber began to crack apart. The king raised his sword high before bringing it down, with tremendous force. Looking down at Jian Yue, the king proudly said he had deliberately avoided a fatal blow because he did not want to damage the body he was about to claim. Now all Jian Yue had to do was obediently accept the ritual. Pointing his sword at Jian Yue, the king mocked him again, saying, "These people had won a few battles and killed a few monsters before foolishly believing they could challenge someone who had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood." Sweat ran down Jian Yu's face as he realized the gap between them had nothing to do with levels. He reminded himself to keep moving because the moment fear took over, he would lose any chance of winning. He still had not awakened. Ignoring the taunt, Jian Yue sped up and used white concealment to create another clone. He kept moving through multiple locations until he finally found the perfect spot for his plan. The clone drove its sword into the wall for support, while Jian Yu drank a healing potion and planned his next move. He knew a direct fight was hopeless, so he chose hit-and-run tactics until reinforcements arrived. The king looked up with a faint smile and asked if Jian Yue was playing cat and mouse. As he spoke, a magic circle spread beneath his feet. He declared that he was not the cat, but the true hunter. A gravity control skill activated at once, and overwhelming pressure covered the entire area. Standing above, Jian Yue gritted his teeth as his body grew heavier by the second. The king pushed the gravity skill to an even higher level. Feeling Jian Yue completely pinned down, the king smiled with satisfaction. Knowing he could not stay hidden, Jian Yue charged together with his clone for a counterattack. The two attacked from different angles at the same time, but the king blocked every strike with ease. With a single swing, he blasted both Jian Yue and the clone flying away. The king laughed and praised Jian Yu's clone technique. He declared that once he claimed Jian Yu's body, he would try that power himself. The great sword erupted with violent red energy and rushed forward. Jian Yue stood his ground and met it head-on. During the fierce exchange, he quickly spotted a gap in the king's defense. Jian Yue thrust his sword toward the opening, but the king calmly caught the blade with his bare hand, leaving him stunned. The two floating weapons beside the king lit up and laughed. They said His Majesty had never fought alone, and if Jian Yue thought he faced only one enemy, he was terribly mistaken. The king used gravity control again, making Jian Yue feel as if he had sunk to the bottom of the ocean, barely able to move. Jian Yue quickly realized the truth. Even after becoming weapons, the two butlers could still fight on their own, meaning he was facing 3 boss-level enemies at once. His eyes turned cold as he prepared to strike back. Meanwhile, the two weapons casually chatted beside the king. The sword teased that its sister had better not crush His Majesty's new vessel, while the staff insisted it had only given him a gentle shove. At that moment, the water suddenly exploded. A burst of energy shot upward and slammed into the king. The two weapons could only shout a warning. The attack left a wound on him, but instead of getting angry, he looked thrilled by yet another surprise. After releasing even more power, Jian Yue entered a new battle state. His eyes locked onto the king as he prepared for the next round. A red earring suddenly appeared. It was the mythical item Phantom God Earring, capable of changing the user's race. Jian Yue activated it at once, transforming into a merfolk to boost his combat power against the king. The king swung his sword down, but Jian Yue dove deep underwater in time, making the king roar in frustration. In his merfolk form, Jian Yue moved far faster underwater and could remain beneath the surface for a long time. Hidden underwater, he watched the king and the two weapons search for him in a frenzy while shouting for him to come out. Moments later, strange streams of bubbles began rising across the water. In an instant, Jian Yue shot upward like lightning and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the two weapons, leaving them shocked by his incredible speed. He immediately closed in behind the king, but the king sensed his presence at once, and the two locked eyes for a split second. Jian Yue vanished again and kept shifting behind his opponent, making his attack path impossible to predict. Seizing a brief opening, he used his merfolk strength to launch a surprise attack from behind the king. But the king reacted instantly and knocked him away with his sword while shouting in contempt. Sent flying into the air, Jian Yue realized this approach would not work and decided to change tactics. He activated the Phantom God Earring again, switching from a merfolk into a pig race to gain a different ability. The moment the transformation finished, Jian Yue summoned countless bolts of lightning and brought them crashing down onto the king's position. The king calmly used the staff together, with his right arm to block every attack. Jian Yue was forced back once again. The staff noticed blood dripping from the king's arm and grew worried, while the sword flew into a rage and charged at Jian Yue, determined to kill him. Meanwhile, Jian Yu's wounds quickly healed on their own. At that moment, applause echoed from the king's direction. The king laughed like a madman and praised Jian Yue for surprising him again and again. At the same time, the two weapons glowed with blue light and healed their master's injuries. Still excited, the king declared that Jian Yue was the heavenly blade destined to match him. Spreading his arms, he eagerly asked if Jian Yue still had any hidden skills left to reveal. The strange question left Jian Yue speechless. After a brief thought, he realized his previous attacks lacked enough power, so he decided to gamble everything on his final move and condensed a golden blade. He unleashed the full power of the pig race and activated Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, summoning a massive and ferocious dragon that even caught the king's side by surprise. The king gripped his sword and calmly commented that the skill looked impressive, but he wanted to test its true power himself. Jian Yue also gathered every ounce of strength for the coming clash. Under Jian Yu's command, The dragon raised its head, roared, and charged straight at the king. The king tightened his grip on the sword, poured all his strength into his arm, and prepared his ultimate technique. He unleashed one/Heavenstorm blade, a blazing crimson slash that tore through the sky and struck directly at the dragon's head. After attacking, the king burst into laughter, convinced that Zhang Yu's ultimate move was nothing special. But the next second, his smile vanished. Before him stood Zhang Yue wrapped in crackling lightning, with a pig race clone at his side. Only then did the two weapons realize they had fallen into a trap. Without wasting the chance, Zhang Yue used Hidden Dragon in the abyss again. Another gigantic dragon appeared and charged toward the airborne king, ready to swallow him whole. This time the attack landed. The dragon bit into the king and slammed him into the cliff, shattering the entire rock wall with the impact. After pouring out all his strength, Zhang Yue was clearly exhausted. Surrounded by the shattered rocks, he stared at the place where the dragon had struck. Suddenly, a crimson light flashed through the thick cloud of dust. The king and his two weapons were still unharmed inside a crimson barrier. After coughing a few times, he admitted the attack was truly powerful and praised Zhang Yu's strategy as even more dangerous than the technique itself. As soon as he finished speaking, the king landed before Zhang Yue and coldly declared that time was running out and the battle would end here. Zhang Yue quietly steadied his breathing. Although the king remained incredibly powerful, he could tell the king's injuries were worse than before, proving his last attack had not been wasted. The king held the staff in his left hand and the sword in his right. Crimson energy erupted from his body, making the water tremble as if it would swallow everything nearby. He then loudly activated Gravity Storm, together with his elemental control. The water immediately shook as massive currents surged up and quickly surrounded Zhang Yue. Within moments, the water formed a giant sphere that trapped him completely under the king's control. Zhang Yue immediately held his breath and activated the Phantom God Earring, transforming back into a merfolk. He soon realized the entire sphere was created by the king's magic to seal every escape route and leave him with no way out. Raising the staff, the king smiled with excitement and told him to accept this baptism and offer his life for the great cause. Then he suddenly addressed him as player Zhang Yue. That single word stunned Zhang Yue, and he immediately asked if he had heard correctly. As magical wooden stakes kept growing inside the water sphere and pinned Zhang Yue in place, the king calmly repeated the word player, leaving him even more shocked. The king laughed mockingly and said that God had revealed the secret of this world to him, but his smile soon turned bitter when he spoke of the title player. He recalled the moment the purple eye appeared and revealed the entire truth. According to God, this world and every living being existed only for entertainment. From every blade of grass to every conversation, everything had already been scripted. Back then, the king raised his hand as though he had finally found the answer to everything. At first, he believed it was only a terrifying metaphor, until God truly opened his eyes. After his body was rebuilt, Jin finally understood the cruel truth. His life had never followed cause and effect. Every memory was just a repeating cycle. Even though he had once been a king admired by all and the savior of an era, he was nothing more than a pawn created for the player's amusement. As Jin spoke, his emotions exploded. His power surged, tightening the wooden stakes around Zhang Yue even more. He roared that he would never accept such a fate and would live to overthrow everything. Jin then commanded the two weapons to stir the waters and declared that the players were invaders of this world. He would drive every last one of them out. The two weapons immediately voiced their agreement. Hearing everything, Zhang Yue was completely stunned. A data entity had actually developed its own consciousness, something far beyond anything he had ever imagined. Even more troubling, the god Jin mentioned seemed to be the source of every strange event. Jin formed another crimson barrier around himself and slowly walked toward Zhang Yue. He wondered where the souls of players went after they were killed. Even while restrained, Zhang Yue stayed calm and asked for one final question. After Jin agreed, he immediately asked whether Jin knew Han Yixiao. Jin thought for a moment before replying that the name sounded familiar, but he could not remember it clearly. Unfortunately, Jin had no intention of saying more. He coldly told Zhang Yue to find the answer in hell and summoned lightning for the finishing blow. At the critical moment, Zhang Yue frowned slightly. Crimson lightning flashed across his eyes as he instantly activated Shadow Shift. The moment he switched places, he transformed into the pig race and roared, unleashing a burst of energy in a counterattack against the king. Seeing his opponent transform again, the king widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted in annoyance that Zhang Yue had changed forms yet again. Zhang Yue safely appeared at another location and quietly let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his clone had been hidden in the perfect spot. However, Shadow Shift had a 30-minute cooldown, so he knew he could never afford to be trapped again. Right then, the Phantom God earring began to glow. Seizing the opportunity, Jian Yue transformed into the lizard folk race, clung to the cliff wall, and rapidly climbed upward, leaving the king below. Watching this, the king's face darkened. He muttered that this new vessel was far too troublesome. Perhaps breaking all its limbs and healing them afterward would make it more obedient. With a loud command, the giant water sphere obeyed its master's will and shot upward in pursuit of Jian Yue. At the same time, the king raised his blazing crimson staff and cast ice condensation. Freezing air spread across the battlefield, sealing the space ahead with ice and cutting off Jian Yu's escape route. Cornered, Jian Yue realized every path had been blocked. Meanwhile, the king smiled with excitement because the torture was far from over. Raising the staff again, the king cast Ice Blade Rain, sending countless razor-sharp ice shards pouring down like a storm. Jian Yue desperately dodged the relentless barrage. One mistake would mean instant death. But in his lizard form, his body was extremely vulnerable to the cold. The freezing temperature gradually stiffened his muscles, preventing him from noticing a massive block of ice falling straight toward him. The enormous chunk of ice slammed into Jian Yue and sent him crashing down. Standing below, Jin watched with great satisfaction and declared that Jian Yue could never escape his grasp. Jian Yue was forced to crash directly onto the frozen ground beneath Jin. Before he could get back up, sharp ice pillars pierced through his body. Blood burst out as he cried in agony. Jin raised more ice pillars, pinning Jian Yi in place like a monument, while surrounding him with countless icy spikes. He mocked Jian Yi and challenged him to escape now. Meanwhile, sweat poured down Jian Yu's face as his strength faded because every escape skill had already been used. Jin slowly walked over, grabbed Jian Yue by the throat, and activated Rebirth Possession to drain away his life force. Jian Yue could only watch helplessly as his vitality was slowly absorbed. Then Jin suddenly realized that something was wrong. Looking up, he saw the ice he had created beginning to melt under overwhelming heat. Blazing flames engulfed the entire glacier, and a shout of great flame burst echoed across the battlefield. Afi and Little Chili appeared at once, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire attacks against Jin. Right behind them, Hua Qiao burst out of the sea of flames and charged straight at Jin. Without hesitation, she unleashed her ultimate technique, Mountain Shatter Stomp, and delivered a devastating kick at the enemy. The kick sent Jin flying a long distance, cracking the ice beneath him from the impact. Jian Yu's teammates finally regrouped. They all rushed in at once, announcing their arrival as they joined the fight. Even under their combined assault, Jin remained completely unharmed. The two loyal weapons stayed by his side. Seeing Afi and the others, the two weapons were shocked, realizing they had previously killed them with their own hands. Jin cut in and stated that players were clearly a special race. He even decided that after killing them all, he would turn players into his personal vessels. Still pinned to the ice, Jian Yue warned everyone to be extremely careful of the king's face. Afi thought she misheard, while Little Chili felt a chill. Jian Yue explained that the face was the key to Jin's possession ability, and its effect was likely far more dangerous than simple combat damage. Afi immediately rushed to rescue Jian Yue, insisting they save him first. Little Chili also agreed while maintaining her magic support. Just as they focused on the rescue, Jin coldly ordered the two weapons to eliminate all intruders. Both weapons responded instantly. Trichelfa appeared on the staff, grinding his teeth, and cursing the players for humiliating them in front of the king. He declared he would crush them into pieces. Afi and Little Chili immediately prepared to take him down first. Afi and Little Chili simultaneously unleashed Fire Meteor Fist, sending waves of blazing attacks straight at Trichelfa. Facing the barrage, Trichelfa raised a gravity barrier to block all incoming firepower. Seeing the defense hold, he sneered and mocked them, claiming their magic was insignificant. But Afi and Little Chili did not hesitate. They exchanged a look, activated a ritual, and combined their power into Twin Flame Dragon Fist Dance. Their merged energy formed dancing fire dragons that tore through the gravity barrier with overwhelming force. A blinding explosion filled the battlefield, forcing him to cover his eyes. As the smoke cleared, the result was revealed. Trichelfa was heavily injured and crashed to the ground. Still cursing, he realized their combined skill had melted the ice, turning the battlefield into rain and mist that severely reduced visibility. Amid the heavy rain, flashes of crimson lightning began to spark. On another side, Hua Qiao was locked in direct combat with the sword Trachel W. She immediately activated Mountain Shatter technique, summoning 6 massive phantom fists floating around her. With a single strike, all 6 phantom fists rushed toward Trachel W. He gritted his teeth and blocked with blade-edge storm, still mocking her and claiming she could not overpower him. Hua Qiao calmly replied that he would not get his wish. She followed up with Mountain Shatter Pistol Barrage, unleashing a continuous stream of attacks that knocked him back repeatedly. Overwhelmed, he reverted back into sword form, shocked by Hua Qiao's strength far beyond expectations. Jin reached out and grabbed the sword, then pointed its blade directly at Hua Qiao. Trachelfa tried to intervene, but Jin cut him off with a cold shout before he could finish speaking. Jin declared that no one was allowed to waste his time, then poured power into the sword to prepare his strike. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Hua Qiao's expression changed. Jin then swung the sword and unleashed Blade Storm. A massive wave of sword energy swept straight toward Hua Qiao and the others. Zhang Yue shouted a warning for everyone to be careful. Afi and the rest immediately shifted into defensive stance upon recognizing the same terrifying skill from earlier. At the critical moment, a burst of light appeared, along with a powerful voice, declaring that light always emerges in the darkest hour. A group from the Dawnbreak Guild arrived on the battlefield. Shu Guang raised his shield high and activated Reflect Barrier. Jin's sword attack was reflected back, forcing him to stagger backward. The counterattack caused Jin to suffer backlash, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Wei was shocked by the sudden reinforcements. Afi explained that after logging in, they immediately formed a plan. Realizing a small team could not take down the boss, they contacted allies across the region, and fortunately the Dawnbreak group was nearby. Hearing this, Shu Guang turned around and gave a thumbs up, excitedly suggesting they become allies and split the rewards evenly among 5 people after defeating the boss. Jian Yu immediately agreed, while Afi jokingly complained that their team had 1 less member and felt slightly disadvantaged. Feng Na laughed with excitement and dropped the discussion about rewards. He rushed forward, eager to test his strength against the boss. Even Zhang Yue had struggled with. Shu Guang quickly assigned roles. Ranged fighters provided support, controllers prepared their skills, and the rest would follow him for closer range attacks. Everyone responded in unison. Feng Na was the first to charge in, gripping his sword tightly and slashing straight at Jin. Jin calmly raised his greatsword and blocked the attack cleanly. With a single swing, he knocked Feng Na flying. The moment he landed, Feng Na charged again, and Jin began to find his opponent slightly interesting. Lei Jiao quickly joined in, coordinating with Feng Na to launch a continuous assault on Jin. However, Jin immediately activated Gravity Shock, blasting both of them away. At that moment, a blue streak of light suddenly flashed by, leaving multiple cuts on Jin and the 2 weapons. It was Gui Jian, who had been hiding and waiting for a shot. After landing his attack, he smiled in satisfaction, having successfully neutralized the 2 weapons. Immediately after, countless vines rose from beneath the water and wrapped around Jin's legs. It was Dian's doing. She controlled magic and ordered her summoned creatures to restrain Jin and limit his movement. Seeing Jin restrained, Feng Na seized the opportunity and activated Wolf Surge to close in for an attack. Lei Jiao followed up without hesitation, using Thunder Burst to increase pressure on the enemy. The 2 rushed in together, launching a coordinated assault directly at Jin. But Jin showed no sign of panic. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face. Feng Na continued pressing with Wolf Surge, while Lei Jiao maintained Thunder Burst, keeping up the relentless assault. Their combined power formed a massive vortex that engulfed Jin. Seeing wounds appear on Jin's body, Feng Na shouted in excitement. However, Lei Jiao sensed something was wrong and immediately warned him to keep his distance. The warning came too late. Jin suddenly grabbed both of their arms and coldly declared that it was over. Feng Na struggled desperately, kicking at him to break free. His screams only irritated Jin further. Jin tightened his grip until Feng Na's arm bled, also locking down Lei Jiao so neither could escape. With a single twist of his body, Jin threw both Feng Na and Lei Jiao far away. From above, Gui Jian drew his bow and prepared his ultimate technique, Invisible Arrow. The arrow tore through the air in a curved trajectory, aiming straight for Jin. Jin casually raised his hand and caught the arrow mid-air. He then tossed it back along its original path, turning it into a counterattack. Gui Jian failed to dodge in time and was struck in the shoulder. The injury left him nearly unable to move. Jin did not stop. He turned and struck Dian's summoned beast, sending it flying away. Witnessing this, Dian trembled in fear and kept retreating while begging him not to come closer. Jin was about to strike her when Shu Guang arrived just in time, blocking the attack with his shield. Seeing their ally, Dian sighed in relief, while Shu Guang quickly ordered the team to adjust formation and maintain distance. Jin repeatedly slammed heavy punches onto the shield, mocking Shu Guang while testing how long he could hold out. Shu Guang responded that his shield existed to protect his teammates, and anyone who harmed them would face not only the shield but also his sword. As he finished speaking, a strange red mist covered half of his face. The mist quickly spread across his body and condensed into a sword in his hand. Gripping the newly formed blade, Shu Guang immediately charged forward and engaged Jin in close combat. Each clash between them sent violent shockwaves through the surroundings, shaking the space under immense pressure. Sensing the opportunity, Jian Yue immediately ordered everyone to launch a full assault. Little Chili quickly pulled the arrow from Gui Jian's shoulder and told him to hold on. Afi rushed to heal Feng Na, while Hua Qiao supported Lei Jiao's recovery. Meanwhile, Shu Guang fully unleashed his inner power, pouring all his strength into the battle. He unleashed a powerful cross-shaped slash, forcing Jin to stagger backward. The moment Jin lost his balance, Jian Yue instantly appeared behind him. Without giving him time to react, he swung his sword and struck Jin. Pushed to the edge, Jin finally lost all patience. He roared that his tolerance for Jian Yue had reached its limit. Just as Jin stabilized himself, all 8 players simultaneously erupted with their inner power, glowing with different auras as they launched a full-scale combined assault. Seeing their master in danger, the 2 weapons immediately flew in front of Jin to shield him. The combined power of the team formed countless multicolored lightning bolts, like a raging superstorm crashing down. Everything converged into a catastrophic explosion that shook the entire area violently. The blast echoed across the kingdom, throwing the population into panic. They thought the king had activated a Sky Fortress weapon and rushed to assemble the guards. After unleashing their full firepower, the group stared into the thick smoke, waiting to see if the enemy had been defeated. But within the haze, a figure slowly walked out. As the smoke cleared, Jin reappeared with the 2 weapons. It turned out Trachelfa and Trachel W had taken the full brunt of the attack to protect their master. Despite being heavily injured, they still worried and asked if Jin was unharmed. Jin coughed lightly and calmly praised their loyalty. But in the next instant, he coldly pierced through both of them. He said loyalty was enough, but their strength was useless, so it was better for him to absorb everything. Even his loyal weapons were discarded without hesitation. Witnessing this, the entire player team prepared another wave of attacks. They were shocked. Jin was still standing after the combined strike, quickly realizing the weapons had absorbed all the damage. Shu Guang immediately rushed in again to prepare another control skill. Absorbing the red and blue energy from the 2 weapons, Jin crossed his arms and released a terrifying aura. His power surged as he shouted Jian Yu's name, declaring he no longer needed to turn him into a vessel. Instead, he would punish all intruders in this world. With those words, Jin slammed both fists into the ground with full force. The impact triggered a massive earthquake. The sea churned violently, while surrounding rocks collapsed one after another. The shockwave spread across his entire kingdom. The ground split apart. Massive landslides triggered panic everywhere as civilians fled in terror. The commentator stammered in fear, unable to speak, while Hua Deshui froze in disbelief at what was happening. The commentator pointed toward the Sky Fortress, engulfed in flames, shocked that the entire structure had been burned to ruins. After the devastation, Jin still stood firmly in the dust cloud, barely moved. On the opposite side, the team's weapons lay scattered, and all members were buried beneath the rubble. Jian Yue himself was severely injured, lying motionless under the debris. Jin slowly walked forward, surprised Jian Yue was still alive. He became even more convinced that Jian Yue was the perfect vessel destined for him. With no other choice, Jian Yue activated random insurance. A strange book immediately appeared before him, its eerie illustrations sending chills down anyone who saw it. In despair, he decided to bet everything on it. The book was titled, "One Man Slaughters the King," describing a method of overwhelming the enemy with absolute power and driving them into despair. Jin stood before the heavily wounded Jian Yue and coughed lightly. He looked at him curiously and asked if he still had a hidden trump card. Jian Yue forced himself up and calmly replied that he still had one final move. He then awakened his asura state. Crimson lightning erupted around his body, even making Jin acknowledge his unyielding fighting spirit. Jian Yue continued pouring all his strength into his body, preparing to counterattack. In an instant, he rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of sword strikes, catching Jin off guard. Jian Yu's hair turned silver, and both his speed and power increased dramatically. Jin was surprised, but still believed it was not enough to defeat him. However, in a brief opening, Jian Yu's darkened hand touched Jin's face, making him flinch. Immediately after, Jian Yue used immense force to hurl Jin into the wall behind him. Jin quickly gathered strength in his arm, preparing a counterattack. A straight punch slams into Jian Yu's face, the impact sending him flying back hard. Jin does not give him any time to recover and immediately goes on the chase. He delivers a heavy hand strike, smashing Jian Yue straight down into the ice below. Seeing Jian Yue struggle back up from the rubble, Jin joins his hands and prepares a finishing blow from above. But Jian Yue blocks it with both hands. The collision sends violent shockwaves across the battlefield. As the fight drags on, Jin realizes he is being pushed back. Jian Yu's power keeps rising, and a terrifying force seems to be awakening behind him. Jin finally understands Jian Yue has entered the asura state. His face is filled with killing intent. This is a state where battle intent is fully condensed. Once it reaches the peak, asura rage is unleashed. But in return, the user cannot defend, dodge, or retreat, or the entire battle intent will collapse. It is time for a counterattack. Jian Yue rushes in without hesitation and headbutts Jin head-on. The impact makes Jin bleed despite his resistance. Feeling the situation turn bad, Jin blasts Jian Yue away and shouts at him to get lost, calling him a madman. But the attack does not slow Jian Yue down. Instead, his battle intent burns even stronger. He charges again and smashes through Jin's dark defense with full force. The next punch heavily injures Jin's face. In return, Jin strikes back and punches a hole through Jian Yu's abdomen. Even though both are badly wounded, neither steps back. They continue trading lethal blows without hesitation. Their clashes create massive shockwaves, causing nearby boulders to collapse. Neither yields. Both leap into the air and continue exchanging brutal attacks mid-air. In the end, Jin lands a devastating strike, slamming Jian Yue headfirst into a cliff with terrifying force. Jin is left gasping, completely confused. He clearly broke Jian Yu's ribs and arm, yet the man only gets more ferocious. Seeing Jian Yu's wild smile, Jin realizes he is fighting a true madman who grows stronger the more he is injured. Before either can rest, they both charge in again and continue their life-or-death battle. The battlefield is swallowed in dust, and the shockwaves from their fight spread all the way to the city. The commentator grows anxious. The teleport gate to the Sky Fortress has been destroyed, so no one knows what is happening above. Hua Deshui suspects a dragon may be attacking the king. At that moment, they suddenly spot Afi falling from the sky. The commentator alerts Hua Deshui, and they immediately order a rescue. On the fortress, Jin is coughing blood and forced back repeatedly by Jian Yue. Realizing he is at a disadvantage, he decides to end it now. If he cannot take Jian Yue alive, he will destroy him. Jin leaps into the air and unleashes his full power, forming red and blue lightning as he roars and activates his ultimate technique. The two energies merge into a massive destructive beam fired straight at Jian Yue. Unexpectedly, Jian Yue simply closes his eyes calmly, showing no fear at all. He casually waves his hand, and Jin's strongest attack vanishes as if it never existed, leaving Jin frozen in shock. Jian Yue smirks coldly and channels all his power into his arm, unleashing the Asura Wrath technique. A giant red demon face appears and opens its mouth, swallowing Jin whole. In an instant, Jin's body is torn apart into two halves. As everything settles, Jian Yue quietly looks at what remains of his opponent. Jin has returned to his weak, frail form. Seeing the blade in Jian Yu's hand, he trembles and keeps retreating in fear. He throws away all pride and kneels, begging for his life. He pleads for some higher being to save him, offering his soul and loyalty, repeatedly calling out the infinite hell prison. Hearing the words infinite hell prison, Jian Yu's eyes change instantly as his killing intent erupts. A massive purple gate slowly begins to open right in front of him. Down below, Hua Deshui and the soldiers are moving Afi and the others to safety. He believes the warriors sacrificed themselves to protect the king and were struck down by a dragon, so he urgently orders everyone to assist. If his subordinates hesitate, he yells at them to move immediately. But then Hua Deshui freezes as a strange light appears in the sky. A spatial crack slowly opens in midair. The commentator says it looks like the apocalypse is coming. In the Sky Fortress, Jin laughs like a madman as he feels the gate open. He believes heaven has answered his prayers and the infinite hell prison has finally appeared. Tears stream down his face as he calls himself the chosen one. Before he can finish, a flash of a blade cuts through. Jian Yue beheads Jin. In his final moments, Jin's consciousness fades as sleep takes over. Before dying completely, Jin looks at the sky and wonders if he can meet the woman he loves in the infinite hell prison and what she would think of his life. After finishing Jin, Jian Yue turns his gaze to the spatial crack. He stares at the gate, thinking it might be the infinite hell prison where his brother Han Yishao disappeared. Without hesitation, Jian Yue flies up and reaches for the crack, feeling relieved to finally find a clue. Suddenly, the purple light around the gate turns white and engulfs his body. The strange light paralyzes Jian Yue completely. He struggles but cannot move his body anymore. Seeing the gate right in front of him, but unable to advance, Jian Yue feels extreme frustration. A giant eye appears behind him and calls his name. He hears it clearly but cannot turn his head or even move his eyes. The eye slowly approaches and asks if he wants to enter the infinite hell prison to find Han Yixiao. Hearing that name, Jian Yue breaks into a cold sweat. The entity coldly says there is no need to search anymore, because the one he wants is already dead. Jian Yue explodes with rage but remains helpless. Hundreds of eyes mock him, saying even if he is not dead, his fate would not be better. It keeps mocking him, saying his situation might be worse than death. It says he probably wants to see his brother again, pretends to offer mercy, then refuses to let them meet. Finally, the creatures decide their fate with rock, paper, scissors. After the game, the side that wanted reunion loses. They accept the result and merge together. Jian Yue realizes he must act fast. Countless eyes merge into a slender figure with long wings, calmly declaring that Jian Yue is about to die. She raises a finger, gathers terrifying energy, and fires it at Jian Yue. In an instant, his body is pierced with a massive hole. Outside the real world, the machine around Jian Yu's body shakes violently. He grits his teeth in pain as system warnings appear. Red alerts flood in, confirming his heart rate is dropping, and his life is in critical danger. The system tries to force an emergency logout, but repeated errors block all attempts. Jian Yue is trapped helplessly. Suppressed by the power, his body begins to disintegrate. The entity says he will witness the opening ceremony before death. It is a ceremony even his brother cannot stop. Cracks spread across the entire world before Jian Yu's eyes. In a cherry blossom forest, two girls are taking photos and laughing. The sky suddenly darkens. The red-haired girl thinks it is a camera issue and tries to adjust it, while the witch hat girl is confused. They look up and see a massive crack tearing across the sky. In the desert, a group of swordsmen and archers also witness the anomaly. Some think it is just a special game event. In the Arctic, two wolf brothers roasting fish by a fire feel something wrong and sense danger rising. Across the entire Earth, giant crosses appear as the planet is slowly swallowed by spatial rifts. The blue Earth and red Earth both emit strange waves and begin to resonate with each other. Seeing everything ready, the eerie entity snaps its fingers and activates the link between the two worlds. Instantly, the two planets are connected by a massive spatial corridor. A violent explosion erupts from the red light, forcing everyone who witnesses it into full alert. People keep shouting for others to fall back, but some still greedily believe rare treasures or a teleport gate might have appeared. At that moment, a rough, massive foot slowly steps out from the red glow. It is not just one creature. An entire army of monsters pours through. A giant lion asks if this is the player's world, while a muscular beast laughs loudly, excited to finally arrive. The leader grins with killing intent and orders the complete extermination of all players. Red pillars of light keep rising across the battlefield. The strange entity watches and asks Jian Yue if he enjoys the show. It spreads its arms as if welcoming everyone and declares that the game has entered a new era. At the same time, the system announces, Huan Wei version 2.0 is now live, titled Infinite Hell Prison. Jian Yue can only hold on to his hatred as his body begins to fade. Soon after, the system confirms his life signs have completely disappeared. The monster army immediately begins a massacre. Players try to resist but are quickly overwhelmed. Even the vanguard monsters are far beyond expectations. The old commander watches the struggling players and sneers, saying the so-called players are far too weak. He activates earth-piercing thrust, causing countless sharp stone pillars to erupt and crush the player formation. The surviving players panic and retreat, shouting that they cannot fight this enemy and must fall back immediately. But the monsters do not let prey escape. The lion blocks the path and mocks them, asking where they think they are running. It unleashes brutal claw burst, tearing two players apart in a single strike. Seeing their teammates killed, the remaining players regroup and counterattack. Major guilds charge in together, battle cries echoing across the field. Members of Crazy Peak and Imperial Dynasty compete to secure kills and glory. The blue-skinned monster grows annoyed. He channels his skill, covering his arm in blue flames and forming a spinning fire vortex in his fist. With one punch, a massive firestorm wipes out the front line, sending players flying. The lion and the old monster nearby praise his power. The blue monster excitedly collects the souls of the fallen players, urging his allies that these souls can be exchanged in Blood Moon City for power, wealth, and authority. With that, the slaughter intensifies. The scene shifts to a city under heavy rainfall. In a dark and cold room, a young man lies motionless on a bed, his body connected to a VR device. The door opens. His mother walks in and scolds him for wasting his life on games instead of studying. She pulls open the curtains, letting light flood in, and tells him to wake up, wash up, and change clothes, because his father will take him to tutoring soon. Seeing no response, she becomes angrier, accusing him of disappointing the family and threatening to smash the gaming device. Still getting no reaction, she forcefully removes the VR helmet and calls out loudly to check if he can hear her. The moment the helmet is removed, she freezes in horror. Her son's face is pale, eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Panicking, she screams Xiao Tian's name and calls her husband for help. It is clear the teenager has completely lost consciousness. Meanwhile, in another city, heavy rain is also falling. A seductive girl tries to coax her boyfriend out of the game to spend time with her, but receives only silence. In many other places, clocks strike 8:30, yet players remain unresponsive. Even a wheelchair-bound woman called by her family shows no reaction. All of them are in a coma even after their devices were removed. Massive medical alerts flood in. On television, the news anchor urgently reports that the VR game Manhwa, developed by Tianmin Corporation, has suffered a severe failure, trapping over 1 billion players worldwide. With a tense expression, the anchor reports that hundreds of thousands are in critical condition before cutting to a live connection with a reporter at Tianmin headquarters. Outside the company gate, reporters and victims' families flood the area, demanding answers from Tianmin. They question whether this is a technical accident or a planned conspiracy. They keep pressing when the company will rescue the victims and whether compensation is even possible. The bodyguards only repeat that no information can be disclosed. The crowd grows furious, accusing Tianmin of dodging responsibility in front of the world. At that moment, the chairman of Tianmin appears and states that only Tianmin can handle the crisis, and everyone must simply wait. He ends the press conference immediately. His words pour fuel on the fire. Thousands of protesters outside erupt in anger, accusing the company of global negligence and suspecting a massive kidnapping scheme. Inside the headquarters meeting room, executives begin arguing and blaming each other as pressure mounts. A black-haired director immediately blames the head of the tech department for the disaster. The tech lead fires back angrily. Others panic as the stock crashes. The chairman taps the table and orders silence. The room falls quiet. The chairman says he will ask questions and only accept answers. When he asks why players cannot log out, the tech lead struggles to explain. The chairman forces a simple explanation. The tech lead explains that the game links player consciousness to the network via VR helmets in real time. Since last night, the central server has blocked the return channel, trapping consciousness inside the game. Forcing removal risks severe brain damage or death. The chairman asks if there is any fix. The tech lead sighs and says all emergency backup systems are already disabled. The black-haired director suggests cutting power to the network center. The tech lead rejects it, warning it would be like forcibly removing the helmets, causing irreversible brain damage. The chairman orders all resources to fix the issue at any cost. He assigns top engineers worldwide, orders media control to suppress panic, and schedules an urgent meeting with the UN Secretary General. The meeting ends and everyone leaves. Soon, only the chairman remains in the silent room. He taps the table and activates a hidden control panel. A screen shows a high-tech chamber. Inside, a woman lies unconscious in a machine. The chairman stares silently, recognizing her as Luna, also trapped in the same coma as the players. On the second day since the Manhwa crash, heavy rain continues to fall across cities. News broadcasts report that Tianmin's failure has caused massive communication loss, leaving many key positions vacant and increasing damage and casualties. The broadcast urges people to check on family and friends and confirm their safety immediately, especially those who suddenly lose contact. Cities fall into chaos. Some areas lose power, others suffer from delayed deliveries, while heavy rain increases flood risks. At an upstream dam, extreme rainfall causes water levels to rise dangerously, reaching critical overflow risk. Emergency calls keep coming into the control room, demanding floodgate release. However, all operators are unconscious inside the game, leaving no response despite repeated attempts. Back in the game world, a player desperately tries to log out while being relentlessly hunted by monsters. He screams that he still has to go to work and does not want to keep playing, crying out for his mother in despair. But his pleas mean nothing, as the monster keeps attacking. At the critical moment, a burst of flames shoots in. A Fai appears and lands a blazing kick to the monster's waist, saving the player. After defeating the enemy, Afai quickly asks if the player has seen a handsome dark-skinned man with a spear. The player stammers that he has not. Afai sighs in disappointment, saying he still cannot find his second brother. Without hesitation, he rockets into the sky, loudly calling for his brother, while the rescued player below begs him not to leave. Meanwhile, Janue drifts in a dark void filled with endless numbers and flowing data streams. Floating inside the data space, he wonders if his life has truly reached its end. That thought only strengthens his clenched fists and unwillingness to accept fate. Just as despair peaks, a sudden light appears in front of him. The familiar clown-faced book reappears. The system announces he has completed a random mission by killing Hua Yujin alone and is receiving a secret reward. The reward is a lucky rebirth coin. A golden coin engraved with a goddess slowly materializes. Janue wakes up, covered in injuries, sitting in front of a tombstone. Confirming he is still alive, he lets out a relieved breath, but his body remains extremely weak and heavy. A monster holding a lantern appears with a smug expression, boasting that he has been summoned as a Jiangshi and that his brother died miserably, making him superior now. Janue ignores him and scans his surroundings. The monster laughs and forces Janue to kneel and swear loyalty, but suddenly freezes mid-sentence. Janue is already standing right in front of him. When asked what he wants, he calmly says he has questions. The monster angrily orders him to kneel again. Janue releases his aura, triggering a terrifying pressure. The monster instantly realizes he has provoked the wrong person and kneels begging for mercy, promising to reveal everything. In a red data-filled void, the Supreme Heaven entity and countless eyes discuss the situation. They detect a data sequence identical to Janue appearing in the monster world. Though confused, they decide to prioritize the interworld passage issue. The strange entity orders silence and asks whose territory the data belongs to. Upon learning it is under Blood Moon City Lord, she orders him to handle it. In Blood Moon City, inside the Lord's secret realm filled with giant skeletons, a white-haired man sits on a throne made of skulls like an emperor. An eye arrives and delivers the Moon Lord's command. Blood Moon simply replies that he understands. Without delay, he orders his blood slave to handle the mission. A massive tide of blood erupts. From the sea of blood, a gigantic monster rises and bows respectfully before Blood Moon, receiving the order to depart. Back with Janue, after hearing everything, the lantern monster cautiously asks to leave if there are no more questions. Alone, Zhan Yu begins connecting all the information. The two worlds have been linked. Monsters can invade and hunt humans, and player souls are used as trophies. Thinking of the Supreme Heaven entity, he believes everything stems from her, and more importantly, his brother is still alive and likely imprisoned by that being. If he finds that entity, all secrets will be revealed. At that moment, Janue senses someone watching from the cliff above. At first, he thinks it is a mistake, but danger quickly rises in his instincts. He turns around and sees Blood Slave mounted on a warhorse standing behind him. The massive figure creates an overwhelming pressure. Blood Slave dismounts behind Janue, bringing an oppressive killing intent. Janue immediately goes on alert. The enemy's speed far exceeds anything he has ever faced. At the same time, Blood Slave condenses a blade made of fresh blood. Without warning, he unleashes Blood Spear, thrusting straight at Janue. Janue defends with all his strength, but is still forced back repeatedly. The terrifying weight of the impact nearly crushes his arm. The collision pressure spreads across the area, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. Realizing he cannot match brute force, Janue switches to speed and searches for an opening. He uses Shadow Clone combined with Paralysis Burst Blade, launching a counterattack from multiple angles. But Blood Slave's warhorse suddenly neighs and activates War Stampede, stomping down with overwhelming force. A single stomp causes the ground to explode and blasts Janue away. The impact sends him flying more than 100 meters. Blood Slave calmly introduces himself, stating he is sent by the Blood Moon City Lord to take Zhan Yu's life. He immediately unleashes a barrage of blood sword slashes, forcing Janue into desperate defense. Janue realizes his opponent is far beyond even the king, and he is still weakened from his revival, putting him at a severe disadvantage. Knowing continuing the fight means death, Janue decides to retreat, but Blood Slave will not let him go and charges with overwhelming killing intent. In an instant, a blood blade tears through the air and leaves another wound on Zhan Yu's body. While fleeing, Janue realizes the speed gap is closing rapidly. Understanding he cannot escape normally, he takes a risky decision, using Paralysis Burst Blade to stimulate his legs for acceleration. Without hesitation, he activates Thunder Step, turning his body into a lightning streak. Seeing his prey disappear, Blood Slave growls in frustration. He mounts his warhorse and immediately gives chase. Within minutes, he catches up again, proving how far they have run. Jian Yue is now near exhaustion. His legs are losing sensation, his arm keeps bleeding, and Thunder's step is reaching its limit. He concludes he must use terrain to survive. Bloodslave swings his sword again, but this time Jian Yue narrowly dodges. He heads toward a deep river below the cliff. Without hesitation, Jian Yue leaps into the ravine. Upon hitting the water, a strange light surrounds his body. He has activated the Phantom Fishman bloodline, allowing him to move freely underwater. On the cliff above, Bloodslave stands silently watching the river below. He has no intention of letting Jian Yue escape. His blade begins gathering massive energy. He unleashes Blood War 8 directions. One slash disturbs the entire river violently. Water mixed with blood is blasted into the sky, dyeing the space in a faint red. As the aftermath fades, countless droplets fall like heavy rain. Bloodslave inhales deeply, savoring the scent of blood, and laughs in excitement. Certain Jian Yue has no escape left. It is like a wounded beast being cornered. Beneath the cliff, the river continues rushing violently. Bloodslave slowly walks toward Jian Yue, who lies motionless from severe injuries. Looking at his defeated target, he coldly declares it is over and prepares to strike. Jian Yue, unable to move, can only give a bitter smile, thinking he has just survived by luck, only to face death again. As he looks up, the crescent moon is covered by dark clouds. Suddenly, a red streak tears across the sky. Elsewhere, people also see the phenomenon. A child excitedly calls it a shooting star, while his mother tells him to make a wish. But the red streak is not a meteor. It pierces through Bloodslave's body in an instant. Bloodslave freezes in shock. Before he can react, he realizes it is the divine piercing finger technique. A spatial rift opens, and a seductive woman steps out. As his body fades, Bloodslave barely manages to ask why Lady Wu Yue is attacking him. After dealing with him, Wu Yue looks at Jian Yue and teases that he always looks miserable whenever she meets him. Jian Yue can only stare in shock and call her name. Hearing that, Wu Yue smiles and tells him to change how he addresses her and call her master. Before completely fading away, Bloodslave manages to say he was acting under the city lord's orders, then turns into dust. Jian Yue is left stunned, still calling out master in confusion. At that moment, a massive storm vortex appears in the sky, with red lightning striking continuously. Jian Yue is shaken by the scene, while Wu Yue remains calm as if nothing is happening. Inside the storm, a giant pillar of light descends from above onto the ground. 3 figures emerge from the beam. 2 winged spear wielders announce the arrival of Blood Crane City Lord from Blood Moon City. Standing at the center, Blood Crane releases terrifying pressure and questions Wu Yu for killing Blood's slave and disrupting his plans. Wu Yue rests her chin on her hand and casually asks back as if she does not understand. Meanwhile, Jian Yue is suffocated by the pressure, realizing Blood Crane's identity and feeling overwhelming killing intent filling the space. The pressure grows stronger, and Jian Yue realizes Blood Crane is Wu Yu's superior. He believes he will not survive today, but worries more about clarifying his relationship with Wu Yue to avoid dragging her into trouble. Even at death's door, Jian Yue still thinks about his master. Blood Crane continues pressing Wu Yue, but she remains calm and insists she does not know what he is talking about. Hearing this, Blood Crane erupts in rage, unleashing a crimson pressure that engulfs the entire area. Even distant dragons and monsters panic and flee. Everywhere echoes retreat orders. Monsters scramble in fear, abandoning the battlefield under the crushing aura. Blood Crane crosses his arms and introduces himself as the City Lord of Blood Moon City, ruler of the entire domain. Wu Yue is only a branch lord managing resource distribution and the Blood Pool secret realm. Wu Yue replies calmly that the city budget is not good lately and should be cut. Blood Crane grows furious, accusing her of arrogance due to being brought in by his father. Wu Yue ignores him and even suggests raising taxes on officials. Feeling mocked, Blood Crane releases even more power. The pressure alone nearly blows Jian Yue away, as he coldly claims he can defeat Wu Yue in terms of strength. Wu Yue remains calm, and it mentions that even the military budget for defending the Interworld Passage should be reduced. Blood Crane's eyes widen in rage, veins bulging as he roars. Dark red energy explodes outward, crushing rocks and shaking the ground within hundreds of meters. Wu Yue shields Jian Yue from the pressure and calmly states that resource allocation follows city law, not her personal decision. She then says she will take Jian Yue and leave if there is nothing else. Blood Crane immediately stops her, ordering Jian Yue to remain as he is the target of the Moon Decree. Wu Yue falls silent for a moment, thinking. After considering, she slowly speaks, while Jian Yue closely watches her every move. Without warning, Wu Yue suddenly launches a powerful attack directly at Jian Yue. Even Blood Crane is briefly stunned by the sudden action. After the strike, Wu Yue holds Jian Yue's severed head in her hand and opens a spatial gate. She says that if this is the Moon Lord's order, she will comply, but this head looks nice, so she will take it as decoration. She then steps through the gate and disappears. Blood Crane's subordinates quickly flatter her, saying she ultimately still obeys the city lord, mocking her earlier expression. They fail to notice Blood Crane's terrifyingly cold expression. Their wrong timing of flattery costs them their lives. Blood Crane slashes them apart, ignoring their desperate screams. Standing in a rain of blood, Blood Crane coldly states that Wu Yue only obeys the Moon Emperor and has never respected him. Covered in blood, he grits his teeth in hatred, swearing he will eventually crush Wu Yue's arrogance and make her submit. The scene shifts to the Blood Pool secret realm of Blood Moon City, where a lake of blood-red water gives off a deeply sinister aura. In the Blood Pool, Wu Yue is happily talking with Jian Yu's skeleton, while he is soaking inside the blood pool to recover. Hearing him say he once helped others but was betrayed and hunted down, she laughs with interest, and Jian Yue confirms everything is true. Wu Yue rests her chin on her hand, sitting in a seductive pose, deeply interested in stories about the outside world, constantly urging him to continue. Jian Yue keeps recounting his journey with his younger brother, but the more he speaks, the more strange it feels. Even when he met Fai, he only thought about finding his big brother, yet in front of Wu Yue, he feels like he wants to reveal all his secrets. After listening, Wu Yue asks whether Jian Yue and his brother Han Yi Xiao are both players. He immediately confirms it. Wu Yue slowly walks toward the area where Jian Yue is soaking in the blood pool. She crosses her arms and looks down at him, asking why he still believes she will help him. She calmly says that if helping brings only trouble with no benefit, throwing him out is the rational choice. Jian Yue calmly replies that she has every right to do so. The fact she has not turned him into ash is already a great favor, so he chooses to speak honestly. He admits that the closer he gets to the truth, the further he feels from his brother, and the more powerless he becomes. At this point, Wu Ye is his last hope if she is willing to help. He places a hand on his chest and declares he is willing to give everything he has in exchange for her help. In his skeletal state, Jian Yue seriously pledges that for her, he is willing to sacrifice and dedicate everything. As soon as he finishes, his body begins to regenerate and slowly returns to normal. At that moment, Wu Yu-sei suddenly extends her foot in front of him, leaving him stunned. Sitting above him with a proud expression, she calmly gives her first condition. He must lick her foot clean. Not stopping there, Wu Ya stands up, turns slightly, and tells him to call her master. Seeing Jian Yue still standing still, she deliberately provokes him, asking if something so small is impossible, after he just claimed he would give everything. Jian Yue looks at the pale foot in front of him, grits his teeth, and finally bends down to comply. His action unexpectedly makes Wu Yue blush in surprise. She immediately steps back to create distance between them. After calming down, Wu Yue says she understands his determination. However, his current strength is still far from his goal. Jian Yue asks how big that gap really is. Wu Yu explains that in the monster world, power is divided into 9 ranks across 3 tiers: lower, middle, and upper. The lowest rank, Tier 9, is called poverty level. Creatures like rats, spiders, and weak birds belong here, surviving only by hunting and avoiding stronger predators. One rank above is Tier 8, called labor class. When Tier 9 monsters kill and absorb enough of their kind, they evolve. Some are even captured as laborers for farming, transport, and construction. Tier 7 is called poison class. Labor class monsters that accumulate enough resources and continue evolving reach this stage. They gain intelligence, learn skills, and can take roles like trade, repair, assassination, and more. These are the 3 lower tiers, the common growth path of most monsters, though some are born stronger. Next are the 3 middle tiers. Tier 6 is called Killing Spirit. Only monsters from the lower tiers with sufficient strength can pass the city's promotion trial to reach this level, becoming part of the official army. Tier 5 is called Evil Demon. These monsters are extremely powerful and hold important positions in the city. Wu Yue notes that Blood Slave, who hunted Jian Yue earlier, was one of them. Hearing this, Jian Yue admits that even Blood Slave alone was beyond his ability. Wu Ye reassures him that this is normal, since on average it takes 10,000 monsters to produce 1 evil demon. Wu Ye continues, introducing Tier 4, Great Calamity. These are true powerhouses capable of altering mountains and rivers, with brutal forms and extremely high status. They even influence city governance and stand among the ruling class of the monster world. Above the 3 lower ranks is the higher tier. Wu Yue explains, she is one of the 4 hall masters of the city. Each city has 4 hall masters handling key sectors like military, resources, equipment, and logistics. They support the city's growth while monitoring each other to keep balance. Their power is hard to even describe. Above the hall masters stands the city lord, the one Jian Yue had just encountered. Within their territory, the city lord represents the absolute peak of authority and strength. According to Wu Yue, the entire monster world is divided into 9 great cities, each ruled by a city lord. Each city controls hundreds of millions of monsters and follows its own system and customs depending on the ruler. After finishing her explanation, Wu Yue gently brushed her hair back and asked Jian Yue if he finally understood the gap between him and his ultimate goal. He quietly nodded. She then added that a mysterious being pulled the player world into the monster world and ordered Xue He to hunt him down. As far as she knew, only one existence could do that. The only one capable of such power is the Yue Lord, standing at the very top of the monster world. No one knows her true appearance, but all treat her as a supreme god who holds absolute authority and unmatched power. Jian Yue stayed silent. Seeing this, Wu Ye also fell quiet for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. She said that growing up sometimes means having the courage to let go, because humans are not the center of this world. Holding his head, Jian Yue slowly replied that he understood the path ahead was nearly impossible, but he had no other choice. His big brother was not only family but his only relative, the one who saved him and raised him. Yet he still could not save him, and even dragged A Fei into danger. He closed his eyes, blaming himself for being powerless and unable to protect those important to him. Wu Ye gently told him to come closer, relax his body, and breathe. Without hesitation, she pulled Jian Yu's head onto her lap, catching him completely off guard. Stroking his hair lightly, Wu Yue said he should not carry all the blame himself, because living like that would only exhaust him. Before Jian Yue could respond, she patted his head and continued that with such a mindset, he would struggle to grow stronger, since his goals were always for others, and never for himself. Wu Yue then asked if he had ever truly listened to his inner desires. She said those who pursue strength are driven by their most primal instincts. Then she asked if he actually enjoyed fighting or felt happiness when winning. The question left Jian Yue completely stunned. He began recalling the early days, when every battle was just part of a game. His only goal back then was to quickly find clues about his big brother. Even as his strength kept rising, battles only felt repetitive and dull, never stirring any real emotion. It was only later, as things changed, that he started fighting to release the anger inside him. Fragmented memories surfaced one after another. But even then, fighting never brought him real joy until he met opponents at the tournament grounds. There, for the first time, Jian Yue felt pure excitement from battle. In that moment, he forgot all burdens. At that time, only one thought remained in his mind: enjoy the fight and secure victory. Jian Yu's eyes slowly turned crimson as his aura exploded outward. In his heart, only one burning desire remained: to win every battle and crush anyone who stood in his way. Wu Yu's lips curled slightly as she watched Jian Yue transform into a white tiger-like presence, filled with killing intent. She was satisfied, as if she had just awakened a true monster. Seeing him still resting on her lap, Wu Yue smiled and said, "Disciple, if you have figured it out, get up. Master's leg is going numb." Hearing that, Jian Yue jolted up in shock. His face turned bright red as if it might burst into flames, and he kept apologizing for his rudeness. Wu Yue looked at him and said that once someone understands their inner self, the path ahead becomes much easier. Jian Yue immediately asked what he should do next. She replied as if it was obvious, but when he honestly said he had no idea, Wu Yue froze for a moment. Her mind suddenly spiraled into confusion, because she herself had no idea how to teach anyone. Since birth, she had possessed great ferocity-level power, growing stronger just by living normally, never once training properly. Of course, she could not admit that to her disciple, and could only scramble to maintain her image. Meanwhile, Jian Yue quietly waited, slightly helpless, for her answer. At the moment she was out of ideas, Wu Yue suddenly lit up, as if she had just thought of something. She said a name seriously: He Yi Xiao. Jian Yue was shocked when he heard it was his big brother. Wu Yue explained that she had just recalled something He Yi Xiao once said. According to Wu Yue, He Yi Xiao believed that to grow stronger, one must never miss any available resources. In Blood Moon City alone, there were many opportunities. Among them, the body-strengthening technique of the South Moon Hall was the best foundation for early growth. After hearing this, Jian Yue immediately trusted it because he knew his big brother was very skilled in the game. He decided to start with the South Moon Hall. Wu Yue happily encouraged him and said she would watch from the shadows. However, she warned him that her relationship with the other hall masters was extremely bad. If they found out he was her disciple, he would likely be killed on sight. He had to enter the South Moon Hall without exposing his identity. Jian Yue was completely stunned. Wu Yu angrily pinched Jian Yu's ear and shouted at him not to stand there blankly, and before leaving, he still had to massage her legs, making him cry out in pain while holding his ear. At the same time in Blood Moon City, Jian Yue wore black clothing and quietly entered the city. He calmly walked past the monsters. Luckily, none of them noticed anything unusual. With his disguise, Jian Yue strolled through the streets without drawing any attention. He suddenly remembered Wu Yu's warning to conceal his identity outside, because on paper Jian Yue was already considered dead. He sighed, feeling everything had happened too suddenly. He told himself to stabilize his thoughts. He was now trapped in the monster world, living in Blood Moon City, surrounded by powerful enemies, and a master who could not be trusted. After thinking it through, Jian Yue decided to use this place as his starting point. He would slowly grow stronger and eventually head straight to the Yue Lord to take back his big brother. After checking the map, he confirmed his first destination and looked forward with determination, treating it as the first step on his path to power. His destination was the Glutton Pavilion near the south gate of Blood Moon City. He remembered Wu Yue once said the South Moon Hall was responsible for the city's food supply, and its hall master was obsessed with cuisine. The Glutton Pavilion was her property and also her usual place for culinary research, so she was most likely to appear there. Just as he was about to enter, Jian Yue was stopped by two guards who questioned him. He calmly said he just came to eat, leaving both of them stunned. A few seconds later, they burst out laughing, like they had heard the funniest joke. One of them roared and kicked him away, telling him to leave. The other mocked that to dine in the Glutton Pavilion, one at least needed demon-level strength. Sensing the aura of the guards, Jian Yue realized even the gatekeepers were this strong, so forcing his way in was impossible. At that moment, he recalled Wu Yu's advice for situations where meeting the South Moon Hall master was difficult. The guards continued warning him that if he took another step forward, the consequences would be more than just being driven away. Jian Yue quickly improvised and claimed he was a chef sent to cook for the hall master, shocking both guards into silence. Their attitude instantly changed. They hurriedly opened the door and invited him in, while repeatedly apologizing for their rudeness. Both of them bowed respectfully, showing great reverence toward the newly arrived chef. Inside the Glutton Pavilion, a staff member quickly came to greet him and confirmed he was the invited chef for the hall master. Jian Yue calmly nodded and followed inside. Guests in the hall praised the food non-stop, all agreeing the Glutton Pavilion was the best restaurant, with rich aromas filling the entire space. The strong fragrance even impressed Jian Yue. The guide told him the kitchen was ahead. They went downstairs, and the staff explained that 4 chefs were nearly finished, so he only needed to wait a little longer. In the kitchen, a goblin chef and 2 others were skillfully preparing dishes, while the remaining chefs confidently worked on the final course for the hall master. At that moment, the referee rang the bell, announcing time was up, and ordered all chefs to stop immediately. Staff began bringing the dishes out for scoring. The chefs were nervous, but tried to stay calm. Some warned the servers to be careful not to ruin the presentation, while others reassured themselves the taste would be fine. 4 dishes were served: Sea River Stir-Fried Mountain Bamboo, Jiangnan City Rice, Bloody Almond Sauce, and Tree Steak. The referee announced that all dishes would be taken behind the screen for the hall master to personally taste before making a decision. Jian Yue quietly felt relieved, confirming the South Moon Hall master was indeed here. But seeing how tense the chefs looked, he could not help wondering if this cooking competition was really that terrifying. Soon after, the referee announced that the hall master had finished tasting all the dishes and would now reveal the results along with her comments. The hall master pointed out flaws in each dish. The bamboo in dish 1 was cut too thick, the fried rice in dish 2 used too much oil, dish 3 lacked seasoning, and the steak in dish 4 was overcooked. Each criticism hit the chefs like a hammer, sending them into panic as they dropped to their knees begging for another chance. Immediately after, the referee and all the female attendants bowed deeply and said with reverence, "Thank you for your offering." In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to be dyed a horrifying shade of red. Fresh blood splattered right in front of Jian Yue. A staff member suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled meaningfully, reminding him that it was now the new chef's turn. The person instantly changed to a respectful tone, guiding him toward the changing room and politely asking him to prepare. Jian Yue stayed calm, slipped his hands into his pockets, and said he understood. He could only sigh inwardly. cooking here was clearly not as simple as he imagined. He had definitely been set up by Wu Ye again. With that thought, he walked toward the changing room and pushed the door open. The door swung open, and 3 people were already waiting inside. One of them stepped forward and asked loudly if Jian Yue was his opponent in the 4th round. The man released a powerful aura to intimidate him, but Jian Yue did not move at all. This made the opponent narrow his eyes and reassess him. After observing him, the man sneered, saying Jian Yue did not look like a seasoned chef at all, and that fighting him was an insult to the culinary profession. After speaking, he slammed the door shut. At that moment, a blonde-haired man slowly walked over, praised Jian Yue for his unusual presence, but coldly reminded him that only one of the 4 would survive, wishing him an enjoyable last meal of his life. Hearing this, Jian Yue immediately understood the rules. This was not just a cooking competition, but a life-or-death battle, where the losers would die, and only the top survivor would leave alive. Outside, staff kept urging him to hurry and change, because the match was about to begin. Jian Yue quickly put on the chef uniform and said he was ready. Before leaving, he noticed another contestant sitting in the corner with a completely hopeless expression. Soon after, all 4 contestants stepped into the arena, and the referee loudly announced the next round had officially begun. The referee explained the rules. Ingredients would be randomly assigned, and chefs must improvise within 1 hour. The final result would be decided entirely by the person behind the screen, with no objections allowed. Jian Yue looked at the pan in front of him and could only think that this was truly a cooking competition. Looking at the scene, he suddenly realized it had been a long time since he last cooked with his own hands. Warm memories surfaced. Fei happily asked for another bowl of rice, while Jian Yue laughed and reminded him he had already eaten 3 bowls. Fei kept praising the braised meat, saying it was so good he never got tired of it, while He Yixiao sat across from them and told him to join the meal. That moment of the 3 of them sharing a meal became a precious memory deeply engraved in Jian Yu's heart. The referee continued explaining that because all chefs were confident, this round would use completely random ingredients to test adaptability. Everyone was told to uncover their assigned item, get familiar with it for 2 minutes, and then begin cooking. As Jian Yue lifted the cover, he silently hoped the ingredient would not be too strange, but what appeared before him instantly left him frozen. On the table was not normal food, but the dismembered corpse of a previous participating chef. The referee said in a cold voice that the hall master respected all ingredients, and wasting food or cooking poorly was an unforgivable sin. The dead chefs were granted honor and allowed to become valuable ingredients. He bowed again in thanks for their contribution, and declared the competition had begun with a 1-hour time limit. Seeing this, Jian Yue was stunned by what this so-called offering truly meant. The blonde man laughed proudly upon receiving a human pig head ingredient, believing luck was on his side. The bearded man beside him warned him not to be too arrogant, as demon meat was also a very special ingredient. Looking at the ingredients in front of him, Jian Yue felt like vomiting. The meat was rotten and reeked with a nauseating stench. Still, he forced himself to stay calm. This was only the first challenge. There had to be a way to handle it. What troubled him most was how to deal with an ingredient that was already no longer fresh. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly came up with the idea of using the spicy flavor of Sichuan cuisine to overpower the rotten smell, using intense seasoning to suppress the stench. After checking the spices on the table and considering the 1-hour time limit, Jian Yue decided to bet on sliced steamed meat, a classic Sichuan dish that would decide the outcome. Without hesitation, he began prepping the ingredients. The best cuts of meat were sliced into thin 2mm pieces to ensure proper cooking and flavor absorption. He then marinated them thoroughly with salt, cooking wine, scallions, ginger, and various spices to reduce the foul smell of the degraded meat. The blonde man glanced over curiously at Jian Yu's method, but soon sneered, thinking he had chosen the worst cuts. Confident in his own perfect presentation, he began slicing his pork into thin pieces, believing victory was already his. In another corner, Mate continuously pounded demon meat with a mallet. The loud banging annoyed the blonde man, who complained, but Mate coldly told him to stay away if he did not like it. Mate already had his own plan. Although demon meat was inferior to pork in taste, its toughness was superior, so he intended to pound it into perfectly elastic meatballs. On Jian Yu's side, he began placing the ingredients into the pan and continued the cooking process. At that moment, the referee announced there were only 20 minutes left and reminded all chefs to manage their time. With most preparations complete, Jian Yue finished mixing the chili oil and moved on to the most critical step, blanching the meat, since each thin slice only needed a few seconds to reach perfect doneness. Meanwhile, the second chef at the other table sat in shock, staring at the corpse in front of him. Even with a knife in hand, he had no courage to begin. In the end, he screamed in despair, admitting he could not continue, calling out to his brother before quitting the competition. Immediately after, he slit his own throat and ended his life. Blood splattered across the arena, shocking Jian Yue as he turned his head. Before he could even process what happened, blood splashed directly into his marinating bowl of meat. Seeing his ingredients contaminated, Jian Yue panicked as all his previous work was nearly ruined. Ma Te coldly scoffed, seeing it as weakness. The blond man was irritated that his clothes were stained with blood. Jian Yue immediately brought his bowl to the referee, demanding the organizers handle it since his ingredients had been ruined. The referee signaled him to calm down and said he would seek the hall master's decision. Shortly after, he announced that the final ruling was to continue the competition without any changes. Hearing this verdict, Jian Yue was stunned. The referee only repeated that this was the hall master's will and reminded everyone there were only 15 minutes left. Jian Yue gritted his teeth in frustration. The meat was now soaked in blood and smell there was no time to redo it, and continuing would ruin the dish completely. At this point, he was truly trapped. Meanwhile, the blond man calmly shaped dumplings one by one, carefully arranging them into the steamer like works of art. After finishing steaming, he struck a proud pose as if victory was already guaranteed. Nearby, Mate also began forming meatballs, clearly satisfied with the texture in his hands. He added his family's secret seasoning and confidently declared he would be the winner before dropping each meatball into the pot. The referee loudly announced there were only 8 minutes left. Faced with this crisis, Jian Yue told himself he could not give up because stopping meant death. The flame under the pan roared violently, but Jian Yue refused to stop. He told himself that as long as he kept going, there was still a chance. While the rising fire mirrored his growing urgency, the bell rang to signal the end. The referee declared time was up and ordered all chefs to present their dishes for judging. The first dish introduced was Chef No. 1's creation, Caged Beauty, a plate of pork dumplings. Next was Chef No. 2's dish, Perfect Elasticity, a goblin meatball soup. When it was Zhang Yu's turn, he was still hurriedly plating his food, and due to the rush, he had not even named his dish. The referee said all dishes would be taken behind the curtain for the hall master to personally taste. The other 3 contestants could only wait in silence for the result. The blond man stood confidently, acting as if victory was already in his hands. Suddenly, the curtain behind the referee opened. The referee announced in shock that a dish meeting the requirements had appeared and respectfully invited the hall master to personally give her evaluation. South Moon Hall Master Jia Hui appeared riding on the back of a massive creature. The other 2 chefs immediately bowed in fear and respect. Jian Yue carefully observed the woman in front of him and confirmed she was the South Moon Hall Master. Jia Hui picked up the first dish and called Chef No. 1 forward. The blond man immediately knelt down, respectfully awaiting her evaluation. Jia Hui commented that the dumplings were extremely refined. The lian-to-fat ratio was perfectly balanced through magic, and the seasoning was evenly absorbed. In her view, this dish was fully worthy of passing the assessment. The blond man joyfully expressed his gratitude. Jia Hui then requested the next dish, while Mate silently showed dissatisfaction as the outcome was still undecided. Jia Hui looked at the bowl of goblin meatball soup and picked up a meatball to inspect it. She slowly placed it into her mouth, carefully tasting its flavor before making a conclusion. After finishing, Jia Hui called Chef No. 2 forward. Mate immediately knelt. She praised the texture and elasticity of the meatballs, saying that alone was enough to qualify him for advancement. Hearing this, Mate gratefully bowed. However, when she tasted the soup, her expression changed instantly. Even though Mate explained it was a family secret recipe with 18 rare spices, she criticized it for being overly strong, completely overpowering the natural flavor of the ingredients. In her view, cooking should enhance the essence of food, not mask it. As soon as she finished speaking, Jia Hui reached for the knife behind her back. In an instant, she drew the blade and flashed past Mate at terrifying speed, stripping all his skin and leaving only his bones behind. His screams echoed through the hall. Jian Yue was stunned by the attack. Everything happened too fast for him to even follow. Jia Hui remained calm and called the next person forward. When Jian Yue's dish was brought out, Jia Hui immediately frowned, her gaze turning cold as she looked at what was placed before her. She stared at the plate and questioned whether this could even be called a dish. Facing the pressure, Jian Yue calmly insisted that it was not just food, but a genuinely delicious dish. He introduced it as tomato scrambled eggs. It looked simple and plain, but carried a familiar and comforting feel. Hearing the name, the blonde man burst out laughing in mockery. In his view, not using meat was already a mistake, and bringing tomato scrambled eggs before the hall master was no different from seeking death. On the contrary, Jian Yue secretly felt relieved, realizing this dish seemed to not exist in the monster world. Seeing this, the blonde man loudly demanded Jia Hui execute him immediately, but she shouted at him to shut up. Jia Hui coldly declared that every chef had the right to let her taste their dish, and life or death would be decided by her alone. She then picked up a bite of the tomato scrambled eggs and ate it. Her eyes widened in surprise the moment she tasted it. Jia Hui continued eating a few more bites with visible interest, then pointed her chopsticks toward Jian Yue, indicating that this was a surprisingly interesting dish. After finishing both dishes, Jia Hui announced that she had her answer and would now declare the winner. The blonde man glanced at Jian Wei uneasily. He realized Jia Hui's reaction was not normal, as she not only praised the dish but kept eating it, which made him uneasy. Trying to turn the situation, he immediately accused Jian Yue of not using the ingredients provided in the competition. Jia Hui confirmed that he had indeed violated the rules, and the blonde man secretly rejoiced, urging her to announce the winner. But the moment he finished speaking, his body was instantly sliced into countless pieces by magic. Jia Hui still held her knife with a cold expression and reminded him that she had told him to be quiet, but he refused to listen. Only then did she continue announcing the result. At first, Jia Hui declared the blonde man the winner, but immediately corrected herself since he was already dead, making the victory belong to the remaining contestant. She asked for Jian Yu's name, and he replied using the name Lu Li. In his mind, he understood that tomato scrambled eggs had truly impressed her, but the hall master's judging style was completely unpredictable. Jia Hui introduced herself as the South Moon Hall Master and asked what reward Jian Yue wanted. She offered him a choice between joining the Glutton Pavilion, opening his own shop, or becoming her disciple. Jian Yue immediately knelt and requested to be taught the secret method of body strengthening. Jia Hui calmly replied that this request was not a problem. She then asked what level Jian Yue was currently at. He was confused, as he had no understanding of the system here. Jia Hui explained that her technique could only be passed to those at least at demon level, while Jian Yue honestly admitted he had no idea how his strength was classified. Jia Hui controlled the giant to stand up, then told Jian Yue to change clothes and follow her. Soon after, the giant carried both of them to a massive tower in the distance. Every step of the giant shook the ground, cracking it into wide fissures. Standing before the enormous structure, Jia Hui introduced it as the ranking tower. She explained that the tower had 6 floors, corresponding to 6 power levels: weak, fighter, toxic fighter, killing spirit demon, and great calamity. Passing each floor would reveal a person's true realm. Jian Yue bowed in gratitude and stepped inside. He also wanted to know exactly how strong he was. The first floor, called weak, was guarded by an assassin rabbit. It was calmly eating a carrot. Hearing someone enter, it turned around and demanded the intruder identify himself. Before it could finish speaking, Jian Yue cut off both of its ears and coldly said it was unnecessary. Outside the tower, the giant cautiously asked Jia Hui a question, and she allowed him to speak. He asked why she had sent Lu Li into the rabbit cage tower right after his victory. Jia Hui casually replied that she could clearly smell Wu Yu's aura on him. Hearing this, the giant immediately suspected he was an Eastern Moon Hall spy. Jia Hui said that possibility was not certain. She recalled that at the Fengyun platform, Wu Yue once accepted a skeleton as her disciple. The giant then asked why she did not just kill Jian Yue and instead sent him into the tower. Annoyed by the continuous questions, Jia Hui struck him down with a single blow, sending him crashing to the ground as he begged for mercy. She coldly reminded him that she only agreed to answer one question and did not permit a second. Thinking about Jian Yue being bound in chains made Jia Hui smile with interest, as if that was her true intention. Meanwhile, Jian Yue had already reached the fighter floor, where dust filled the air. The scholar rabbit was holding a large hammer and gasping for breath when Jian Yue seized the opening and attacked from behind. With a clean strike, he knocked the opponent down and continued to the toxic fighter floor. Facing the next guardian, Jian Yue moved at extreme speed, constantly shifting positions and making the opponent lose track of him completely. He then unleashed the paralysis burst blade double strike, sending the opponent flying into the air. After passing the 3rd floor, Jian Yue reached the killing spirit floor, where a staff dancing rabbit was already waiting at the entrance. The opponent held a long staff, calmly announced its name, and requested a duel. Jian Yue raised his weapon in return before stepping into battle. The staff dancing rabbit struck first, swinging its staff directly toward Jian Yu's face. He tilted his body just enough to dodge, then immediately counterattacked. Both sides clashed fiercely, weapons colliding repeatedly in a tense battle. During the fight, Jian Yue assessed his opponent. He judged the rabbit to be at killing spirit level, close to Feng Jia, but still within his ability to defeat. Without hesitation, he activated Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, summoning a blazing red dragon that rushed toward the staff-dancing rabbit. The overwhelming pressure made the opponent unable even to open its eyes. The impact sent it flying straight into a stone wall. The staff-dancing rabbit, heavily injured, admitted defeat and warned Jian Yue that the true challenge lay on the next floor. Jian Yue only smiled modestly, treating it as if the opponent had let him pass. Leaving the battle, Jian Yue proceeded to the 5th floor, the demon-ranked level, expecting even more terrifying opponents. As expected, the moment he arrived, a demon martial rabbit was already waiting. It explained the rules simply. It had 5 sword techniques, and if Jian Yue could endure all of them, he would win. Although he felt completely locked down by its sword intent, making evasion nearly impossible, Jian Yue calmly told it to begin. Without another word, the demon martial rabbit unleashed its first sword. A green sword light instantly flooded the entire area around Jian Yue. Waves of sword energy tore into his body, forcing him into a difficult defense. After being knocked back, Jian Yue was shocked by this strange sword style. Sheathing its blade, the demon martial rabbit explained that the first sword, called Finger of Innocence, represented youthful naivety mixed with stubborn defiance. Stabilizing himself, Jian Yue asked to immediately see the second sword. The demon martial rabbit agreed. The second sword was unleashed, stabbing straight toward him. The swirling sword energy formed a storm, forcing Jian Yue to continuously retreat under pressure. As he struggled to maintain balance, Jian Yue unleashed Paralysis Burst Blade to counterattack. The demon martial rabbit continued explaining that the second sword was called Youth, representing the intense vitality of young life. Jian Yue trembled from the shockwaves, realizing this was only the second sword. He quickly understood that pure defense would not be enough to survive the remaining strikes, so he switched to an offensive preemptive move, using Shadow Doppelganger. At the same time, 2 Hidden Dragon in the Abyss attacks rushed toward the opponent. The demon martial rabbit laughed with excitement and announced the third sword, Prime Years. Countless vertical sword energies erupted, directly shredding both fire dragons. With his attack broken, Jian Yue slowly dropped back to the ground. After landing, he heard the demon martial rabbit explain that Prime Years represented the peak of a swordsman's life. When intent and sword path reached their absolute limit, each strike aimed solely to kill. It asked if Jian Yue still dared to face the 4th sword, and he responded with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, Jian Yu's eyes turned blood red as a violent killing aura erupted. He entered Asura form and coldly provoked the opponent to continue. Seeing this transformation, the demon martial rabbit grew even more excited, admitting Jian Yue was far from ordinary. The two immediately charged at each other. The collision created a heaven-shaking shockwave, tearing cracks into the surrounding space. After the clash, Jian Yue appeared to have suffered severe injuries. The demon martial rabbit calmly introduced the 4th sword, Dusk, representing the stage where a swordsman condenses countless techniques into simplicity, killing with a single strike. It admitted Jian Yue had forced it to use this move and revealed that in life, these 4 swords had taken countless powerful lives. Thinking Jian Yue had collapsed, the demon martial rabbit suddenly heard a voice behind it. Turning in shock, it saw Jian Yue still standing, explaining that after undergoing Wu Yue's blood pool evolution, his body had reached a completely new level. Without any intention of stopping, Jian Yue challenged it to unleash the final sword. In Asura form, he tilted his head and urged the demon martial rabbit to use the 5th sword. The opponent nodded in approval, acknowledging that Jian Yue was worthy of witnessing its strongest technique. The demon martial rabbit slowly drew its final blade, while Jian Yue immediately entered full alert. The 5th sword was translucent like flowing water, without a fixed shape. The demon martial rabbit called it Nameless Frost Severing Soul, a technique it created after becoming a ghost warrior and cultivating in solitude for hundreds of years. Ordinary blades cut the body, but this sword could sever the soul itself. As soon as it finished speaking, demonic energy behind the rabbit condensed into a monstrous head, clashing directly with the Asura phantom behind Jian Yue filled with fighting intent. With a single slash, countless sword energies interwove into a massive net, pulling Jian Yue into another dimension. Observing his surroundings, Jian Yue quickly realized this was not a physical attack, but a mental strike. The space created by the fifth sword was called soul-severing scale. Inside was a giant balance scale, with both of them seated on opposite sides, and a massive sword floating above each of their heads. Sitting on one side, the demon martial rabbit calmly questioned the meaning of life, concluding that existence had no meaning. With each word, the scale tilted toward its side. It continued arguing that life was filled with more suffering than happiness, so why endure endless pain for only brief joy? Jian Yue quickly understood the rules of this space. Whenever the scale tilted, the sword above him lowered. This was a battle of philosophy. Seeing the advantage gained through logic, he calmly responded that suffering and happiness coexist, and without hardship, joy cannot be felt. As soon as he spoke, the scale stopped tilting, confirming his insight was correct. The demon martial rabbit continued its argument, claiming everything in the world exists in balance, meaning suffering and happiness are equal. Yet humans remain trapped in endless cycles, bound by the pursuit of happiness, only to return to dust. Jian Yue immediately countered. He said that although life is short and unfair, as long as one exists, there is value in that existence. Hearing this, the demon martial rabbit asked again, what meaning could that value possibly have, when a human life is no different from a drop in the ocean or a grain of sand in the desert? Even a single drop of water can create ripples, and a grain of sand can start a storm. The two continued facing off, in a debate. One represented decay and death, the other carried intense life force, neither willing to yield in their view of life and death. At that moment, a small sprout suddenly appeared in the snowfield, breaking through the frozen ground. In an instant, more and more green shoots spread everywhere, as if spring had arrived in the frozen land. The illusion space immediately collapsed, signaling Jian Yue as the final winner. Tu Guiwu silently sheathed his sword and admitted defeat. He once believed 100 years of enlightenment would reveal the truth of life and death, but in the end he only found confusion. Jian Yue adjusted his hat and calmly replied that everyone has their own interpretation of life, so no single answer can represent everything, just like no two leaves in the world are ever identical. Leaning against the wall, Tu Guiwu repeated those words and laughed in amusement. He then guided Jian Yue to continue upward, where the rabbit elder was waiting. Jian Yue politely responded and left, but after his figure disappeared, Tu Guiwu quietly said they would meet again soon. Stepping onto the 6th floor, ranked as Great Calamity tier, Jian Yue advanced while assessing his strength. He knew he was still not ready to face this level of opponent, but he wanted to see the real gap between them. However, what he saw surprised him. An old rabbit sat casually by a chess table and asked if he knew how to play Nanjun chess. Without replying, Jian Yue instantly activated Asura state and charged forward. His blazing red sword pierced through the old rabbit's body without any resistance. Seeing this, Jian Yue immediately thought it was just an illusion. But in the next moment, the old rabbit casually grabbed his arm and calmly commented that his physical strength was quite good. Jian Yue was shocked because the opponent could clearly still touch him. Not giving up, he unleashed countless streams of mana forming sharp spears. However, all of them passed through the old rabbit as if hitting emptiness. The opponent simply stroked his chin with a smile and urged him to go faster. The old rabbit picked up a chess piece from the table and smiled, saying Jian Yue was still too slow. He then flicked the piece straight at his forehead and coldly told him to keep training. The attack was too fast for Jian Yue to react. The chess piece struck his forehead, smoke rising, and his consciousness immediately became blurry. He could only let out a shocked gasp before collapsing unconscious. No one knew how much time had passed before Jian Yue slowly opened his eyes again. As he sat up, he saw Tu Xiaoxiu sneaking over while hugging a carrot. Before he could ask anything, the other panicked and hid behind a mountain of carrots, shouting why he recovered so fast. Jian Yue looked around and realized he was back on the 1st floor. He was confused because even if he failed on the 6th floor, the ranking process should have been completed. Seeing his confused face, Tu Xiaoxiu grinned and revealed this was not a ranking tower at all. The sect leader had tricked him from the start. This place was actually the Rabbit Cage Tower, a prison for death row inmates, and once inside, there was almost no chance of getting out. Hearing this, Zhan Yu's expression changed drastically. He could not believe it and shouted again, asking what he just said. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Dongyuetang, the sect leader was still inside the palace. Surrounded by mountains of documents and reports, Wu Yue stretched tiredly and complained that the workload never seemed to end. Suddenly thinking of Jian Yue, she wondered how much her disciple had improved. After thinking for a while, Wu Ye told herself not to overprotect him, since the path of cultivation must be walked alone. She then closed her eyes, planning to rest for a moment. On the 5th day of the moon disaster event, the sky was covered in dark clouds, and the atmosphere became suffocating. Flocks of crows filled the sky, carrying an aura of death over the entire region. Everywhere, desperate parents begged doctors to save their children. Medical staff could only carry patients while promising to do their best, while ambulance sirens continuously tore through the mournful air. An ambulance quickly stopped in front of the town medical center. A nurse urgently called the emergency department, reporting that patient number 649 showed signs of cardiac arrest and needed immediate surgery. However, she also reported bad news. All operating rooms were already full, with 40 patients still waiting ahead. Dr. Zhang immediately decided they could not wait any longer and ordered defibrillation for emergency CPR right away. The nurse quickly followed his instructions. Dr. Zhang used the defibrillator once, then again for a second shock. Despite all efforts, the ECG still showed only a flat, hopeless line. In the end, Dr. Zhang had no choice but to declare patient number 649 dead after failed resuscitation. Looking at the body on the bed, the nurse could only sigh, as this was already the 34th death today. She choked up, wondering why they could not save even a single life. Dr. Zhang looked up at the ceiling with desperate eyes. He admitted he had cured many diseases before, but never faced something more terrifying than a virus, something even modern medicine could not handle. The nurse still tried to hold on to hope and asked if there was any other solution. In response, the doctor could only look out the window helplessly and say that for now, they could only provide nutrient infusions to maintain basic life functions. What happens next depends entirely on the patients themselves. Among those in a coma was patient number 647, also known as a Fae. The scene shifted to Pegasus City of Hope. It was originally a neutral city where all combat was forbidden, a global hub for trade and player interaction. But now, the entire city was engulfed in flames, and thick black smoke rose everywhere. Just one day earlier, City of Hope had been attacked by Moonbeast City, one of the 9 great monster cities. Players were surrounded and slaughtered with massive casualties. Giant serpents kept spewing flames, burning everything to ashes, while screams and pleas for mercy echoed everywhere. The snake race coldly ordered a full sweep, leaving no survivors. Inside a nearby building, a group of players hid in silence, gripping their weapons tightly while watching outside. Seeing the enemies leave, they finally sighed in relief. A messy-haired young man said they were gone at last. A blonde-haired man angrily complained about when this cursed game would end. The messy-haired one blamed Tianming Company and swore he would sue them if he ever got out alive. A muscular man stopped the complaints, saying survival was the only priority and they should wait for outside rescue. The other two agreed and vowed to survive together as brothers. The tall man smiled and said, "Only in hardship can you tell who is trustworthy. As long as they stayed united, they would survive this crisis." But the moment he finished speaking, their hiding place was shattered in an instant. Behind the ruins stood a corrosive bone snake spirit, a shrank slaughter entity. Licking its long tongue in excitement, it smiled at them with blood-red eyes and said it had finally found them. The muscular man immediately shouted for everyone to form a defensive formation against the corrosive bone snake spirit. But when he turned around, his so-called teammates who had sworn life and death loyalty had already fled. Before he could react, the blonde-haired man screamed in panic, telling everyone to run, because it was a bone-devouring snake demon. In the next instant, the muscular man was beheaded, and his soul devoured by the snake woman. She commented in delight that human souls were indeed a rare delicacy. The 2 remaining survivors immediately split and ran. The blonde-haired man agreed, but suddenly saw the messy-haired man slowly drawing his sword. Without warning, he slashed at his ally's legs, sending the blonde-haired man crashing to the ground in agony. Lying on the ground, the blonde-haired man cursed him as a traitor. The other only coldly apologized, saying that in this situation, someone had to die, and he intended to be the one who survives. The corrosive bone snake spirit unleashed a bone corrosion breath, covering both of them, while coldly declaring that no one would escape. Under the toxic breath, their bodies were slowly eroded. Their desperate screams echoed as they begged for their lives. After finishing them off, she absorbed their 2 blue souls and smiled, noting that humans were just as cruel as monsters, willing to betray their own kind to survive. After absorbing the souls, the corrosive bone snake spirit sensed 2 figures approaching from a distance. She smiled with interest, surprised that more players were coming right to her. One of the newcomers loudly asked if she had seen a dark-skinned man who was extremely handsome and used dual daggers. The corrosive bone snake spirit only sneered in contempt, saying a player had no right to demand answers from her. Hearing this, the other party instantly grew furious. Without another word, he rushed forward and unleashed a powerful kick that twisted the snake spirit's face. Immediately after, a Fae activated his infinite fireblade skill. He combined it with 1,000 bullet fat, pouring all firepower into the corrosive bone snake spirit. A series of explosions erupted, engulfing the entire area in smoke, dust, and shattered debris. As the smoke cleared, the corrosive bone snake spirit was left on the brink of death. A Fae grabbed her by the neck and coldly asked once again whether she had seen the person he was looking for. With each repetition of the question, a Fae delivered another heavy punch. He kept screaming for answers, almost completely losing his sanity. Seeing this, Little Chili rushed in and stopped him, saying the enemy was already dead. Hearing those words, a Fae quietly lowered his head as tears began to fall uncontrollably. He then burned the corpse of the corrosive bone snake spirit, forced himself to suppress his pain, and said they would continue searching for the next target. Little Chili stepped forward and gently hugged a Fae from behind. She softly told him to rest for a while, warning that if he kept pushing himself, his body would eventually collapse. A Fae only shook his head, saying he did not care. Hearing this, Little Chili immediately raised her voice, saying that she did. After a moment of choking emotion, Little Chili said that everyone needed a Fae, but to her, he mattered more than anyone else.